Hi, everyone. I am Tara, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, on TikTok, 1974 Enlightened Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always suggest, recommend, but I'm really going to encourage people to read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, in order to get a better understanding of what it is that I bring forward on my channel. Now, some people know, like, I'll use my own experiences. Okay. Now, right now, we're all in a position where, a lot of stuff is taking place within our systems, the government system, the banking system, the medical system, the educational system, the justice system, and many other forms of the systems. And I'll say it again, like I've said it many times, the true sins are systems integrated into society. My channel is not for everyone, but it's that part of, let's pay attention. Some are maybe wondering what this is I have on my TV. Well, back in, I believe it was 2020, some things were brought to my attention with regards to what's happening in the world, our systems and the government, with what have you. Okay. So it was brought to my attention. So I ended up with it on a USB. Now, in one part, there's 8 parts to it. This is going to be a long live, because I'm going to be showing you what I have on this disc. Okay, there's the introduction or what have you. But first off, I'm going to show other parts, because I was watching it and I ended up taking notes. Okay, and I want people to really pay close attention to what's happening, because my live today is about the upcoming inauguration in the US. Okay, it's a big thing right now. Some people don't give a shit. They're like wherever in their journey, what have you. But there's a lot of people right now, because from what I understood, from what I've been observing, there are different protests taking place with a bunch of different things. Okay, with regards to transgender, abortion, human rights, men's rights, women's rights. And right now there's a lot going on within the part of the government because of the upcoming inauguration. Spirit, I was going to come in and talk about enlightenment, the truth of men and women. Okay. But Spirit brought me to this today. Okay. So I'm going to play this stuff, and I hope like you'll bring other people in to kind of get an understanding of it, because there's a lot happening. Yesterday or the day before, whatever day it was, I actually did a video regarding what is the Antichrist. Okay. Now, there's many sides to everything. I'm being very open, because I'm seeing the different sides to stuff. Yes, I do come in and talk about Trump, and I've talked about Trudeau, and then there's Biden and Clinton's, what have you. Okay, I didn't get into those. Now, I could say to some, because I just heard, do you know what you're talking about? I could actually ask some, do you know what you're talking about? Or are you just going by mainstream, or are you going by what somebody else puts them in your live feed? Okay. I did watch all this stuff back in 2020, but Spirit brought it to me again. So I'm going to start the video, because these are people who've done research And it's a part of looking on all sides of everything, because like I even look at the side of Donald Trump, and I've seen the side of all this. Okay. So it's a part of freeing your mind. This documentary was made by researcher and author Janet Obsessebard. I can't pronounce the name. OSS. You can read it. OSSEBAIRD. From the Netherlands. With the aid of the countless aeons across the world, it contains thousands of hours of research. I urge you to accept nothing as the truth. Please do your own research and double check everything I present to you. This is the only way to truly wake up and become an independent thinker. Okay, so this is not my stuff. So these are like people that have been looking into this stuff on higher levels. Okay. So let's get started. And I probably will stop the video every so often, because it'll be that enlightening part. Because the first part, when I started watching this, it was like a glitch. Like, what? Wait a minute. They're saying the same thing. Okay? Okay? So I'll turn TikTok around so you can, oh shoot. Okay. Let's see. Oh, well, okay. That's as best as I can do. I just read what that said. Okay. Not the best reader, but it is what it is. Don't have to be a great reader in order to understand things. My 6th great granddaddy, he couldn't read or write, but he was a damn good businessman and a religious seal. And our whole family were like, we were rebellion. It's like the resistance. What's happening? Okay, let's start. Take notes, do your own research. It's starting. I have certain to respect all I have striven to respect all copyrights of the images used in this documentary. If you believe I infringed your copyright, please contact me ASAP so that I can settle things in an appropriate way. This is the one doing this documentary. Warning. I urge you to watch this documentary all the way till the end. You may find the first episode shocking or even unbelievable, yet at the end, everything will fall into place. The final 2 episodes, 9 and 10, contain an unexpected twist, causing you to face the changes ahead of us with hope and faith in your heart. I'm not picking sides. See it all. The end of the world as we know it. Now, I'm going to say, a lot of people, you say about the apocalypse. Well, the apocalypse is actually the unveiling of the truth.
Witness one of the greatest events in human history. The world as we know it is crumbling before our very eyes, and the majority of the world population is not aware of it. Power structures that have been in place for thousands of years are taken down as we speak. Soon we'll be shown evidence of an elite plan so evil, so all-encompassing, that people will be shocked to the core.
Please let me know if you can't hear it very well.
This documentary was made to help you deal with what's coming. Is it a good thing? Oh, yes. It's the best thing that could possibly happen to us. But in order to understand and process the quantum leap that we as humanity are about to take, you must understand the reality, the timeline, if you wish, that we as a species were placed in. And believe me, you don't have a clue just yet.
We're watching this
The
together.
evil I mentioned has been working behind the scenes so intelligently, so brilliantly, that hardly anyone ever noticed a thing. What I'm going to do is, first of all, give you a short overview of things that made me go, things that made me decide to start digging for the truth. We'll take it from there, shall we? Are you ready? Join me on a journey down the rabbit hole. Let's start with the recent forest fires, for instance in California. Did you know that these fires forgot to burn trees? That they were capable of cutting through houses? That they burned trees from the inside out? That they were able to lift cars, tilt them, and smash them down? Are you sure these are ordinary forest fires?
Now, I want to address something. Keep in mind, I received this in 2020. And here we are, said to be in 2025. And we're seeing on the news about California fires. And it's the same thing that we're hearing. You know, Ghetto på det yesterday. It's the same thing. Did I not say, and other people say, history is repeating itself and we're watching a movie? Are we maybe watching something because other people have said that people who live in California aren't seeing it, but others are? If you look at that, you've seen people are talking about the same thing now, and it's said to be 2025. Hello? Was it telling us, was back in 2025, back in 2020, was I given something that would be in the future now? Because they're talking about this now.
And how about this one? We live in a world where mercury is considered highly toxic, but not when we inject it into children in absurd quantities.
Immunization, vaccines, garapo to create.
No doubt you've heard about chemtrails, denied by our government.
Happening now, right? That's what we're seeing a lot of, the chemtrails.
For a long time, but recently acknowledged and referred to as geoengineering aerosols. They are sprayed into our atmosphere to protect us from global warming. The thing that makes me go, however, is the fact that we're sprayed with heavy metals, which are stored in our brains, where they have proven to cause Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. And did you know that in many countries, among which my own Holland, we have to explicitly say no to organ donation, for if we don't, our organs will be property of the state as soon as we are declared brain dead? The last time it was arranged this way by law was during the Nazi occupation. Did you know that our current Pope is the first to state that hell does not exist, but the devil does? Isn't it weird that the Vatican's audience hall is full of references to
Would the devil not be the system? It's a state of mind. It's the way we think we live. I'm going to keep playing. So the Pope said that the devil does not exist. Or, excuse me. I'm just going to, so I get that right. Oh, crap.
Did you know that our current Pope is the first to state that hell does not exist, but the devil does? Isn't it weird that the Vatican's audience hall is full of references to reptilians, snakes, serpents? Did you know the Vatican's telescope is called Lucifer? And since when does the Pope make the sign of the devil? 9/11. Whereas one bird can cause terrible damage to a plane, on 9/11, 2 planes managed to cut through steel. A third plane mysteriously disappeared in a building, and number 4 plunged into the earth without leaving any debris or bodies. The planes were piloted by terrorists who only had a few flying lessons in a small Cessna. Then there are the horrid attacks on innocent people, in which the same victims can survive up to 3 different attacks. This lucky young man survived being shot in the head. All he needed was a band-aid. And thank God not all victims are people of flesh and blood.
People are talking about this now.
What do you think about this one? Are you a parent? Are you aware of the fact that children cartoons contain subliminal messages of sex and violence? Why? Did you know that fully grown fetuses can be legally aborted in many American states? That advocates of full-term abortion state that unborn babies cannot feel pain? Whereas every doctor knows that the nervous system is the first to develop in fetuses? Is abortion of a fully grown baby not the same as murder? Okay, let's have a look at the migrant caravan. Thousands of people fled their
Okay, I'm stopping that because they addressed abortions. And right now, there's protests with regards to abortion, okay? And women's rights to abort the baby. Okay. There are certain, this is going to get some people pissed off, okay? Because it is the person's body. But if they're talking about people aborting full-grown babies, that's not right. By far. I'm not saying that abortion is right or anything like that. I'm saying it's up to the person, and for others to make somebody feel guilty because they had an abortion early on in their pregnancy for whatever reason they had. And that abortion, before the abortion, should be talked about between the 2 parties involved, and if the other party it should be talked about. Because like women say, it's their body, and men say, well, it's their baby too. Yes, it is. And that's why it should be talked about. Some women get abortions because of being molested, being raped, became pregnant through violence, and even by family members. So that's where right now there's a fight between the abortions, and he wants, they're saying about making it illegal. Before any abortion is taking place, there should be therapy involved as to find out why this person wants to have the abortion. Okay? Because a lot of the time, it's not just because they don't want to have it. There's underlying factors for many people. But it's that part of, if you don't want to become pregnant, get someone pregnant, it's up to both parties involved to use the appropriate protection. Not just a woman and not just a man. It's up to both participants, all participants.
South American homes to look for a better future in the US. The trip covered 2,000 miles in 1.5 months. The system is the first to develop in fetuses. Is abortion of a fully term abortion state that unborn babies can
don't make people feel guilty for things they do.
Whereas every doctor knows that the nervous system is the first to develop in fetuses. Is abortion of a fully grown baby not the same as murder? Okay, let's have a look at the migrant caravan. Thousands of people fled their South American homes to look for a better future in the US. The trip covered 2,000 miles in 1.5 months in order to be on time for the American midterm elections as a political statement against President Trump. This means they walked an average of 45 miles a day on flip-flops, barefoot, like this and like this. 45 miles a day? Why do Hollywood celebrities promote the use of facial creams containing the foreskin of baby boys? Do you realize that these foreskins are actually sold? That it's a trade? What's
foreskin? Where do they get foreskin? Circumcision, right? I don't use face creams. I'll stick with my coconut oil, thank you.
Next, drinking baby blood? Now, I'm going to give
Some people say that's
more,
not real,
but
they call it adrenochrome.
Counting down, number 5. Did you know that diseases such as AIDS, Zika, SARS, and Ebola are actually patented? Do you know when something is patented? When it's man-made. Man-made diseases. Are you kidding me? Number 4.
This is true.
Your cell phone, laptop, tablet, and your TV contain spyware that works 24/7, no matter whether your device is switched on or off. This means you are constantly being monitored. Each and every conversation, whether at home or at work, is recorded. Why? And by whom? Number 3. In 2018, Monsanto, known for its genetically modified seeds and crops, plus its poisonous weed killer Roundup, was bought by Bayer, a chemical giant.
Keep in mind, they say like Donald Trump is doing this, but is it a way for him to what's that word for it? I don't know the word for it. I'm trying to think. It'll come to me.
And that produces mostly poison. In other words, our food supply is now largely controlled by the producers of carcinogenic poison. Monsanto started off producing Agent Orange, a very powerful and highly toxic chemical.
Excuse me one sec. Agent Orange. I believe this was Winnipeg, city under siege, and they were using Agent Orange.
Used during the Vietnam War to eliminate forest cover and to destroy crops. But it turned out to do just a little bit more than that, causing horrific birth deformities and various types of cancer. According to experts, the fusion of Monsanto and Bayer was the perfect match made in hell. Number 2, in 2018, Hillary Clinton admitted that she deleted 33,000 emails from a private server used as Secretary of State. Not only that, she used a hammer to smash her cell phones, SIM cards, and hard drives.
Did they say? Sorry, I am putting this back because I need to hear what year they said.
According to experts, the fusion of Monsanto and Bayer was the perfect match made in hell. Number 2, in 2018, Hillary Clinton admitted that she deleted 33,000 emails from a private server used as Secretary of State. Not only that, she used a hammer to smash her cell phones, SIM cards, and hard drives. Any further evidence that could have been used against her in a court of law was destroyed by fire that conveniently started in the office of a mansion. Did she actually get away with that? And last but not least, number 1, President Obama received the 2009 Nobel Peace Prize only months after his inauguration. Why, for God's sake? He came from nowhere and had achieved nothing at the time. In the following 8 years, he invaded 7 countries and dropped a bomb every 20 minutes. Who on earth was on that Nobel committee? The world is not what you think. And guess what all of these things have in common? They were completely ignored by the mainstream media. Not one news channel covered or questioned any of it. And just when I thought I'd seen it all, this became President of the US. I always thought there were 2 political sides in life, left and right. Left was for the common people, right was for the rich. But I soon found out that my ideas did not reflect reality at all. Obama seemed to have enchanted everybody, including myself, with his good looks and charms. But like I said, he invaded 7 countries. He was a Democrat, for God's sake. And Democrat Bill Clinton went from one sex scandal to the next, lying under oath and getting away with it. Maybe left and right were simply 2 wings of the same bird. In spite of my leftist upbringing and background and my fierce opposition against Trump, I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. But how did he get elected in the first place? Just before the elections, WikiLeaks arose. Founded by Julian Assange in 2006, WikiLeaks is a giant online library of the world's most censored documents, obtained by whistleblowers at the highest level. Much information,
more than 10 million documents,
war, spying, and corruption. Now, just before the presidential elections, WikiLeaks published highly incriminating evidence of the corruption within the Clinton Foundation and the Clinton presidential campaign. So, what happened? That happened. On January 20, 2017, Donald J. Trump was inaugurated as President of the United States.
I'm going to be honest. He is the one they're putting in the front. Okay? But he is not the one doing the work. It's like a spokesman. Okay? There's someone else that is going to bring, there's someone else that's bringing everything to light. And they're putting his face there. Okay?
States of America. But how did WikiLeaks obtain the evidence of the Clinton corruption? It was leaked by an employee of the Democratic National Committee, Seth Rich, who was subsequently found dead with 2 bullets in his back. Who killed Seth Rich? We will find out in the next episodes. What do we have for now? Donald Trump as President of the US. And then, out of nowhere, arose the enigma of Q.
Okay. So now we'll go to part 2. Down the rabbit hole.
On October 28, 2017, a mysterious post was placed on 4chan, an anonymous internet bulletin board. It contained nothing but codes. This was the beginning of a new phenomenon. The Q posts.
How many of you on YouTube heard of the guy that had that cannabis in combat? Okay. At one time, he put up some codes. And when he put up those codes, I actually was told to burn the stuff, cut up and burn it, because I had decoded a lot of stuff. It gave me a DEA number. It gave me what I ended up decoding was Dr. Fauci. And I actually, the Minister of Health for Canada, I ended up getting her name.
Soon to be transferred to 8chan due to hacking, became more and more intriguing and popular among the so-called QAnons, anonymous people who are wary of the lies of the mainstream media and who've gone searching for the truth using other news outlets on the internet. I will get into the identity of Q later on in this documentary. Q communicates with the people by means of the Q posts, drops or crumbs that we, the Anons, pick up and decipher. The Q crumbs portray a better world, without wars, treason and corruption. A world after the Great Awakening. Q uses words and short sentences that keep coming back. Sometimes the Q drops are short and to the point. Initials are used instead of full names. Sometimes they contain a lot of information. And sometimes combinations of letters and numbers are used for us to rearrange. The Q clock was introduced, and it took us quite some time to figure out how to read it. And then there was the Q map, containing an incredible amount of vital information. The map was made by Dylan Lewis Monroe.
I can't bring that in any closer. Oh, sorry. This is all saying about what's taking place right now. I did have a copy of it, but I don't remember where I put it.
It contains an overview of the true history of mankind and its covert power structures.
Magic! Get up with the Kurita Day. Nazi
Here
Germany
is
and the
not a
Pentagon.
cult, as suggested by opponents. After all, it tells us not what to think or what to do. It merely gives us questions, clues, and riddles. We need to do the research in order to find the answers. And that is how we discover the truth. Through this research, I've come to find out more about American and global politics than I'd ever dreamed of. I was never really interested in politics, but the Q drops opened my eyes to a whole new world, a world of secret societies, secret services within secret services,
Somebody
and
just wanted to
secret
see that.
deals made on a grand scale within secret services. In politics, but the Q drops opened my eyes to a whole new world, a world of secrets.
There are the different ones right here. What they say would be the secret societies. Okay. Now I want people to keep in mind that just because it says that it's secret societies, it doesn't mean that everyone is bad in it. Okay. Like I know that right now, like they affect my algorithms because this is something that needs to come out because like I can see that on my TikTok, nothing is moving. Okay. So I know what's happening there. So it's a part of Geto por ikariasare toturisirem. Sukrita. Disulo kisela kirio morkoria to rusu tuturita. Geto to prieta no so. I channel spirit to spirit. And those spirits know who I'm talking to.
Societies, secret services within secret services, and secret deals made on a grand scale.
Some call it the deep state, and some call it the shadow governments, what have you. And some call it the elites and what have you.
A world with shadow governments, with an excessively rich 1% of the world population that actually runs the world. Not our political leaders, not our presidents, but a very small group that we refer to as the Illuminati or Cabal. I learned about an evil master plan to completely dominate the world. And the ordinary people like you and
I struggle big time with the church. And the reason why I struggle big time with the church is because they're telling people like, you know, God wants you to donate your money. But this is the way things are going. Okay. They have these big places or in all these big fancy places with big crowns on and what have you. And they're saying about the people starving and people dying and what have you. But they're still telling people, give your money to us, give your money to us. God wants you to give your money to us. Give it to us so we can help feed the people so that what we're trying is saying that we're helping feed the people, we're going to make you starve.
We know nothing. We get up in the morning, we go to work, we pay our bills and our taxes, we watch TV and go to bed, not knowing that there's a battle being fought over our heads for world dominance, a battle between good and evil. This is what Q is pointing out to us. But we, the Anons, have to do the research. And we do. Like nerds, like an army of digital autists, we connect the dots. There is a war going on for world dominance, for the absolute submission of the masses. How is this achieved? By the constant waging of war, by the introduction of the Federal Reserve Bank and central banks, by trafficking drugs, oil, and people. The only two American presidents who tried to break down the power of the elite, beginning with the banks by printing their...
We'll see that. Okay, that's showing
oil.
The presidents.
The only...
Okay, presidents. George Washington. I traced George Washington back to the time of my great-granddaddy, and he and my great-granddaddy were both farmers, and George Washington knew people on Oak Island, and that's where my great-granddaddy was. They knew each other. And that's not bullshit either.
Two American presidents who tried to break down the power of the elite, beginning with the banks by printing their own interest-free, debt-free money, thus bypassing the Federal Reserve System, were Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy. What else did they have in common? They got murdered. Now, why are the banks so important?
And I was actually in a church one day because I was doing some research. And I was in the top part where they had the seating for probably the higher ups, right? And when I walked on there, what I ended up experiencing was I was seeing somebody thrown over the top of the balcony. It was an altercation, and someone was thrown. Oh, her fuck. And that was one of the churches that my first great-granddaddy that arrived here, my eighth, would have been kind of my seventh, eighth great-granddaddy. And he was the one who was scalped in the Cornwallis. And I'm pretty sure Edward Cornwallis himself was the one who scalped my great-granddaddy.
What exactly is the Federal Reserve and its central banks? The Federal Reserve is the central bank system of the US. And in spite of the very misleading word federal, the Federal Reserve and all central
Go watch
banks
Frozen
around the
2
world
and you'll find
are
out what I'm
privately
talking about.
owned. They are not government institutions. They are owned by some of the most wealthy and influential families in the world, two of which are close to the top of the power pyramid, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers.
Now, in the book, The Last Tycoon, okay, The Many Lives of Donald Trump, in there, Ivana said about her and Donald Trump wanting to get with the Rockefellers. Now, my question is was Donald Trump actually given no choice but to do what he's doing right now? Okay. It's a question. I'm allowed to ask the question. Like, yes, okay, he could be said to be bringing things forward. Was he undercover? Or did he decide to switch sides, to do the right thing? And what's going to come out with regards to all of them? Because I started reading the book, The Last Tycoon. You can get it on, like if you go to Amazon, You can get it on Amazon and you can read some of it through Kindle. It's the sample. I'm not saying that this is like anything like that. I'm asking the question of what actually happened. Okay? Because the truth is all going to come out. And that's the part that's it's going to set a lot of people back. It's going to be confusion for many people. But it's that part of, as much as we don't want to say it, everything happens for a reason.
The Federal Reserve was set up in 1913 after quite a bit of opposition from the US government and some very wealthy people, such as Benjamin Guggenheim, from a very...
It even says in the book that his father, Fred Sr. Trump, was connected with the mafia. Yeah. They like the it's about QAnon, right? Am I not allowed to ask those questions? And she says it right there. Look for yourself.
Influential mining family, Isidor Straus, head of Macy's department stores and politician, and John Jacob Astor, businessman, inventor, and probably one of the wealthiest men at that time. The wealth of these three men in those days was approximately $500 million, which today would amount to something like 11 billion. These men were so rich they could not be bought, not by any bank. What else did they have in common? Apart from money, power, and opposing the creation of the US Federal Reserve? They all died on April 15, 1912, when the ship they traveled on hit an iceberg and disappeared in the cold ocean. Coincidence?
They're talking about the Titanic, right?
Let's just say the Titanic disaster was highly convenient. The rest of the opposition was easily cornered. US Congress was bypassed. The Fed was created illegally, unconstitutionally, something not many people are aware of. Let's have a look at the visible top of the power pyramid. There we have the Rothschild family. In short, this family owns most of the world. They own each and every central bank. They own the Federal Reserve. They control the International Monetary Fund. They control the World Health Organization. They financed both parties of every war since the war against Napoleon.
I know people are saying, you keep stopping. Yes, because I want people to go watch, like they're talking about the big central banks and what have you, okay? Go watch the movie In Time. Okay? You can get it free on YouTube. In Time. It talks about the central bank. It talks about like through the like they got to pay through the wrist or what have you, and your life force is through this. Okay? Watch it. It's called In Time.
They financed the Bolshevik Revolution. They financed Hitler and the Nazis. They financed the production of IBM's punching machines for an efficient prosecution of the Jews by the Nazis. And they had equities in Exxon and IG Farben, the dealers of Zyklon B gas for the Nazi gas chambers. The estimated net worth of the Rothschild family is $500 billion. When you have that much money and power, you can poke the chest of the Crown Prince of Great Britain like he's your big...
Oh, shit. Okay, now. Yeah, I got a thing and it's not hooked in. Now, It's that part of, okay, they said the Rothschild family, it's like the Rothschild family is worth about $500 billion. Now, I want you to have a look at what Elon Musk's net worth is. Damn near half of $1 trillion. About the same for one man. So your king, they're saying he's being bitch slapped around like he's just like, he's a puppet. What he actually turns out to be is another distraction.
And when you oppose their power and try to stop them from taking over your banking system by setting up a central bank in your country that loans money to you at insane interest rates that you can never pay back, so that your country becomes the eternal slave to the Rothschild banking system, as happened to every country around the world, you are either ousted or killed. Your country will be invaded and blown to smithereens in the name of democracy, supported by the mainstream media that portrays you as a dictator. The same applies to those who refuse to accept the almighty US petrodollar. Oh, and there's much more, but we'll leave that for another time. The Rothschilds are not the only ones dominating the world. They are just part of the 1%, the elite. Another family of great influence are the Rockefellers. They made their initial fortune through oil. That fortune led to massive industrial influence in American politics, the banking system, and the pharmaceutical industry.
See, there's a part where Donald Trump, he's still talking about bringing up the oil companies, right? It's that part of, give us our fucking free energy and give it now.
They founded schools and universities, leaving a huge imprint on what should and should not be taught to our children and students. The Rockefellers further expanded their tentacles of power into the medical world and into hospitals. They now own the Rockefeller University with its Academy of Medicine and the Academy of Sciences, the International Health Foundation, the American Cancer Society, the Drug Trust, the American Medical Association, and the FDA. Everything was in the hands of the Rockefellers. They further infiltrated the educational and medical system by means of the Rockefeller Foundation, giving grants to specific research programs, such as the research and development of vaccines, for instance, against Ebola, yellow fever, Zika, the flu, and Gardasil, which is further developed and promoted by billionaire and partner in crime Bill Gates.
See, this is the stuff they don't want you knowing about, because then it's not profitable to them. The Doctor's Book of Home Remedies. I showed this the other day. The Book of Herbs. In here, it has medicinal herbs. And then I showed this one too. Healing without medication. They don't want you knowing that stuff. Gisu. Sila chukule para se tungritu kure para isa tuturai.
case of dangerous side effects such as miscarriage, autism, sterility, seizures, paralysis, and death was brought before the FDA and cleared.
I know someone, and sometimes people don't want to admit to it, but I know someone who I'm pretty certain they died from the biggest side effect of the vaccines that they just put out. And you can't get those people back. It's not about going after money. It's going after the corruption. It's making them accountable for what they've done.
And all of the above was promoted by doctors and the media, where the Rockefellers had placed their...
They advertise to get your vaccines and your flu shots and everything all the freaking time. Why? It's not because they care about your health.
representatives at the highest levels. Even presidents assured us it was safe.
They probably got saline.
All use of alternative healing was demonized and prohibited, while the treatment with drugs and the drug dependency were pushed down the political agenda. The Rockefellers were also responsible for adding the toxic chemical waste product fluoride to our water and toothpaste.
Keep in mind when they're working with fluoride, they use hazmat suits. But they're telling you, put it in your mouth, drink it, brush your teeth with it. What's that say?
Chemical waste product fluoride to our water and toothpaste.
Now, point in fact, fluoride causes more human cancers and causes it faster than any other chemical. So you're brushing your teeth, you're drinking the water. I'm going to well. But people around me, the biggest majority of them, they're on municipal water. And then they're telling you, we're going to supply, you got to get buy bottled water. So you're going in, you're buying water, which your water should already be free. You're going and buying water, and it's put in plastic containers.
And as usual,
And that's someone from the National Health.
About its healing qualities. No doctor or dentist ever tested its efficacy. They simply told their patients what they'd be taught at the Rockefeller institutions. Yet another field of interest was the genetic manipulation of crops. The Rockefellers own millions of shares of Monsanto stock, as does their partner Bill Gates. Their mutual interest in eugenics, which aims at improving the genetic quality of the human population, will come as no surprise. Back in Nazi Germany, the Rockefellers financed the horrific eugenics experiments performed on Jewish people, trying to create a superior mark.
I want you to keep in mind, too, that was it not Donald Trump's great-granddaddy that was from Germany? Sit with that. Please sit with that. Because it was Donald Trump's granddaddy that took everything out of Nikola Tesla's hotel room after he died. And what were they doing in Germany? They were taking anybody's inventions, anybody's knowledge of anything from them and burning books.
Master race. So, in short, two very powerful families that rule the world and its population are the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. And guess what? They are not even the most powerful. There are other families that exceed the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, both in money and in power. But I will not go any deeper into that at this stage. We'll save that for later, shall we? There's one more man I want to put in the limelight right now. George Soros, described by the mainstream media as investor and philanthropist. His net worth? $25 billion. Soros was born in Hungary. After World War II, he moved to England and then on to the US, where he made a fortune with his hedge funds and his merciless ways to manipulate the financial market, using crises to further increase his own.
I'm stopping that. Okay, I'm going to take you back for a sec, and I'm going to point something out. Okay.
$. Soros was born in Hungary. After World War II, he moved to England.
Now, does everybody see his hand gesture? Like this? Now, okay. I want people to keep in mind, my channel is Spirit to Spirit. Okay? This here, it's the connection. It's the enlightenment. Okay? They know certain things. They've tapped into certain aspects of the universe. And people won't believe that, but you'll see these gestures. Trump was like this. I do that, but I'm moving. Okay? You'll see me use a lot of different hand gestures because I said my ancestors, people don't believe that. But it is true. They will show us things through us, through others. And there are many others that do this because they are making that connection. And they go in the opposite direction. They use it for greed, ignorance, and corruption. But then there's the ones like me. I'm not even using it for anything. It's my ancestor, like it's that part of I've embraced spirit and all different forms of it. So maybe I'm showing something to the people. Their hand signals, their hand gestures. And people say this is peace. And people say this is the devil and everything like that. Okay? They showed it with regards to the Pope. So if you see me doing, it doesn't mean I'm demonic or I'm for the elites or anything like that, because I'm for the people. It's that part of it's seeing the darkness so we can get to the light.
And then on to the US, where he made a fortune with his hedge funds and his merciless ways to manipulate the financial market, using crises to further increase his own wealth and expand his power. He prides himself in taking no responsibility for his actions and the destruction he caused to literally millions of people. I quote, "I'm here to make money. I cannot and do not look at the social consequences of what I do." Soros strikes me for his choice of funding. For example, NAMBLA, the North American Man-Boy Love Association. their goal, and their slogan, sex before hate, before it's too late. This is their mascot. Why does this great benefactor support a pedophile club such as NUNLA? Then there's Antifa, the anti-fascist movement. When we look at their actions, we see nothing but violence. They show great resemblance with fascism, which is rather strange for an anti-fascist movement. Even one of their flags is weird in that sense. Why would anyone finance such a thing? The same goes for Black Lives Matter. Why sponsor a movement that pretends to be left-wing that shows nothing but riots and violence in practice? Do you want to know what we're dealing with here? Then follow me to part 3.
Let's go. The alien invasion. We're in that phase now, right?
Caravan
So they
headed
say
to the southern border
that
of the
it's
US
in
in
let's
April
see.
2018
But
was
the people.
covered by the media big time. According to the
Excuse me.
official reports, these people came mostly from Honduras, where the caravan had started, and then people from Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Mexico joined the march. The main reasons for them to
Alien means not from here. Like not from the place.
flee their home country were gang violence and poverty. When I saw the first pictures, I was shocked. But then I realized there were just too many images of women and children, which is always a sign of media manipulation and a hidden political agenda. Always. Critical thinkers like the QAnons studied the pictures closely. Too many things did not add up. Like I said in part 1, these people had to walk for 45 miles a day, each and every day for 1.5 months. But these people don't look exhausted. They're not dirty or sweaty. I mean, look at them. Their clothes are clean. Clean babies. Clean pants. They wear labels. They are well fed. These people aren't refugees. They're not poor. I traveled through Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras, and I saw poverty. Believe me, these people are not poor. 45 miles a day on flip-flops?
Stage.
Are you kidding me? Or even barefoot? Come on, where are the blisters? And why aren't they carrying...
Where's the milk? Where's the diapers?
Like blankets, food, water. Where are the spare diapers? Some people do have small backpacks, but they appear to be brand new.
Bought and paid for.
So, what did happen? First of all, buses and vans were deployed to transport all of these people from Honduras to the US border. Flip-flops? No problem. You only have to get out of the van occasionally for a group photo. Next, in order to get as many people as possible, you pay them. Thanks to some alert anons, this was filmed on site. Then, in order to be efficient for the media, you give the main players a colored wristband. Brilliant! Different colors have different meanings.
Looks like the circus.
All known to the reporters.
Going to the
and
fair.
cameramen.
Quito por el criasure.
Some people overact. Others are really convincing and make it to the World News Report. Meet Maria Meza and her 5 children, all the way from Honduras. She made it to every news item on TV, telling about her terror, the fear for her children, their eyes all wet and swollen due to the tear gas that the American Border Patrol so viciously threw at them. Well, Maria, there are a few flaws in your story. I've looked at every single picture of you and your beautiful girls. None of them show any signs of tear gas.
If you got hit by tear gas, your eyes would be burning.
This picture clearly shows that you are the only ones in action. The cameraman shoots away, completely unhindered by the gas, and there is no panic. Let's have a closer look at this picture. Cameramen are standing in the line of smoke, yet have no problem with that.
None of them do.
Oh, wait, look! Somebody is throwing a gas canister. Is that a fellow refugee? Maria told the press that her son went back the next day to get the canister and show it to the reporters. Shame on you, America. I do hope Maria was paid handsomely. I really do. But her story sucks. The family was photographed on another day, getting out of a van for yet another day's work in front of the camera. And a tear gas canister? You can buy them at any theatre prop retailer, or you can use the police training variety. They produce white smoke, but no harm is done. I guess Trump's statement was correct. No tear gas was used on the children. The entire mainstream media coverage of this event was biased and flawed. My advice to the producers, next time, pay more attention to the details, for the anons are onto you. Refugees who walk for thousands of miles do not walk like this. Or like this. They don't wear flip-flops. They don't have brand new pink buggies. They do not polish their nails. They don't wear iron shirts. Neither do they have perfect haircuts and makeup. When they say they flee their country because they're so poor they can't even buy food, don't show them with digital cameras and iPhones. Refugees who walk for thousands of miles are not clean. And for God's sake, pay attention to some of your supporting actors. And when you Photoshop someone into a picture, make sure you don't forget his leg. Oh, and make up your mind, will you? Do you want the shirt on or off? And what's with the Disney obsession? When you really want to know what's going on,
Those
in the world,
children are
you
victims
have
of
to
circumstance.
do research, just like you keep saying. And when you do, you will see what's real and what's not. The migrant caravan was a staged event with a political motive. Who was behind it? Who financed such a great event? George Soros. That's right, our great benefactor, George Soros, connected to the pedophile club NAMBLA and the rioting and violent Antifa and Black Lives Matter. How do we know he's behind all of these so-called social movements? Well, it's not really a secret. According to an analysis of his tax filings, he invested $33 million in the notorious Ferguson riots alone. Soros promised everyone who participated in the massive protests $15 an hour. In the case of the migrant caravan, All they had to do was play the part of...
I am stopping it. It was $15 an hour. But see, when they're asked in the States, because right now, I guess the States minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. Okay, so that's well above. Okay, that's double, and then a bit. Okay, and when they were asked about increasing the minimum wage from $7.25 and increasing it, they told them that no, we're happy with where it's at.
Poor refugees looking for a safe haven. Money, new clothes, food, toys, and an extra bonus if you play your part well. Who'd refuse a job like that? Soros made a mistake by not fulfilling his financial promises. So then we had more riots, this time by angry actors who demanded payment. Videos of Antifa members shouting, "Soros, Soros, where's our money?" went viral, yet everything was hushed up by the mainstream media. So, what's his motive? Why would anyone invest?
It was
so
hushed
much
up by the
money
mainstream
in
media
these
because they're
massive
involved.
and well-organized movements? To destabilize a country, to create division. Division by skin color, by political wing, by religion, by gender. A divided people is easy to rule. A united people is not. Let's go back to the Q phenomenon. As we've seen in part 2, Q strongly emphasizes the importance to unite. United we stand, divided we fall. Q portrays a better world without wars, treason, and corruption. And whether you like it or not, the task to get there has been put in the hands of Donald J. Trump. Now, normally when I say this to people, I get the most vicious looks. Thanks to the mainstream media, the majority of the Dutch people believe Trump to be a narcissistic dictator. But hey, let's talk some facts here, shall we? Trump went to North Korea. He'll start a nuclear war, the media shouted. But he came back with peace. 6 million new jobs have been created under Trump. Lowest unemployment rates since 50 years. More than 4 million people off of food stamps. Trump openly attacked Big Pharma. He created the biggest tax cuts ever for all social classes. He is the only American president ever to work for free. He signed an executive order to clean the oceans. Did you hear about that on the news? No. For some reason, the mainstream media have a political agenda of their own, but more about that later. From my point of view, one of the most important priorities of Trump is to protect the children. Right after his inauguration, he stated that his administration would focus on ending the horrific practice of human trafficking, also referred to as modern slavery. On December 21, 2017, he signed an executive order blocking the property of people involved in serious human rights abuse and corruption. More executive orders follow to protect victims of human trafficking. A huge campaign was deployed to educate parents and children about the dangers of human trafficking. Throughout 2018 and 19, many arrests took place. Thousands of child molesters were arrested. Thousands of victims were rescued. Trump keeps emphasizing that most victims are smuggled into the country through the southern border. He shows numbers, statistics. He made January Human Trafficking Awareness Month. He informed the people about MS-13, a criminal gang responsible for raping and killing many American citizens. He swore he would take them down to the last member. He keeps emphasizing the drugs problem and the billions of dollars plus the countless lives it costs each year. He keeps pleading for a wall, anything to reduce the drugs and human trafficking numbers as much as possible. But the mainstream...
Now, there's parts where in different things they're saying that the guns and that were actually coming from the States. So it's the part of he said, she said, and it's that part of I'm going to be honest. It's happening on all sides. And it's also that part of is he being put in the limelight for this because he was already well known. I'm asking it because I'm not saying that what he's doing is not real. Because what we're being shown here, that's all great things. But is it about building walls? Don't we already have enough walls built? Shouldn't we be fixing those walls? There was things that was about treaties that got broken. And, it said Donald Trump was guilty of that too. But back in the 60s, they had captured an extraterrestrial and said that our governments and the elites and what have you, they were going to use propaganda against the people. And what's happening right now? They're using propaganda against the people, and the people are fighting over everything. I read about Trump. I don't like Trump for the things that I've read about. But I've also read about what his father was like. And I also had somebody tell me that you think the son is bad. The father was worse.
Mainstream media keep twisting his words, making it sound like immigrants aren't welcome. I've watched these interviews time and again, and I can assure you that according to President Trump, immigrants are most welcome, but they have to come in legally.
Donald Trump, I'd love to talk to you. And then my body will tell if you're telling the truth or not.
The funny thing is, Bill Clinton wanted a wall. Obama wanted a wall.
Okay, that says we simply cannot allow. Oh, first we'll go to Clinton.
Immigrants are most welcome, but they have to come in legally. The funny
I
thing
agree
is,
with that.
Bill Clinton wants.
Bill Clinton 20 years ago sounds a lot like Donald Trump today. 1996. Well, in those times, Donald Trump was not actually a good man because the book Tycoon, the Many Lives of Donald Trump, come out in like 93 or 97. And this says Bill One of these areas is the problem of illegal immigrants.
To the wall. Obama wanted a wall.
We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country. Barack Obama in 2005.
Hillary wanted a wall. They
I want a
all
wall.
voted for
I
a
also
wall
want
when
a
they were
wall.
still in the Senate.
Oh
I'm
no.
talking about the 2006 Secure Fence Act, passed by a Republican Congress and signed by President George W. Bush. There wasn't a problem back then, but now all of a sudden, Trump is an immigrant hater? The more I study this subject, the more I understand why Trump is bashing fake news. But more about that soon. Back to Trump's war against human traffickers. For years, whistleblowers at the highest levels have been stepping forward with testimonies
CIA
about
Operation
child
Trump
trafficking for
is-
the elite.
We supply elite pedophilias with children. Ted Gunderson, the 27-year retired FBI veteran, former Los Angeles senior special agent in charge, shares compelling evidence into the CIA's involvement in satanic ritual abuse, drug trafficking, and kidnapping, international trafficking, murder of countless children worldwide. Now, I said it, and I'll say it again. There are two sides to each. You have your good, and then your dark. You have your good and the corruption. What's this? Appears to expose the lead pedophile ring while filming in Las Vegas, and the FBI ignore it.
This is nothing new.
She had
It
a
was just never
barcode
dealt
on her
with
back.
Until now. The thing is, when I talk about this in my presentations, people don't want to hear about it. They don't want to look at these pictures, which I understand. I would rather look away as well. But that reminds me of the famous one-liner of the Germans right after World War II, after being confronted with the painful question, how could you let the Nazi atrocities happen? Why didn't you do something? The answer was always, wir haben's nicht gewusst. We didn't know. Of course they knew. It was just too painful and too dangerous to acknowledge it and to do something about it. Well, I will not look away any longer. These kids are not helped by our denial. They are helped by our action. So for God's sake, keep watching. We are the only hope they have left.
What if it was your
trafficking
child?
for the elite. That
What if it
is
was your
bigger
daughter, your
than
sister, your
pedophilia.
mother?
We are
your
talking
brother,
about a huge
your son,
criminal organization kidnapping
your
children
husband.
and selling them to high-ranking officials, from mayors, judges, and senators to presidents and even royalty. Kidnapping children and selling them
I put
to
that back,
high-ranking
like
officials,
royalty.
from mayors,
You know,
judges.
you've seen, what's that say? For royalty, you've seen that Prince Andrew, ex-judge, pleads guilty to sex crimes. Forced victims into sex acts.
and senators to presidents
Shit, what did it say about the
and
senator?
even royalty.
I know I keep doing this,
Kidnapping
but
children
you know,
and selling them to high-ranking to presidents
fuck it. Forget
and
it.
even royalty. Do you think this is far-fetched? Do you think it's just a conspiracy theory? Get ready for some conspiracy facts in part 4.
Let's go. She says it, go do your own research. Some people don't care about it. Well, some people do. Child lovers everywhere.
In 2000,
I'm live.
In 2010, right after the devastating earthquake, 33 children were smuggled out of Haiti. The woman who was arrested, Laura Gaylor Silsby, said they were orphans who were about to be adopted in the US. Upon investigation, however...
Now, see, it's not just men who do it. It's women too. Okay? So think about that. It's not just men, it's women too. Okay? Women will talk about men, and men will talk about women, and women will talk about women, and men will talk about men. But it doesn't matter whether it's male or female. Both sexes are doing it. And later I will be going to talk about enlightenment about men and women.
It turned out most of these children were not orphans. They were later reunited with their parents. Furthermore, there were no adoption papers to be found. These kids had simply been abducted, stolen from their parents. Who exactly is this Laura Gaylor Silsby? First of all, she was on the board of directors of Alert Sense, the company that provides the technology for Amber Alert. Amber Alert is the broadcast emergency response to recover abducted children. Isn't that an interesting paradox?
The system.
A convicted child trafficker? Yes, she was found guilty and convicted, connected to Amber Alert, set up to rescue children? Secondly, this lady is the founder of the Baptist organization New Life Children's Refuge, an orphan rescue mission for Haiti. Sounds to me like she had a ways to smuggle children out of the country real easy. Nice cover. Last but not least, she's a close friend of the Clintons, who immediately paid for a lawyer, Jorge Puello, who himself is a convicted pedophile. He was arrested and convicted for leading an international human trafficking ring involving women and children. All of this came out into the open thanks to WikiLeaks that published the secret emails between the Clintons and Laura Gaylor Silsby. Let's continue with Haiti some more before moving on, shall we? Haiti was put in the limelight once again with the Oxfam scandal. Oxfam, known for its shops throughout the world for empowering...
Think of the word Haiti. Okay? The god Hades. Okay? I'll use the series. I know it's like people will say, well, okay, if you watch the series Once Upon a Time, and it's season 7, okay? They're in the underworld, and Hades is there, and everything under there is just like it's total chaos. Like nothing is. It's all a mess.
Women and for fighting poverty was banned from Haiti following the 2010 earthquake. There were orgies with prostitutes, some of which were underage. In other words, with children. Leaked emails further confirm that $3 million were diverted from Haitian relief funds via the Clinton Foundation to pay for Charles's extravagant 2010 wedding. When Trump called Haiti a shithole, the whole world went mad. But he was right. What he referred to was what the so-called non-profit organizations had
It's
turned the
not calling
island
it
into
something, it's
after
about
the
helping to
earthquake.
clean it up.
The Red Cross collected $500 million for Haiti, and all it did was build 6 houses. The Clinton Foundation ruthlessly misappropriated the earthquake donations from international donors and got away with it. Klaus Eberwein, a former government official of Haiti, due to testify about the Clinton corruption, was found dead with a bullet in his head only days before the trial on July 12, 2017. Monica Peterson, the young social anthropologist who went to Haiti to investigate
Do they feel
human
Donald
trafficking
Trump
on
is
the
a
island,
traitor?
and who tweeted some critical thoughts about the Clinton Foundation, was found dead by hanging shortly after in November 2016. Her death was ruled suicide. And when surgeon Dr. Dean Lorek openly vented his disgust about the corruption by the Clinton Foundation that he himself witnessed while trying to save lives on the island, he too ended up dead. In December 2017, he was found on the bathroom floor of his apartment in New York with a knife in his chest. His death too was ruled suicide. But hey, let's not dwell on the many suicides surrounding the Clintons. Let's go back to one of Q's often repeated sentences. Symbolism will be their downfall. In 2007, the FBI released a bulletin with symbols used by pedophiles to identify their sexual preferences and to communicate where to find both each other and their prey. The blue triangles identify boy lovers, the pink hearts are for girl lovers, and the butterflies for child lovers in general. These pedophile logos will indeed be their downfall. They are in plain sight, for they never thought people would
International
wake up
Adoption
and see.
Clinic.
And just like we saw with Amber Alert, it's the
With Kennedy
organizations
Grant
that
Institution
claim
of
to
John
protect
Hopkins
children
Child's
that actually
Center.
use pedophile logos. For instance, the International Adoption Clinic. New Star Kafala, a Muslim adoption and child advocacy agency. This is the orphans progress emotionally. Then there's the Pacific Crest Trade Association. It changed its logo in July 2017 after the pedophile connection in the capital A was discovered by the public. Now, I'm not saying these organizations are proven pedophile dens. I'm merely pointing out the interesting choice of logo, which of course could be totally based on coincidence. This logo eerily resembles the boy lover symbol. It was used by the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation, set up by the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, in honor of his father. This logo was on the 2015-16 annual report. Then there's Alpida, a Canadian refuge charity. Alpida was founded by the Radcliffe Foundation, set up and owned.
And there's also a part in the Lost Tycoon book. What was it? The Lost Tycoon, Many Lies of Donald Trump. It also said in there that Ivana was saying about with regards to the Trudeau. Spirit to spirit, there is secret mundo corretato, tu risito tore, no tote. Gusto. Dishula caporita corrito, risito to me eye. Spirit to spirit.
By Frank Justra. Now, apart from the interesting choice of logo, there are a few things about Mr. Justra that fascinate me. First of all, he's a major sponsor to the Clinton Foundation. We're talking $100 million and more. He loved going to Haiti with the Clintons. And he founded the Boys Club Network for boys between 12 and 18 seeking connection and mentorship. His co-founder is Jim Crescenzo, a teacher from Vancouver who received an Excellence Award from none other than Justin Trudeau.
See, there's not just corruption going on in the States. It's also going on here too. It's going on in Canada, and it's going on all throughout the world. And it's that part of, think about who we vote for, who we put in power. You're always putting in a person of wealth, high stature. And I have to ask why. Why are we doing that? Seriously, because they're wealthy? Does that mean that they're good business people? Does that mean that, they know what to do for the people? But these are the same people that are screwing you over for their money. He is connected to oil companies. Okay? He's connected to a lot. Him and Trump, they don't like each other, but I have to say, Trump said that when he went into the States that he was going to arrest Justin Trudeau, but Justin Trudeau went into the States and he didn't arrest him. And then he come back here and then tariffs were threatened and then Justin Trudeau quit. I'm allowed to ask these questions. What's true? What's not? Is it all a ploy to cause more fear and get more money from the people? Because I'll be honest, I don't trust not a one of them to be doing the right thing for the people and not their fame and fortune and not publicity. How many of you have watched the show Mad TV? And there's a guy on there named Stuart. And to get everyone's attention, he'll do something. He'll say, look what I can do.
Now, once again, I'm sure this is just coincidence.
No such thing.
What is it that Q keeps saying about coincidence?
Odds of state funeral on
mathematically impossible?
D5. How many
For
coincidences?
someone who claims to be a decent family man, Justin Trudeau sure has some interesting friends. Take Christopher Ingvelson, a Canadian.
Well, I'll say it. He says that Justin Trudeau has some interesting friends. Well, Donald Trump had some interesting friends. They both had interesting friends. And I am allowed to ask that question, bring that forward. So, tu dici que le potoreta.
Private school teacher, convicted for the possession and distribution of child porn. For many years, he was Trudeau's friend and roommate. For someone who claims to be a decent family man, Justin Trudeau sure has some interesting friends. Take Christopher Ingvelson, a Canadian private school teacher, convicted for the possession and distribution of child porn. For many years, he was Trudeau's friend and roommate. Then there's his best friend, Peter Dalgleish, the world-renowned humanitarian who was caught in the act in Nepal with 2 children, aged 12 and 14. He was the founder of Street Kids International and the Trails Youth Initiative program.
Donald Trump hung out with Epstein and P. Diddy.
But why choose pedophile logos? And why are so many set up by registered and convicted pedophiles and sex offenders? I mean, if you're a pedophile, wouldn't it be great to have your own child protection program? To have access to all those lovely children?
Child Protection Agency. Did you catch that?
These children often come from
Child Protection Agency. I know someone from years ago, their children got taken from them and they got put into foster care. Child protection took them. Child protection came to my house back in 2000, was 2005? March of 2005, because my son said that he didn't want to go back to his father's place. He ran and hid from me because he didn't want to go back to his father's place. So I called the school and told the school, like, hey, he won't be in for personal reasons. They contacted his father. His father contacted the police. The police come to my house. And they told me if I didn't let my son go, that he was going to be arrested. When I found my son, he was exactly in that position, in a corner, not wanting to go back to his father's place. He would tell me stuff. I would record him on the phone. So when the police come, I told them, like, I'm not letting him go. Well, if you don't let him go, like, we have to arrest you. So I told them, they went and they talked to my son. And then they took him. 21 days later, it takes child protection to do an investigation. 21 days later, he was dropped off on my front doorstep with no explanation. Just that, I need you to take care of him because I got to work and he's sick. And he never came back to get him. And prior to that, I had a visit from someone. And they told me that he should never have taken him from me in the first place. That's how my son was sitting, in a corner when he didn't want to go back. I'm not saying, like, I don't know what was going on there. But obviously, something, because something was said or something. Because I wasn't causing problems for anyone.
Troubled backgrounds.
But they'll say I
Some
was.
have criminal records. Many suffered from neglect and abuse in early childhood. Easy prey, and no concerned, loving parents to protect them. I mean, look at CPS.
Oh, yes. And I am gonna, okay. I've spoke of the one that used to come here. My ex-husband would bring him here. He had sexually assaulted me. But he had told me that back when he was younger, he was like 9 or something, he was put into foster care. Whether his parents put him there or what happened, I don't know. But he was put in foster care. And when he was put in foster care, he said they continuously locked him in the room. And this guy has a lot of mental health issues. My ex-husband would make the excuse that he was autistic. So it's that part of, the system creates it and then blames the people for it. But we are to blame for allowing it to happen.
Child Protective Services, exposed in 2007 for legally kidnapping and selling children for adoption out of foster care. The lady who exposed them, Congresswoman Nancy Schaefer, was murdered in 2010. Now back to Trudeau's interesting best friends. Here we have Ben Levin, former Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education, arrested and convicted in 2013 for making.
So the other one was the justice. This here is the educational system. What's your sins, everyone? Your sins are systems integrated into society. Think about it. They're telling us that we are the sinners. We do things that sometimes we don't think about doing them. Or sometimes, like when you have a murder or something like that, it's what happened. And I'm not excusing killing.
And distributing child pornography. Then there's Jan Gomeshi, the Canadian CBC radio host, arrested and charged in 2015 with 7 counts of sexual assault and 1 count of
Do they put that on your news?
By choking. Now, I don't know about this, but if I were Trudeau, I'd be more careful selecting my friends. He is surrounded by registered pedophiles and sex offenders. There's another prominent place where the FBI symbols of pedophilia can be found, in Hollywood.
And I said Donald Trump hangs around with some
children cartoons contain references to sex and violence.
Did anybody see that? I know that they can Photoshop, but if you go back, if you've watched it, there's the beast, there's the dark one.
Doesn't that make you wonder who Walt Disney really was?
33
Why are
degrees.
children exposed to Illuminati symbols, such as pyramids and the all-seeing eye, time and again?
See, the all-seeing eye has been put into a lot of negative aspects of things, okay? However, the all-seeing eye actually represents the eye of seeing truth, of, like, to me, the all-seeing eye is you see evil, you see good. You have the clairvoyance, you have the psychic abilities, you have the telepath. Some of them even actually, like, you can tap it, they can tap into different entities. But some will say, well, that's not real. But yeah, it is. Because I've experienced both sides. And now I'm tapped in, like, with the dark and the light, because it's sorting through the shit to make the shift. And it's that sorting out within ourselves. So the all-seeing eye is represented as all being bad, but it's not. Just believing, like, that all ones within the Masons, within the CIA and federal government and everything like that. But you have your good with your bad. And you have the ones that are exposing the truth now. But it's so far up in the air. And this stuff here, it brought a lot of truth. brought a lot of deceit too. You have to, in order to see the truth, it's a part of digging deep for it, like people have. I'm not like, because, from the known history, because Donald Trump will only say good things about himself, but in this book, Last Tycoon, The Many Lives of Donald Trump, it said a whole lot of different things in there. It said that they spoke to at least like 100 of Donald Trump's close people. Okay, so it's not about fighting, because the people need to talk and hear one another out. And it's not about putting someone, like I said, in power because they're wealthy or because they have businesses or what have you. And you think because they can run a company that they can run a country. Well, a lot of the time they run a company like that and keep putting out hotels and different corporations and oil corporations, doesn't matter what, they put it out there and they're making big dollars off it. But you're poor. It's that part of putting ones in there that's been there, that knows how hard it is, that's experienced the stuff. It's not about idolizing somebody for their money, for their stature. It's about seeing each other, seeing yourself, so that you can see each other. I remember my son watching this. And Peter Pan, if you watch Once Upon a Time, Peter Pan actually was Rumpelstiltskin's father, the Dark One's father. And he was also the Peter Piper. And did Wendy go, or did he kidnap Wendy? When that happens, that's telling you something. They say the son is bad. It said the son is bad, but the father is worse. You thought that Rumpelstiltskin or the Dark One or what have you was bad. But his father was worse. He wanted to be a child forever. What's that say? Just keep rubbing until something comes out. Who cares if your partner has hair in places you don't? Whatever, I don't like. That could have been added. Like they did say there was a beast. There was a Beauty and the Beast, and it was like around about 1546 or thereabouts. Cos'è? Che vedo pure Anna? Sietore? Che la solo sucrimoto turista tatarietto tuin. I didn't learn these languages anywhere.
Doesn't that make you wonder who Walt Disney really was? Why are children exposed to Illuminati symbols, such as pyramids and the all-seeing eye, time and again?
That's what I was looking for. What did that
And
say?
why are pedophile...
Oh, shit. Crap.
And why are pedophile logos used for candy and ice
Just a
cream?
sec.
Yet another thing that attracts children. Again.
Sorry, I want to see what they're pointing at. Oh, the Illuminati. That's what they're pointing at up there. Oh, sorry. That's what they're pointing at right there. I rewound it to get this because I was wondering what they were doing there. And this was a show that my youngest son would watch.
And why are pedophile logos used for candy and ice cream? Yet another thing that attracts children. The more I dived into this topic, the more I realized to what...
How many people remember Dickie D? How many people remember Dickie D? Think of then, like how many kids may have gone missing then? Think of the drug traffic they would have been doing through it. They say la potore tore kare amara ture today. Kore to sum kya to pritikia. Sure toi. Excuse me, confirmation. An interesting fact about this brand's journey. Okay, so all these, an interesting fact about brand's journey. And these are the different, apparently different logos, all same, different names. We all scream for ice cream, the world's most favorite dessert. We all remember saying that. We all scream for ice. I scream for ice cream. You scream for ice cream. We all scream for ice cream. The world's most favorable dessert. Most people are not aware of the world's biggest ice cream manufacturer is Unilever. Unilever. I think that's 5 billion euros. I'm not sure. Global sales in 2008. Sold under different brand names across 440 different countries, adopting the Heart brand logo as a non-identifying theme for instant brand recognition. Brilliant strategy.
To what extent is it actually drenched our society? Top directors such as James Gunn, who openly and proudly tweet about being a pedophile. I guess this is normal in Hollywood.
See that? Actor. You're idolizing actors. You're idolizing Okay? He was in the Marvels. Which one was he? Shoot.
Top directors such as James Gunn, who openly and proudly tweet about being a pedophile. I guess this is normal in Hollywood.
Owned. What's that say? Oh, shit. Sorry about this, people. Okay. RT, this is a it must be like a tweet. RT, I like it when little boys touch me in my silly places. Now, it's that part of people say, well, that's not true. Well, how do we really know what's true anymore? Just got my very first manicure. I'm one thin line away from putting a penis in my mouth. That retweeted by 13 people. Like, and we allow our children to go on these things. Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, WhatsApp. And there's different ones. I don't know what all of them are. Those are the only, like, the ones I know. And then, well, they're not on Telegram, but you know, this is where the pedophiles are going to be. And our kids are on their cell phones doing God knows what, being employed. Some are even being coerced into taking naked pictures of themselves. As an adult, I went on a dating app and men were asking me to take naked pictures of myself, and they were sending me penis pictures. Seriously. And I met one guy on there, and he would go on vacation. I even have his picture. He would go on vacation to a place where he was 35-year-old man, and he would go somewhere so he could have intercourse with a 14-year-old girl. He would go to these vacation places. Right, I forget what it's called. Resorts. He'd go to resorts to have intercourse with young children there. And my question is, if he did that, where the fuck were the parents? Or were they the ones giving the children to them? Ask that question to yourself. Because a lot of them know, like, if you take your kids there, you know, the parents are going to want to, like, you know, do stuff. And so they're predators. And they're going to these resorts. And some of the parents are going there just for that purpose, because maybe they're getting paid a shit pile of money. Spirit to spirit, you know, if you're feeling it, well, you know, you're like you're connecting with the spirits. The Expendables was so mainly I effed the shit out of the little, holy shit, Pussy boy next to me. The boys are back in town, and we think that it's just girls. Seriously. You know, this was going on in Roman times. They were mentoring boys and having sex with them. And the clergy was doing things too. See, the place that I moved into in 2006, it had been originally a schoolhouse, a one-room schoolhouse. Okay. And then it was used as a church. I wasn't too bad upstairs, but I really couldn't stand being downstairs in the basement because you had a front room, like you had a front part. Like when you went down the steps, you come off the steps, and right across from that, there was a room and it had some bookshelves. Then next to that was another room. That room and the end room was the only ones with windows. And then the back room, I'll get to that. So when you're in that part there where there's the bookshelves or what have you, you go next to that and there is a room there with no windows. Okay? But then adjacent to that, through the door, there was a room there that was said to be used for the children. They had crib things there and stuff like that. They had cupboard, the sink, and everything in there. And then next to the room with no windows, there was another room with no windows. And then it was a long hallway. And then when you come out of that other room with no windows and you turned right, well, there was a room right across where the downstairs door would be. And they had like almost like bars on the windows. So I was creeped out in the hallway. Like I always felt odd. And there was a bathroom at this end and there was a bathroom at the other end. Okay, but when you come out of that room and you turn right and the room was there, and then it had another stairwell, but it was blocked off from upstairs where the kitchen was. And then when you come out of that room and then you take you turn right, well, you had we turned into a storage room, and then it had the furnace room. And the furnace room, it had the steel door on it. Okay, and it was fucking creepy. I hated it there. I had so many bad fucking vibes in it. I'd go down there to smoke because we weren't smoking, but I would smoke down in that room. And on the back of the door, if you close the door on the back of the door, it was like pounding. It was like people pounding on it. What is it today? And that was used as a school in the early 1900s because I had a picture of it. I had a picture of the students there. And I don't know where I have it now. And then it was used as a church. This is the same man's tweet. 3 men and a baby they had sex with. If this is true of what's being written here, it's like, holy shit, people. And I don't know if this is it's retweets. So whether it's on TikTok, I don't know. It looks like, or not TikTok, on Twitter. And didn't Elon Musk buy Twitter? I see a lot of Elon Musk stuff on there, and Like there was a lot of Trump stuff on there. There was Trudeau stuff on there. He's more for politics. But I'm still trying to understand things. But I'm seeing that, you know, it's not that money is bad. It's that it's been corrupted. Having nice things is not bad. It's how you got it.
He was fired over these tweets, rightly so, one would think, but only a few weeks later he was back at work. Out through the front door, back in.
How many kids do you know? How many kids do you know that are petrified of the bunny? Some are even afraid of Santa Claus. I sat on one Santa, like with my son, I sat on one Santa Claus's lap at one point. And holy crap, man, did he ever give me the friggin' creeps? He gave me the friggin' heebie-jeebies. The where he set his hand, I was extremely uncomfortable.
Through the back door. Nickelodeon's producer, Dan Snyder, lost his job because he couldn't keep his hands off of young girls. And here we have Brian Peck, a convicted child molester who only spent 16 months in jail, after which he was offered a job right back with Disney, where he continued working with underage girls. Once again, out through the front door, back in through the back door. Jason James Murphy kidnapped and sexually assaulted an 8-year-old boy in 1996. He served 5 years in jail, moved to California, used his shorter name, Jason James, and became a casting agent for child actors. The list of sexual predators in Hollywood
He's been charged.
endless. Only recently were some of them called out by their victims and arrested.
Kevin
Most
Spacey,
victims never
his
dare
own
to
son
speak
come
up,
forward about
while
him.
predators are absolute legends in Hollywood. Actor Corey Feldman was one of the first to speak up about child abuse in Hollywood. He and his best friend Corey Haim became actors at a very young age. They were incredibly successful and famous, but the price was high. They were sexually abused by various adults they worked with. It was common knowledge that the two Coreys were passed around at Hollywood parties. It resulted in great trauma that was buried for many years. The two Coreys sought relief in alcohol and drugs, which eventually led to Corey Haim's death at the age of 38. It wasn't until recently that Corey Feldman called out his abusers. Elijah Wood, who became world famous for his part as Frodo in The Lord of the Rings, supported Corey Feldman's statements about Hollywood as a pedophile den. Elijah was protected by his mother, who wouldn't let him visit any of the parties where a lot of the abuse took place. World-renowned actors such as Robert Downey Jr. and Brad Pitt also stepped forward to support all of these statements.
You think Hollywood is about making movies? That's just a byproduct. It's about money and, more importantly, power and control. The people who run Hollywood also run America and most of the world. And they don't care about movies. See, it makes me wonder, okay, when they're showing these movies, is it just a movie or is it actually happening to the people? You know, they know how to do things. If you don't think they know fucking magic, if you think they don't know, Why do you think they were trying to hush people up? Confirmation.
If you think that sounds crazy, wait till you hear Mel Gibson. The world-famous megastar, both as actor and producer, was blacklisted by Hollywood for stating that Hollywood is a den of parasites who feast on the blood of kids. He took it a whole lot further. Read for yourself.
Hollywood is an institutionalized pedophilia ring. It is a den of parasites who feast on the blood of children. Every studio in Hollywood.
Read for yourself.
Every studio in Hollywood is bought and paid for with the blood of innocent children. Didn't I just say, like, is it really happening? I don't care. Hollywood studios are drenched in the blood of innocent children. Baby blood. Baby blood is so popular in Hollywood that it basically operates as a currency of its own. Okay, so right now, children are dying, people are dying. Well, blood is blood. What did they do? And I never understood embalming. I never understood why they're removing the blood from the person's body. They say it's because, so the body will keep longer. Well, why do you want a body in the ground to keep longer? And then it's got chemicals in it and it leaches into your ground. But why there's never been, except for, so the body lasts longer. That's the reasoning behind these ones that are taking blood. What are they? The ones that work at the funeral home. I have it there because my sister wanted to be one. But she didn't. And I'm glad she didn't. Why do they take the blood out of the bodies? Seriously, when they're taking blood from a person, they only need a tiny little drop to do a test. So why do they take 6, 10 vials from people? Seriously. Did you ever ask yourself that? Why are they only need a little drop to do blood work. It doesn't take 6 vials. But see, people won't ask that question because it does. I don't get my blood work done. Because the one thing that they're looking for is your blood type. So it's that part, some will say, they are looking for different things. I'm not saying they're not looking for different things in your blood. But they can find that, they should be able to find that in one drop of blood of what they're looking for. Because it would all show up. Sit with it. Hollywood elites are an enemy of mankind. breaking every God-given taboo known to man, including the sanctity of children. See, the way some of them look after they come off of what is called adrenochrome. After some of the way some of them look, they look they age so quickly. Okay. And then you have some that, they look younger, but it's that part of, did you become enlightened and see your stuff and all the stress lifted? Or what did you do? He was one of the ones. Shit. From my understanding, he was one of the ones in California that lost his house to the fires, the recent California fires. It's an open secret in Hollywood. These people have their own religion, religious and spiritual teachings, and their own social and moral frameworks. They have their scared texts. They are sick, believe me, and they cannot be more at odds with what America stands for. So the fight is taking place in the States and Canada, because it's back and forth. Some people don't believe this, but people have been looking into this stuff and say it's propaganda and what have you, but it's, seeing it. They harvest the blood of children. It says here, they eat their flesh. If the children was suffering in body and before it died, psyche, before it died, they believe this gives them extra life force. Now, I want you all to think of the movie Monsters, Inc. Okay, Monsters, Inc. Okay, what was happening? They were going through the kids' closets and they were scaring them for their energy, for their life force, that fear. I said this before, go watch a movie, seriously. And then the character Mike and Scully, I think his name was Scully. What were they doing? They were trying to save the little girl. Because they wanted to kill the little girl. Extra life force. These people thrive on pain, trauma, stress, abuse, and suffering. There is a creative and loving force inside most of us that guides us through life. These people don't have this. For them, it's the opposite. See, when you're first born, you're very susceptible to certain energies, certain spirits, what have you. I was told by a medium that with me, between the age of, from the time I was born until I was 2 years old, that a grumpy old man attached himself to me. Okay? And it just left me to believe that it was a great grandfather. And I encourage people to go watch the movie Frozen 2. It says about where the military went in and killed like the head guy of the military. Went in and killed the Indian chief. Scalped him. That's what it would have been, and created a war. And that's why I said that I have strong reason to believe that when we'll say 8, because what have you, but when my 7th, 8th great granddaddy was scalped in 1756, I believe it was Edward Cornwallis himself. Because if you look in the history, it says in there that only one man and a few youth were killed. And that one man was my great granddaddy, and whoever the three or four youth that him and my great Grammy were trying to protect. So my family is in the history books. Your family is in the history books. And maybe he's that grumpy old man. And I think, like in the past, maybe it was the other part of my family that did it. Because, the two families in the movie, they realized that Elsa was the indigenous and of the military. The dogma. They're using and abusing kids. They churn through a huge amount of kids every year. Their spiritual beliefs, if you can call them that, direct them to harvest the energy of the kids. They feast on this stuff and they thrive on it. Babies are their highest currency. The premium brand of high-grade caviar, cocaine, diamond steak. The money involved, you have no idea. It's scary. But things are already taking place. And it's all happening behind the scenes. And that's why we say when it comes out, it's just, there's going to be a lot of healing needed. This isn't anything new. If you do some research, you will see it's a metaphysical, alchemical phenomenon. And you can find it behind the scenes in all the dark years of history. Okay. How many of you ever seen the movie Hills Have Eyes? It's a bunch of cannibals. Okay. And they say that like they take these kids and they'll take them out in the woods and then they'll have this chase. The chase is what's fun. Think of it. My mom watched that movie years ago. Like I couldn't. It's a part of, crap. Oh. It's a dark, multi-dimensional occult art and practice used by secret societies in the last few hundred years for social programming and mind control, and raised to the zenith by Hollywood in America in our era. See, when our ancestors come here, okay, they were set here and building tunnels was one of the things that they had to do in order to pay for their way over. But see, they had to pay for their way over, but they were told if they went, like, they would be given a place and everything like that. And they came from France, Germany. Some of them were said to be from other parts too. And then through the UK. Some were from other foreign countries too. I looked into it. And I did a lot of bawling. I did a lot of screaming. I did a lot of seeing, and it was just like, holy shit, man. Like, what the fuck? And I'm not going to say, excuse my French, because it ain't French. See, they're saying about the multidimensional, and we're talking, like, a lot of people are talking about the multidimensional. Well, there are the good ones, and there are the corrupt ones, the dark ones. Okay? And it's multidimensional. It's a multidimensional war right now. And that's what you're seeing unfold. You're seeing it on different parallels. You're seeing it on different timelines and what have you. And that's why it's like history repeating itself. Like when we first did the first thing and they were talking about the California fires, like burning down houses and everything else and not touching the trees and flipping cars over and burning up through the center of trees and everything like that. Okay. That's what this here I got in 2020. And we're in 2025. So is that history repeating itself? Because from what I understood, I was seeing different things that it was showing about the fires. So, that's why some are seeing it and some aren't. Some that live in California say, we don't even smell any smoke. So if they're saying about burning, Hollywood's burning down, it means the illusion is burning down. I was supposed to put my
Could this
shirt
be
there.
true? Eating babies? Drinking their blood? Will this have a happy ending? Oh, yes.
Think of Hannibal Lecter.
Let's move on to part 5.
Like, think about that stuff. Hannibal Lecter and who was it? No, I just heard Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah, okay. And when in England, the Ripper. Think about it. What is it today? You got to show it to put it in the light. Even ourselves. Children, art, and pizza. This is where they're going to talk about Pizzagate.
In part 1, we briefly looked at the sexualization of children and the normalization of pedophilia in our society.
I actually seen, and I'm going to say it because I seen a picture of Donald Trump with his daughter, and the way she was dressed similar to stuff like this. People say Photoshop. Was it? Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. Not saying this to get people in an uproar. I'm saying, you're watching the veil thin. And they have these filters. Okay. I know some that there's one thing of you being an out, being an adult and using the filter on yourself. But when you're using the filter on your toddlers, your children, making them look glamorous, I'm not saying it's not okay to look beautiful, but we're putting these filters and we're trying to make our children look older than what they are. And I have to say, why? Should that be happening? I went to the gym today. When we got there, the place was like, the stadium was packed. The center was packed. We didn't know why. I thought it was a hockey game or something like that. Come to find out, it was a cheerleading competition. Okay? Why do they have to be dressed in clothes like this for cheerleading? Seriously. I have to ask. Seriously, why are they dressed in clothes like that for cheerleading? Do you know what it attracts? I'm not saying it's your children's fault. Do you know who would dress them in clothes like this? Pedophiles, sex offenders, creeps. They shouldn't be dressed like that. And any parent who approves of it, I'm not being ignorant, but you might want to shake your fucking head.
innocence is sexier than you think?
I know some things can be
What about this
photoshopped and not
clothing store
stupid.
called Sweet and Sexy Kids? What the hell is sexy about kids? At an academic presentation at Cambridge University in June 2018, it was actually stated that the majority of men are probably pedophiles and that pedophilic interest is normal and healthy. The New York Times declared pedophilia not a crime but a disorder. And during 2 TEDx talks, pedophilia was presented not as a disorder but as a sexual orientation. Posters were spread.
Keep your fucking hands off the
And
kids.
Cosmopolitan magazine published an article by the hand of a young woman who became her father's lover.
Everything is sexualized. I watched a thing, and they were showing it was on Red Pill, men's rights, and it was showing on billboards women that had been portrayed to have been beaten, and it was glorified because they were wearing sexy clothes. Gila totoretare. Simikoto purushala hesurumoto tokia no totoye. Gisuton. To blame one culture or one group of people, one color, one sexual orientation? No. What other women earn? Can't refreshing real.
Now, of course, in order to make all of this legal, the age of consent had to go down so that having sex with a child would no longer be a crime. No problem.
I did a live video one day. It was before Christmas. And it was about the about a statutory rape one. The age of statutory rape.
And politicians.
And it was quite interesting what I found out. And your king, the one you look to, was 29 when he got with a 16-year-old. Diana.
At the highest level did their utmost best to take care of
So
her.
she had Justice of the Supreme Court obstructed the prosecution of child sex offenders. Age of consent 12 years. See, it's a woman. Doesn't matter if it's a boy, like a child. 12 years. Seriously, people. It looks like a woman to me. Unless, people say, well, she's transgender. Well, how do you know she's transgender? It's said to be a woman. Doesn't matter whether it's transgender, male, female, however people identify. UK politician Labour Party. Age of consent 14 years. In some cases 10 years.
Not many.
We cannot prove sex with children does them harm. take it from a child who was someone who was raped as a child at 9 years old. You're fucking right, it causes harm. Discute. It causes a lot of harm. I'll tell you, it most likely, if not definitely, causes more harm than a child being beat up every day. Because beat up every day is on the exterior. But when they're raped and sexually molested and everything, that's inside. That's taking their total innocence away. And anyone who thinks that's okay, even 14 is too young. And I don't care what 14-year-old thinks that they're okay to make a decision to have intercourse or not. It destroys at a young age. Because it's glorified. And if kids are having sex at a young age, ask yourself why? What is going on for them to even want to know that? What are they exposed to? Where are their parents? And you know what? Sometimes it's because the parents are out working to try to earn an income while you fuckers are going through the back door and hurting the children. This is a spirit to spirit, and they know who I'm talking to. And if you want to laugh will be on you. Some people say that they can't get help. You know, how about finding out why they're doing it? What happened to them? Because it's one vicious fucking circle, because it goes unseen and people just ignore it. And don't believe the children, because the children are the ones lying and the adults and the people of power are the ones telling the truth. No, they're fucking not. That's why people don't step up. And when they do, they get told they're fucking liars or it didn't happen. Or some get told, well, you know, you were wearing tight pants. I had somebody say that to me. Well, were you wearing your tight pants? You fucker. You're lucky you don't punch you right in your fucking lookers. Because let me tell you, that day that happened, man, the spirits were coming in then, and I had to hold them back because really, they wanted to just grab him and fucking hurt him and throw him through the fucking wall. And I did I grabbed a hold of him and I just wanted to take him and just shake the fucking bejesus out of him for fucking saying that. And it would have been all in my right to do so. Whether he laid a hand on me or not. You fucking blame someone because they were sexually assaulted or raped because of what they wear? That's like I seen a thing where a mother was telling her child not to dress a certain way because she looks like she's looking for it. Seriously? because of the way somebody dresses, and it doesn't matter man or woman. You know, somebody just said transgender. You know, like, that's the two-spirited. See, that's a woman. We cannot prove sex with children does not harm them. Lady, I hope you didn't have fucking kids.
People know that Patricia Hewitt was General Secretary of the NCCL, later known as
Children's
Liberty,
rights,
which was affiliated to PI, the Pedophile Information Exchange. Then there's former British Prime Minister Theresa May, who thinks pedophiles should be allowed to adopt children too. When you study the
please confirm discovery
topic,
of
it seems
child supermarket used by elite pedo ring.
Why is it so important to legalize pedophilia? Why is having sex with children so important? Any psychologist can tell you how harmful it is for children.
We got people
to have
everywhere
sex at a young age.
Ready for
and that
this.
Consent is a very dangerous concept, as pedophiles often tell their children they're simply demonstrating just how much they love them. Sex is then confused with love.
It's a part of teaching your child, no matter who it is, if it makes you feel uncomfortable, then it's probably not right.
The child cannot comprehend the subsequent feelings of pain, shame, anger, and fear. The secrecy put upon them is hard to deal with. All of this results in great trauma. Why then would a society push pedophilia down our throats? Step by step, normalizing it so that we grow instead of reject it. Why create a society of traumatized people? Why are pedophile logos used in children cartoons, Disney movies, candy and ice cream, child protection centers, adoption agencies, in business and in politics? Meet Sheila Jackson Lee, member of the House of Representatives, proudly wearing her young boy lover ring. What is going on here? Let's follow a lead.
People say Photoshop, is it really?
This still image appears in a video clip of a band called Sex Stains, and this is where it gets interesting. They played at Comet Ping Pong, a restaurant in Washington, D.C. Best known for its pizzas, ping pong tables in the basement, high-profile clients such as Hillary Clinton and the Obamas.
People say that didn't happen.
And a conspiracy theory called Pizzagate. More about which in a bit. Meet the owner of Comet Ping Pong, James Achilles Alefantis. When Alefantis started his restaurant in 2006, he didn't have much, according to himself. Yet in 2012, only 6 years later, he was named as one of the 50 most powerful people in Washington, D.C. That fascinates me. You don't become that powerful by running a pizza place. So, who exactly is James Alefantis? He portrays Comet Ping Pong as a family-friendly restaurant, yet his tweets and those posted on his Twitter account...
Anybody see those pictures? It's a naked woman. Naked. Crossed over. Sexual position. Man. 2 women and a man. Yeah, shit, she is right. Yes, I do hear you. I am for real, yes.
Are controversial, to say the least.
German baby 1200. Oh, bestiality.
It's clear that Alefantis...
My channel's for adults.
Comet Ping Pong.
It's not for
often displays
children,
the work
people
of
under
artists
18.
with a very specific taste. This is the work of Arrington de Dioniso.
Okay.
It's clear that Elephanta's
That's a painting.
loves art.
I'm not like, you know.
Ping Pong
and this is down in the place. So we didn't see when I pointed out the head of a child. 2 women, child, looks like a little girl, a man, and then other ones behind, lining up to take turns. And some will say, well, that's not real. And it says right down here, it was done in 2010. But it's not real. You know, right there. It has his name. And then it says something 50 and then 2010.
displays the work of artists with a very specific taste. This is the work of Arrington de Dioniso.
That's another one. Is that not like disturbing? And that's women. This is like...
Not a big Trump fan, huh? Why is this on the walls of a child-friendly pizza place? Elephantus loves a good party. Now here's a picture he wishes he never posted. Meet his party friend, Miss Summercamp. What else? He had a love
I just heard that,
with
yes.
David Brock, political consultant and founder of Media Matters for America, a progressive research and information center dedicated to comprehensively monitor, analyze, and correct conservative misinformation in the US media. In other words, an organization for censorship. Brock's Media Matters received $1 million from none other than George Soros back in 2010.
What are all these platforms trying to do? Censor us. In the States, they're shutting down TikTok. Why? They say because it's a terrorist, it's a threat. You know, when I go on TikTok, a lot of the time, like I see like different things of truth, but the most things that I come across are people bringing positivity. People that are bringing hope. People that are helping people to see something brighter for their future. But those are the ones that, oh, well, they're demonic. No, they're not. They're not the ones in power. I'm not saying that people like don't do shit. It's that part of what are you using this knowledge for? For the good? Or for the greed, ignorance, and corruption? That's why it was said, didn't want it in the wrong hands. But it was already in the wrong hands. And then the same ones that keep telling you God wants your money so they can give it out to the people. Church in 1 year, I believe it was like between 2018 and 2020, on taxes alone in just that period. I believe it was like around $76 billion that they saved on taxes. Because they say that they're not profit, but they'll use all these things to say, well, we have this expense, we have that expense. And then none of it really goes to the people. And if the people do get help, they have to pretty much, suck ass and beg for it. Because they say, well, we have to talk, we have to talk to the higher ups. But first, we have to get your itty-gritty, dirty information as to why, your sad story as to why you need the money from us. Shouldn't it be that, all you have to do is show your pay stub and then they fucking know that you needed the money? Seriously.
Brooke also found it correct the record with the sole purpose of censoring all negative reports on Hillary Clinton on social media.
Hey! That's the website that guy that created the Marvel movies or something that was doing the tweeting. It was on this guy's channel because I seen the check mark. Did anybody else notice that? Crap. I don't look at it. So, yeah, that's why he was able to do that. Because they all stand together. Watch this.
Media Matters received $1 million from none other than George Soros back in 2010. Brooke also found it correct the record.
Correct the record. Okay? And that guy was writing those sexist things about the little pussies and everything like that. Excuse the term, because I hate using that. It's like, holy shit, man.
With the sole purpose of censoring all...
See? The check mark. And that check mark was on that guy that was tweeting that. Because I said about there whether it was Twitter or not, because it didn't look like Twitter, and it was up here in the corner and it had the check mark just like this. She is observant. I am. Yes, she is observant. Because that's what we heard.
Once again.
6 million to correct.
James Alefantis is definitely a lead we must follow. What else do we know about him? He is best friends with the political top of the US. He is closely connected to the Podesta brothers, John and Tony Podesta. John Podesta is quite a hotshot.
Podesta! Anybody familiar with the name Podesta? Wasn't he one of the ones that was affiliated with Donald Trump to get Trump's casino or something up and running? Oh, no. Seriously. That's him.
In American politics, he was White House Chief of Staff to President Clinton, Counselor to President Obama, and Chairman of the 2016 Hillary Clinton.
Now, let's see if they show him and Donald Trump buddy-buddy. at the casino. So I said, maybe Donald Trump was undercover. Who knows? Maybe it's all a stage. But that guy there, because I seen it. I remember seeing it. And I think it was at a bar, so it was probably in one of his Trump Towers, and Donald Trump went in business with him to get one of his casinos going or something like that. Now let's see if she says about Donald Trump doing that.
Presidential campaign. Tony Podesta is a political lobbyist and art
Didn't see him.
supporter. He and his ex-wife Heather collect the work of, for instance, the Dutch artist Margie Feerlings. Fascinating, to say the least.
And that's a kid.
They are also great admirers and buyers of the work of Patricia Piccinini.
Do you know they're showing you stuff?
And what about the work of Biljana Djordjevic that actually adorns the Podesta's living room?
They're showing dead bodies just laying all over the place. That was in the pool.
This is Louise Bourgeois. Her work is prominently present in Tony Podesta's mansion. This piece is called Arch of Hysteria. It greatly resembles the work of Jeffrey Dahmer, a serial killer who liked to dismember his victims and leave them
Didn't
in
I
a
just talk
somewhat
about him?
awkward position. And then there's the most interesting work of Kim Noble, a survivor of severe trauma in early childhood, which left her with 13 alter personas.
And that judge, or that person, that woman, she said that there's no proof that sex with children is not harmful. Oh my God, people. Maybe you were one that it happened to, and maybe you're one that's doing it.
Work shows the horrific things she experienced as a young child, like torture and rape.
See them in the cage? I had a vision that they had it was like people in pens, and then there was something going on, and I had a vision of, it was like I was getting the vision that a young child was in a cage somewhere. And it's not that I haven't been telling people what I'm seeing, and it's not because I'm there.
Her work was exhibited in Comet Ping Pong, our child-friendly pizza place. Now, I don't know about you, but this makes me sick as a dog. The more I study Pizzagate, the more I realize this was quite likely conspiracy fact.
The suspicion that the elite traffics babies and children on a large scale to be raped, tortured, and killed.
Not see.
Some people won't look at it. It's because some people won't address the elephant in the room, but they'll throw shit on the abused. They'll throw shit on the one who was raped, abused, molested.
Hey, you want to know the best part?
Huh. Well, I just got suspended on TikTok again for saying raped and abused because I'm showing this video. I must say that's pretty sad. Wow. And they say they don't censor people. I wasn't saying this was true. This woman wasn't saying. She said, go look it up. Look into things yourself. But see, going through everything else, it was fine. But when I got to this stuff on TikTok, I got shut down. So it leaves you to wonder. They tell you to question everything. But when you question it, they censor you. Hi, everyone. On TikTok, I was live and my account got suspended again. And it was right after I was bringing forward about things with regards to what people were saying about Pizzagate, different things like that. And if you want to watch the video, you can go to my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self. It may be glitching when you do that. However, I'm still live on my YouTube, Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self. So, I'm not saying this stuff is true. I'm bringing it forward. There's other stuff that I bring forward too and ask the questions. But it's that part of, it's the Democrats are saying that it's the Republicans are saying that it's the Democrats, and it's that part of, where's the one that sees both sides? Because it's that part of deflecting and keeping things off of each other, but coming to truth. It's that part of people sitting and wondering what's true and what's not. But the people have a right to know this stuff. You know, you go and you tout about truth and reconciliation. You know, you government officials, prime ministers, and all politicians, they get up here, there's truth and reconciliation, truth and reconciliation. But you know, when it's time for time for truth and reconciliation, they don't want to do that. Because truth and reconciliation means that they have to tell their truth too. But you know, they only want to tell the truth. They only want to tell about one side or the other and shit sling each other and everything like that. They all have dirty past. And it's into their present. But you know, you want we the people? We the people won't stand for it. And the ones that do stand for it, I have to ask why. Because the same people that don't say anything about it, or sorry, do anything about it, they sit back and they constantly say stuff. Like there's a lot of shit going on, but you know, there's even the UFOs that are coming. It's all coming to light, but they were always it was always there. Because that's a part of it too. So, you know, they were saying that Elon Musk was trying to buy TikTok. Different people were trying to buy TikTok. The Kevin O'Leary from Shark's Den was trying to buy TikTok. I even seen Dolly Parton was trying to buy TikTok. See, Kevin O'Leary basically said that he needed Donald Trump's money in order to buy TikTok. So it's that part, you know, like, okay. They say that they don't censor people, but I just got censored. Are they going to say that it was debunked? And who's going to say it was debunked? Is it the ones that don't want it out? Because, you know, the internet, a lot of stuff, and yes, I know that things can be Photoshopped. And that's why the woman at the beginning said, you know, don't take what she says as truth. Go look it up. Like, go look into it yourself. People will sit and they'll watch movies about children being raped, women being raped, and people being killed, men being raped and tortured and everything like that. But some people like watching it, and I have to say why. Like, why do you like watching it? And I just heard somebody say it turns me on. Well, you know, dice cule pequito prieta. I feel for you. Because probably as a child, unless you grew up around it, if it happened to you, you wouldn't like it so much. And that's what we don't look at. We turn a blind eye to things that, like in the real world, we don't want to see, but we're good with watching it on TV, right? Is that part of, we want the world, we want things to change. But we don't want to look at the things that need changing. We want truth and reconciliation. But we don't want to have to go through the untold stories. But the way that we end up going through those is because we're not truthful and honest in the first place about it. It's not like it's surrendering to your own truths. When they say surrender to God, it's surrendering to your own truths. But that's the way to freedom. Because true freedom is when everyone feels free. Free from the pain and suffering, and we don't need pain and suffering to live. That's just another illusion and facade that someone made up to say that that's how God works. And that's not how God works at all, at least not the God that I know. So with TikTok, I guess I can't go live for I don't know how many days right now. But like I said, go on to Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self on YouTube. Stop the timer. Oh. Hi, everyone. On TikTok, Okay. So, okay. So if we're on YouTube and my Facebook, we'll keep going. Que se puto era. I'm not saying it's true,
exhibits naked, abused, tortured, raped, and even dead children on its walls. What kind of man becomes one of the most powerful people in Washington, D.C., serving pizza? How come the political top of the US, the Podestas, the Clintons, and even Obama, president of the US at that time, how come people in Washington, D.C., serving pizza?
I'm checking something.
How come the political top of the US, the Podestas?
It's Hillary Clinton on that guy's site. Right up here, there's the check mark that I was talking about. Looking forward to Comet Ping Pong tonight with Batista and Lady Gaga.
The Clintons, and even Obama, president of the US at that
Trump's
time.
friend.
How come they all want to spend time with a sick perv like Elephantas? I think I know. For a while, I thought the name Elephantas was fake. This man was way too powerful to come from an ordinary family. Could Elephantis be a French bastardization of J'aime les enfants? I love children? But then some anons pointed out he could well be a Rothschild. After some digging, I came across an interesting twist in the Rothschild family tree, starting with Evelyn Achille the Rothschild. His middle name kind of gives it away, doesn't it? He was born in Buffalo, New York in 1886 and died in World War I in 1917. 2 years before he died, his illegitimate son, Louis George, was born. But as he wasn't married, his son inherited the name of his mother, Elephantis. The boy grew up and married Helen Rapaz and had 2 sons, one of which is Achilles Louis Elephantis, the father of our very own James Achilles Elephantis. His mother's name is Susan Reed Shoemaker. So, his middle name, Achilles, takes him all the way back to his great-grandfather and even further back to his great-great-grandmother, the Italian Marie Perugia. Her father's name was Achille Perugia. In short, James Achilles Elephantis is a real, genuine, full-on Rothschild. That explains his power and his friends. It explains his close proximity to the Clintons, just like his uncle and aunt, Evelyn and Lynn de Rothschild. So, are we to believe that our political leaders simply enjoy pizza and sick art? Is that it? What is it with pizza anyway? Why is it so sexualized? What's with the Besta Pizza pedophile logo? Which, by the way, was quickly changed the moment Pizzagate became an item. Is it all just a coincidence that the Podesta emails revealed to the public by WikiLeaks in which, by the way, was quickly changed the moment Pizzagate became an item? Is it all just a coincidence?
From James Corp. Great show, great speech. Raised over 40 grand. My only regret is I did not make you a nice pizza. When can I?
That the Podesta emails revealed to the public by WikiLeaks in 2016.
From Stern TD. The next 3 months are going to be rougher internally than in Beijing. Between 7th and 1600, no fun. Hope you're doing okay. I'm dreaming about your hot dog stand in Hawaii. Why would anybody be dreaming about a hot dog stand? Were the hot dogs that good? Because any hot dog I tasted it's made of crap.
Contain countless pizza-related words such as cheese, hot dogs, pasta, walnut sauce.
Georgetown Education. Law.Georgetown Education. Ice cream for free. Time today. Laura, I consider ice cream, its purchase, and its consumption a rather serious business. We can't just willy-nilly toss it out and about in casual reference, especially linked with the word free. Regards, Chris Creeley. Sent by my iPad. John, okay. Fiesta. For scheduling, okay? and then an email thing. On January 6, 2014 at 10:12 p.m., Tony Podesta wrote, Mary not free. Would love to get a pizza for an hour or come over. Tony Podesta, office number, cell number, place of living. So John Podesta and Tony Podesta. Shit.
Okay. That explains his power and his friends. Which, by the way, was quick in
I bumped
2016, contained countless pizza-related.
Okay. Would love to get a pizza for an hour. From Catherine Chico, Chico, Chieco, and that has the email. October 20th, 2015 at 6:22:49 p.m. Mary Podesto, Mary Dixie, Leslie Dutch, Alan, this is who it's to, Alan Kriegel, Kriegel, James Alfestis, Paula Daly, Brian Aris, ARS, Tom Cunningham, it's got a thing there. Rita Workman, Retta, RHETT Workman, Amy Wise, WEISS, Peter Kadzik, KADZIK, subject, Friday night at Pasto for Tony's birthday. Will you join us? Small gathering a few days before the pizza excursion. Extravaganza. EXTRAVAGANZA. Time to be announced, but probably 7:30-ish. RSVP, please.
When you actually know what those words.
John Podesta CC to Tom Sawyer, or not Sawyer, STEYER and Jim STEYER. Subject, walnut sauce, question mark, walnut growing Northern California, because it's CA, surely knows and celebrates walnut pizza sauce. Actually, what surprises me is that we haven't already served it to you. April 11th, 2015 at 3:51. And Podesta, there's stuff under that.
Words mean, which is common knowledge in the sex industry.
And it has a thing on the side that says hot dog boy, pizza girl, cheese little girl, pasta little boy.
These emails.
Ice cream, male prostitute. Oh, there it is there. So child, pizza's child, cheese girl, pasta boy, hot dog boy, ice cream, male prostitute, chest or walnut equals of dark skin color, sauce, orgy, map, semen. Like, you know.
Study Pizzagate, the more I realized this was quite likely 2016 contain cap.
Yeah, I did bump it. Okay. So up here, handkerchief code from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. People say, oh, well, you can't go by Wikipedia. Well, you know, is it that you can, or is people might be putting in frivolous information? They might be putting in truth too. You know, your guts will tell you. Color, black, meaning S&M. Blue, dark, anal sex. Blue, light, oral sex. Brown, scat. Scat must mean poop. Oh. Green, hustler prostitution. Gray, bondage. Orange, anything goes. Purple, piercing. Red, fisting. Yellow, water spots. White, virginity pedo. Did you leave a handkerchief? Then beside that says handkerchief code. And then it says the retailer found a handkerchief. I think it has a map that seems pizza related. Hi, John. This is John. Ses and Lair Foundation. Looks like SES 8S and LERFOUNDATION. Hi, John. The retailer found a handkerchief. I think it has a map that seems pizza related. Is it yours? They can send it to you if you want. Now, I read looked into things, and they were sending children through the mail back years ago. And they're still doing it now, likely. Maybe that's why the post office got closed. They can send it if you want. I know you're busy, so feel free not to respond if it's not yours or you don't want it. Susaner. Susan and Heb. I just came from checking the field house, and I have a square cloth handkerchief, white with black. White with black. That was left on the kitchen island. Happy to send it via the mail if you let me know when I should send it. Virgin sesame for white, virgins for white, and sesame for black. Thursday, December 24th, 2015, Sandler and Herbert wrote, Mary and John, I think you should give notice when changing strategies which have been long in place. I immediately realized something was different by the shape of the box and the contemplate. CONTEMPLATED, who would be sending me something in the square-shaped box. LO, and behold, instead of pasta and wonderful sauce, it was a lovely, tempting assortment of cheeses. Yummy. I am awaiting the return of my children and grandchildren from their holiday travels so that we can demolish them. Thank you so much. I hope you and your gang are well. I miss you both. Best wishes from Merry Christmas and Happy New Holiday. Happy New Year. Heb. Really?
Is this why Hillary deleted 33,000 emails for which she is currently scrutinized? Does that explain what Obama meant when he ordered 65,000?
Fred Burton, Thursday, May 14th, 2009, 2:39 p.m. to Don Kuykendall, Kuykendall, CC Eric Essenstein, Daryl O'Connor, Copeland Susan. Subject, read, get ready for Chicago Hot Dog Friday. I think Obama spent about $65,000 on the taxpayers' money flying in pizza dogs from Chicago for a private party at the White House not long ago. Assume we are using the same channels. What's that thing? Going from Dawn Kendall, Thursday, May 14th, 2009, 1:59 p.m. Oh, this was what was first sent. Stratford asked to Stratford Ashton. Get ready for Chicago Hot Dog Friday to celebrate all you hot dogs out there. Eric, you can participate as well. Don R. Cadenell, President, Satford, and then it has a phone number, a fax, and an email, or a website, or an email. I don't know. It must be an email.
$1,000 worth of hot dogs and pizza flown in from Chicago to the White House in the middle of the night for a private party? Is that why Hillary emailed Obama warning them while shown on the walls upstairs? That will be our downfall.
WikiLeaks. People say, well, that's not real. Sent Thursday, January 25th, 2011 at 3:28 p.m. Albert and Obama, Bracco, Pestia, Alfred, and Pluzzi, Nancy, and B, and then Pluzzi and Nan. Dear Barack, when we began the pizza arrangement, I thought we were going to be more careful than this. Operating from the White House is not what I originally had in mind. Remember that the hot dogs can come, but if you make a spectacle out of it, that will be our downfall. Please know that I am speaking as a friend. You are the president and can do as you like, but I have to say, I think it would be wiser to restrict this activity to our predetermined locations. Let me know what everyone thinks. We can vote on it if you'd like. Thanks, Hillary.
And I think it would be wiser
Use
to
your own
restrict
discernment.
this activity to our predetermined locations. Really? For a few hot dogs? Isn't it weird that these that will be our downfall? And I think it would be wiser to restrict this activity to our predetermined locations. Really? For a few hot dogs?
Huma Abedin, Barack Obama, John Piesta, B. Alflick, Nancy Pelosi.
Isn't it weird that these security camera pictures of children lying on ping pong tables in the basement of Comet Ping Pong are shown on the walls upstairs? Who the hell was watching them? And why does their website have a super secured backdoor to a secret division where you can order pizza pictures for absurd prices? This screenshot was made public by a hacker. It's in low resolution.
For newcomers. And they don't have the word spelt with an O either. Last month, satisfied customers were raving about our pizza, and we know you will too. Repeat customers know the drill. For new, and they have newcomers, but it's spelt with a U and a double M. First run the program given to you by your special friend, and all instructions on how to enjoy this joyous hobby will be easily understandable. But please remember the penalties for breaking the rules, which are also included in the program. Very few have broken the rules, and needless to say, the penalties are harsh. All pricing is included in the app. The app will only run once, and the following requirements must be met. The app is to be run from your own personal computer that only you have access. Your computer must be connected to the internet when run. The app must be run from your home. You must destroy the media on which you receive the app. Remember the password that will activate the app, as there will be no icons on your computer. November newcomers, 0 beside it. November special. This month we have 5 fresh pizzas for your enjoyment. We also have 4 serving pizzas for last month's session. All are on sale at an extremely low price, as they are in poor health and not expected survive. So requirement is that you finish eating your pizza after your session. This month's special includes a 30% discount on the secret fortune. Each image below is available for $1,000 in fine print. Andrew also has.
So I will read out loud what it says at the bottom.
Okay.
This month we have 5 fresh pizzas for your enjoyment. We also have 4 surviving pizzas from last month's session. All are on sale at an extremely low price, as they are in poor health and not expected to survive. So a requirement is that you finish eating your pizza after your session. This month's special includes a 30% discount on severe torture. Each image below is available for $1,000 in fine print. Why are they talking about kill rooms, murder, and rinsing it off when you're done? What the hell is going on here? To tell you the truth, at this point in my research, I experienced what we call cognitive dissonance. What I'd found out was so contrary
Confronting
to my belief
lies,
system
unpleasant
that I
truths.
wanted to dismiss my discoveries. It just could not be true that the people we trust, the ones we vote for, were so evil. I simply could not handle the facts. How could people so charming and intelligent be part of a child trafficking pedophile ring where children were tortured, raped, and killed for pleasure? Or, as I would later find out, for something even more horrific? I felt like I'd ended up in a nightmare. All I wanted to do was dismiss it all. Couldn't it just be all coincidence that the Clintons and the Obamas and Trudeau, beautiful, charming Trudeau, that surrounded themselves with all friends? If their friends are all pedophiles, that doesn't mean they are, right?
I want people to keep in mind, like they're saying about these ones. But remember, Trump was surrounding himself with people too, and it's that part of asking what was going on there, what was really going on. Because like I said, I don't trust any of them right now. Because to me, God, source, spirit, creator, they're the ones leading the way. This isn't to cause anger. It's to say, you know, we're seeing the truth now. It's being prepared. Because they say truth hurts, and people will say that, you know, they say people can't handle the truth. And they are right for some. Some people can't handle the truth.
And maybe they don't even know about their friends' sexual preferences. I mean, I know Bill Clinton's healer, the Brazilian John of God.
Known as John of God, achieved international fame after being interviewed by Oprah Winfrey and having a list of famous clients, including Bill Clinton.
Was recently arrested.
Please have arrested Bill Clinton's faith healer for running Brazil's largest ever child sex ring. Now, okay, this puts a bad name to actual true faith healers. Ones that are actually there to try and help people heal, not to help them not to help greed to benefit. Now I'm telling you that they tell us that we're riches and that, you know, we have to repent, but they're going to these people. They're going to corruption to get, and they're going to get different things. And it's not all of them who are bad. I mean, people who are energy, are faith healers, are spiritual guides, are what we perceive to be gurus. It's almost like it's another tactic to make that healers are all corrupt and healers are not true healers. And I'm not talking about ones that want to help corruption and ignorance and greed. I'm talking about ones that actually want to help people heal. And that they do it because they're not in it for the money.
Keeping sex slaves whom he made pregnant time and again. I know he admitted to selling the babies for thousands of dollars and killing the slave mothers of.
Mac's husband told me today that, you know, he should have had 20 kids. It's like, well, you know, you must wait. You must want your person to, like your wife or what have you, to be having babies after baby, because a woman can only have 22 babies within a lifetime, and that's a puppy. That's you're using them for a mill, not because you love them. So, dude, you might want to rethink everything that what you said. And then he said, "Oh, well, we'll just have 2 women." It's like, dude, you go do what you want, but I ain't part of it. And that's why I'm going to do a video about men and women and how men treat women, how women treat men, and how men talk about how men talk about men and women talk about women.
After 10 years of giving birth, I know the main whistleblower in this case suddenly died a suspicious death, but come on, how could Bill Clinton have known? And I know he went to the private island of convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein. Wasn't Jeffrey Epstein Donald Trump's good friend? I'm saying, like, you know, did he weasel his way in there for something? Or, you know, I'm allowed to ask, or was he part of it? You know, because like I said, I don't trust anybody right now. It's not to throw shade because, you know, I know Donald Trump probably didn't go through life easy.
I know he was on the passengers list
Orgy
26 times, together with other sex offenders like Kevin Spacey, who was recently arrested for multiple...
See, it bothers me because they're not showing anything about Donald Trump, of pictures of Donald Trump with suspected people. Well, one already went to jail. One got killed in jail, and the other one is said to be in jail.
rape accounts, among others, with young boys. But that doesn't make Clinton a sex-raging animal, right? I
See?
know he was investigated for the rape of a young boy by Jenny Moore, a former police officer who informed the FBI and the Department for Homeland Security, after which he suddenly died in a hotel room. But that doesn't make Bill Clinton a murderer, does it? I decided to do more research. I needed more supporting evidence. I went back to the artwork. I was intrigued by the bathroom or swimming pool or whatever it was. Where was it? When this appeared on 8chan, I knew I was on the right path. Not just me, but thousands of Anons searched for it and found it. It actually existed. Do you want to know where it is? Come with me to part 6.
Major media
The swimming pool in
manipulation.
the artwork bought by the Podestas actually exists. It is the subterranean swimming pool at Biltmore Mansion in Asheville, North Carolina. This was the home of multimillionaire Gloria Vanderbilt.
I had a vision that I was in a pool, but I was way down. I was down in the pool and I couldn't get up. I couldn't move to get up. It was like I was held there. And I tried to swim to the top. I was held there, and then I struggled to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I just flew out of the pool and then just landed right on the edge. Town and country. There will never be another Gloria Vanderbilt, the woman who ran the art world. Where to go next? Yoga cures. See, yoga cures. At home with Camilla Vaughn.
Who recently passed away at the age of 95. Here we have Gloria and her 2 sons, Anderson and Carter Cooper. Carter committed suicide when he was 23. Anderson is a well-known news reporter for CNN.
Look familiar?
Why does Gloria's swimming pool appear on paintings of tortured children? Is it a coincidence that the little boy so strongly reminds me of Anderson Cooper, Gloria's son? Could there be a connection between her swimming pool?
He does look like him. With enormous gratitude to advise man extraordinaire, EXTRAORDINAIRE, Harbor. I am popping up again to share our excitement about the reprise of our gang's visit to the farm in Lovettsville. And I thought I'd share a couple more notes. We plan to heat the pool, so a swim is a possibility. Bonnie will be Uber service to transport Ruby, Emerus, and Mavia Lucito, 11, 9, and almost 7. So you'll have some further entertainment, and they will be in that pool for sure. And with the forecast showing prospects of some sun and a cooler temp of lower 60s, I suggest you bring sweaters of whatever attire will enable us to use our outdoor table with a pergola overhead, so we dine al festa, and ideally not al chilio. I am sissing Trudy to repeat the invite and sending pinning wishes you could come to Rima, John P., and Laura and Chris. Come more, Miss Farmer L.
And the entertainment with young children.
You know, this is out there.
Mentioned in the infamous Podesta emails. Anderson Cooper, son of Gloria Vanderbilt, world-renowned and award-winning reporter for CNN. He was caught overdoing it from time to time, making things look much worse than they actually were. But hey, maybe at least it led to some funny responses.
It's cool. I'm just standing in a ditch for the shot. Andrew Cooper.
The question remains, is it okay for a media outlet to deliberately broadcast such exaggerations? Is that honest broadcasting? Is it okay to influence the public with headlines such as these? Is it okay for the Dutch news network NOS to show a twisted version of an interview by BBC's John Sweeney asking Putin about the killings in the Ukraine, where the NOS edited the original interview so that Putin seems to walk away, ignoring Sweeney? Yet the original interview, which can also be found on the internet.
See, when I'm watching these things, I use my energy and my discernment. And right now, everything is really calm. But when I get to something that is truth, or I say something that is truth, that's when you see my body just friggin' violently thrash and jerk and everything.
Shows Putin taking his time answering the question. Is it okay for several American news
Together they
outlets
raped a
to
13-year-old
accuse
girl.
Trump of raping a
They are back in
13-year-old
court
girl
December.
together with Jeffrey Epstein, a convicted pedophile? Is it okay that there's a deafening silence from the mainstream media now that
They
the
almost look
flight
like the same
records
person.
show that it wasn't Trump, but Bill Clinton who joined Epstein at his parties with underage girls on Orgy Island? Is it okay that Trump's words about MS-13 gang members being animals were totally twisted, obviously on purpose,
That is her.
so that he seems to refer
Rewind
to
it
a
and tell them what you
13-year-old
mean.
girl together with Jeffrey Epstein?
Okay. Look at their face. The mouth. The sides. The eyebrows. The slant, the thing in the eyes. One's just got more bags than the other. Ears. The hair. See the slants? Are they not identical? Yep, the gorita.
A convicted pedophile? Is it okay that there's a deafening silence from the mainstream media
Large
now
question.
that the flight records show that it wasn't
Sicuramente
Trump or
gorita
Bill
di
Clinton who joined Epstein at his parties with underage girls on Orgy Island? Is
I'm
it
watching
okay
this
that
the same
Trump's
with you
words
guys.
about MS-13 gang members being animals were totally twisted, obviously on purpose?
CNN writes, we're taking people out of the country. You wouldn't believe how bad these people are. These aren't people. These are animals. During a meeting with public officials who oppose California's sanctuary policies, President Trump criticized U.S. immigration law. Now, I read a thing with regards to my family, okay? And it was something that somebody around had said to another person. It's in a book. They said that they got rid of them all, that most of them left, went away. But the ones that didn't, they got rid of them. Think about that. Sit with it. That tells me when somebody says we got rid of them all, what did they do? Because to get rid of them all, did you kill them and take their wealth and take us out of the history books? Sit with that, people. I've been looking.
So that he seems to refer to immigrants being animals?
So do I trust Donald Trump? Fuck no. I don't trust any of them, like I said. Everything about him is fake news. But nothing about anybody else is fake news. Fake news me if Donald Trump tweet. No, he's sick. Oh, wow. My goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I don't know if you can see that, but right here next to Donald Trump's name, it's the same form of check mark that's on the things where Hillary Clinton posted, where that John Pestio, the one who did the Marvel movies, or had something to do with the Marvel movies. Seriously. It's the same check mark right there. That's not a Twitter. First, when I first looked at it, I thought it was Twitter, but it's not Twitter, because at first Twitter was a Tweety Bird, and now it's changed something like an X or something like that. But get up with the creator. Fake news media had me calling immigrants or illegal immigrants animals. Wrong. They were belligerently forced to withdraw their stories. I referred to MS-13 gang members as animals, a big difference. And so true. Fake news got it previously wrong as usual. Okay? So I'm looking at both sides, and I will talk about both sides. Because it's using your own discernment. His ear here almost looks like a mask. Okay, doing. So, they say that some will say that he got switched out. Well, let's see. Fake news got it possibly wrong as usual. Okay.
Do you remember the
Possibly.
little boy from Syria sleeping between the graves of his parents? That too was staged and broadcast on purpose as to manipulate the people into yet another war. The boy was paid to lie there. I don't know about you guys, but this is not okay. It's not okay to fake white helmet saving a wounded man right after a bombing, only to have a selfie taken. That's deceit. It's not okay to lie to the
Movie
public about
staged.
Syria and the alleged chemical
70
attacks
people
so
died
that
in
yet
suspected
another war
gas.
can be justified.
Let's
For
see.
months, we were lied to by the mainstream media. Remember this poor little girl? You probably will, for she was used 3 times for 3 different rescue missions in 3 different months in 2016. I find that shocking. It is not okay to fake attacks on women and children to trigger an emotional response that justifies the invasion of yet another foreign country. I find it horrifying to see the well-designed deceit of Western people who watch and trust the news.
A leaked documentary details multiple times the corporate minute.
Do you remember this one?
It says 11-year-old Hesse Dibe became world famous as the boy who survived a chemical attack in Douma, Syria. The attack turned out to be staged. Hassan and other children who were playing near the Douma hospital were lured into the building where they were suddenly washed roughly with cold water. Something was sprayed into their eyes. Someone was shouting gas, and all the time cameras were rolling. When Hassan and his father found out what had happened, he was furious. He put a statement on the internet, and the ball started rolling. I said my video was going to be long. When I came in, oh, for crying out loud. When I came in, some people grabbed me and started pouring water over my head. But
I could go on for hours with examples of fake news, but I think this is enough. For now, at least. I'll
cause
give you
fear.
2 more to digest. In 2015, during a presidential rally, Trump imitated reporter Serge Kovaleski, whom he had caught lying. It concerned an article from 2001 in which Kovaleski wrote,
No, you should not make fun of somebody's disability, no matter what they are or what they're like. You should never make fun of someone's disability.
About people cheering the fall of the Twin Towers.
In New Jersey City, within hours of 2 jetliners plowing into the World Trade Center, law enforcement authorities drained and questioned a number of people who were allegedly seen celebrating the attacks and holding tailgate-style parties on rooftops while they watched the devastation on the other side of the river.
When Trump quoted the article in 2015, Kowalewski backed out, saying he didn't remember writing the article. Well, the article could easily be found on the internet, and Trump called out Kowalewski for his lie. But the mainstream media seized the opportunity and used these headlines: Trump mocks the disabled. Kowalewski suffers from arthrogryposis, but that does not cause the weird movements Trump made. On other occasions, and in exactly the same way, Trump had imitated Senator Jim Mattis, presidential candidate Marco Rubio, a general.
It's not just
and a
make
bank
America
manager
great
who
again,
all
it's
got
make the
away with
world
lies.
great.
However, as Mattis, Rubio, the general, and the bank manager were not handicapped, they were of no use to the mainstream media. Kowalewski's handicap, however, went around the world, convincing everybody that Trump looked down on the disabled. And I must confess, I too fell for it.
I want an apology.
Then, last but not least, for 2 years, the mainstream media kept pushing the liberal agenda on Trump and the alleged Russian collusion, whereas on March 23, 2019, the
Even
Mueller
when he passed from
investigation
Trump to
officially
US
ended
or Russia.
and nothing was found. After 2 years of doing everything they could to take Trump down, they found absolutely nothing. Trump was cleared, yet the mainstream media kept repeating, something has to be wrong with this president. Trump's official innocence is completely hushed up, just like they didn't say a word about the countless pedophiles that were arrested under Trump. Total radio silence.
Human trafficking arrests since.
From the beginning, Trump has been warning us about the mainstream media as the number one enemy of the people. And the more I study the subject, the more I understand that Trump is actually correct. The mainstream media uses its power to steer the public into a desired direction. The spreading of disinformation is nothing new. Back in the early 1950s, the CIA set up Operation Mockingbird, a large-scale program in the US with the sole purpose of manipulating news media for propaganda purposes. Leading American journalists were recruited into a propaganda network. In other words, the Secret Service determined what was going to be on TV and in the news.
Operation Mockingbird was a fully implemented CIA program to spread disinformation throughout American media. CIA Director William Colby testified to the Church Committee that over 400 CIA agents were active in the U.S. media to control what was reported through American mainstream television, newspapers, and magazines. So, okay, I have to say, like, when they were all for him in some parts, the news media wasn't fake. And then in the parts when they weren't for him, the news media was fake. I'm seeing this now. Like, I don't remember what it was like from 2000, what I watched 2020. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. William Casey, CIA director. See, keeping him in mind, okay, this goes back to the church with the Templars and the Masons and what have you. Okay. And Templars were a lot of more to do with military, and the Masons were like more to do with masonry. They were like, you had their stonemasons. Like there were more builders. So it'd be like building what have you, you know. And there was a lot that were healers. Because a lot of them, when our family come over, when our ancestors come over here, they were already Masons. And that's why they got sent over, because they were builders. Some were doctors, healers. But healers were frowned upon because they were more of the indigenous. They lived off they didn't live off the land or on the land. They lived with the land, so they knew how to utilize Mother Nature itself. They knew how to like work with the spirits of the earth. If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. And that's true. Joseph Goebbels, Nazi propaganda minister. It says New York Times, Time, MSNBC, saying that all this stuff is fake. They're saying BBC is fake. But, you know, time will tell, right?
Has anything changed? No, apparently not. Whistleblower Udo Ulfkotter, high-profile journalist,
It's because history's repeating
Frankfurter
itself.
Allgemeine, stated in front of the camera that he felt deeply ashamed to have consistently lied to the public for over 25 years.
Like Tucker Carlson, he left. But see, Tucker Carlson, he actually shared an experience that he had with the supernatural, paranormal, unless he lied about it. But what he explained, he may have read something similar to it. But I know what it's like. And it tends to come and try to attack when you're doing something. See, people die mysteriously. You know, there's things that show that they have cloaking, a thing to put over your body, and it will cloak you. It will make you appear invisible. Just like a spirit. See, last night I went upstairs and went to get, and I said something to my ex-husband. He was sleeping, but I had just heard him like a minute or two prior to that going up. And I went up and I said to him, I said, I know you're not sleeping. After I turned away and went, I said, I know you're not sleeping. And then all of a sudden it was like I felt somebody come up behind me and follow me downstairs. And then I turned and faced them. It was like, you know, I know you're there. Get up, similar shalaki salaka tuturi. Kututurisaram. I've been a journalist for 25 years. I was educated to lie, to betray, and not to tell the truth to the public. But seeing how the German and the American media tried to bring war to the people in Europe, it's where our ancestors are from, to bring war to Russia, this is the point of no return. I'm going to stand up and say it's not right what I've done in the past to manipulate people, to make propaganda against Russia. And it is not right what my colleagues do and have done in the past because they are bribed to betray the people, not only in Germany, but all over Europe. Now, they say they're taking the money from the corruption. Well, I'll tell you right now, if you're taking the money from the corruption, you might want to take from yourself too. Because you don't have clean hands. Just because you took a new leave doesn't mean your hands are fully clean. Oh my goodness. It's giving everybody time.
Ulfgotter died of a heart attack shortly after, in January 2017. The illusion of choice. We think there are so many channels. How could they all be in on it?
Okay, it says Time Warner, CNN, Warner Brothers, CW, TBS, Warner Brothers they were showing that was Bugs Bunny. CW, TBS, TNT, CD, HBO, Cartoon Network, CABC, Fox, 21st Century Fox, Pixar, Marvel Studios, National Geographic, ESPN. They're all telling, these are telling the Marvel movies are telling the truth. A lot of Pixar movies, they're telling the truth. They're putting subliminal messages in there. They're putting the truth out there to us. CBC, NBC, Sky, Telemundo, Paramount Pictures, MTV, Nickelodeon, Black Entertainment.
Well, that's easy. This shows you who owns whom.
Okay, AT&T owns Warner Brothers and that. Walt Disney owns ABC, Marvels and stuff. Comcast owns NBC, and then Viacom owns Paramount Pictures. Woohoo! Yes, sir. Right now, it's Kyoto. Keep going.
Did you see it? There are only 4 companies. CBS seems to be independent, but is owned by the same billionaire as Viacom. When you give people the illusion of choice, they believe they are free. And if you want to find out why the mainstream media push the liberal agenda down our throats, all you have to do is follow the money. Who paid major contributions to Hillary Clinton to support her work and the liberal agenda? That's right. CNN, NBC, News Corporation.
I want people to keep in mind, too, that I watched the Jimmy Carter funeral. Right from the start of the funeral, I skipped through all the stuff where they were in the cars and coming in and what have you. But once it went into the church, I watched it. Wasn't Barack Obama and Donald Trump rival enemies? But in this video, they were all chummy and laughing together. Okay? I don't trust any of them right now. News Corporation right there.
Turner Broadcasting, Thomson Reuters, Newsmax Media, Time Warner, Viacom, Comcast, HBO, AOL, Hollywood Foreign Press Association, Public Radio International, Public Broadcasting Service, Huffington Post Media Group, Carlos Slim, the largest shareholder of the New York Times, James Murdoch of 21st Century Fox, Judy Woodruff, co-anchor and managing editor of PBS NewsHour, Howard Stringer, former president of CBS, George Stephanopoulos, ABC News chief anchor and chief political correspondent, Mort Zuckerman, owner of New York Daily News and US News and World Report, and The Washington Post, owned by Jeff Bezos of Amazon. Well known for its censorship.
Wow.
With quite a few books on controversial topics. Censorship is one of the greatest dangers to a democracy.
It says dogmas, protocols, doctrines, principles, establishment, norm, code of conduct, orders, authority.
And to freedom of speech. 3 more major sponsors of
Censorship. What happened to me tonight on TikTok? I got censored. So, they're talking right here. Right here, okay? Censorship. Covering the mouth. So basically, when they took my TikTok off, suspended me on TikTok, they were censoring me. But it's okay for people to go in there and do more of a sexual activity. Because I've even seen that. So it's that part of, why did you censor me? If it's not true, seriously, if it's not true, why would you censor me? And, people would have to use their own discernment. But it was when I got to the Pizzagate stuff. And I started reading the emails. And then I got to, some higher ups. Sit with that. But Twitter will say they don't censor. Facebook says they don't censor. YouTube, they're all censoring.
See, and to freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech.
3 more major sponsors of Hillary Clinton.
Isn't that one of the big things that Trump says about? Trump and Elon Musk. But people have been being censored on Twitter if they weren't fitting the agenda with him. TikTok is censoring. So if TikTok was for sale, who bought TikTok? They're censoring people on TikTok. And they said it was in the States. But, is it really going to happen? Or is it really happening? Because like I said, I see more of people giving hope. And if you're in Haiti's world, Haiti don't want hope. Hades would like for you, and I'm talking about the God that calls himself the one, he's a deity God. God, however, he doesn't want people moving on. He wants people to stay stuck in fear. Just like his uncle, Uranus. Or sorry, not Uranus, because Uranus would have been his grandfather, but his uncle would have been Kronos. And it was said that Zeus put Hades, or they perceived it as like Hercules. But people look at me like, oh, you're talking about all this frivolous mumbo jumbo. No, it's not about frivolous mumbo jumbo. It's that history continues to repeat itself. It just makes people look different. Because it's a stage. It's like a stage. Fast forward, rewind. Fast forward, rewind. Oh, let's put it all out there at the same time to drive everybody bonkers and ape shit and fighting with one another. They say put enough people in the same, what are they going to do? They're going to act like monkeys and they're going to want to tear each other apart. In Once Upon a Time, I do use that. They had the evil queen, which was Regina, evil queen, what have you. And she took a potion to separate herself from herself. And the evil queen told her that they were going to tear themselves apart. So Regina, the evil queen, she had to take half of the darkness and give half of the light to the evil queen. And the evil queen, it was hard for her to understand. And then it was just like because she had so much hate and anger. Because like I said, because her mother ripped out her love's heart and she blamed a little girl and said the little girl couldn't keep the secret. And the little girl in there, she was Snow White, was just thinking of love. She wanted her to be with somebody she loved. Not her father, because Regina, the Eve Queen, didn't love her father. She loved a stable boy. But some say, they figure you got to marry rich to be anything. But that's not true.
On Google.
And when I say that's not true, it's not true that you have to marry rich.
Twitter and Facebook. Google and its YouTube are highly active in the field of censorship, and to freedom of speech. 3 more major sponsors of Hillary Clinton are Google, Twitter, and Facebook.
Twitter. So I have to say, Twitter. Elon Musk bought Twitter. So is she still a supporter? Facebook? We all know that they're all in with Mark Zuckerberg. Well, isn't Elon Musk Donald Trump or something. It was said that he was in with Mark Zuckerberg, and he's of Facebook. And Mark Zuckerberg stole that from friends or other peers.
Google and its YouTube are highly active in the field of censorship.
Hey, why didn't they just say TikTok? Because TikTok censors. I've heard of other people. They got put in TikTok jail, I guess they call it.
Just like Twitter and Facebook, it will come as no surprise that pro-Trump posts are among the most censored ones, as are posts of critical thinkers and researchers and anyone who dares question the official
I wasn't for either. I wasn't pro-Trump or not, or what have you. I got censored because I wasn't for any of them. Chissà tu. Final report of the National Commission of Terrorist Attacks upon the United States. That's, they're probably saying I'm doing terrorist attacks, or people on TikTok are doing terrorist attacks and stuff like that. No. It's okay for them to say shit, right? But, because we don't have a university degree, we don't know how to research nothing or understand it because, the human population is too dumb to know nothing. And I'm not saying people are dumb either. So, that's what your government and elites think.
Narrative of events such as the ones I presented in part 1.
Still more acceptable than the original narrative.
Pro-Hillary posts are never censored. Doesn't that make you wonder? Remember Correct the Record, A Media Matters for America?
Yep, Trump wrote on that.
Censorship companies that work behind the scenes of Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube to delete anything that opposes the
Hey, did anybody notice that?
And guess what?
Watch his pin.
Remember Correct the Record?
We're talking about Pizzagate.
Those are the kind of censorship companies
Watch this.
that work behind the scenes
of
Facebook, Twitter, Google, and...
That, to me, looks like a slice of pizza. Right there. It's in the shape of pizza. Is that in his pocket?
YouTube to delete anything that opposes the liberal
agenda. Who knows? I'm allowed to question it.
Correct the Record is
promoted by
FARS, the global activist network that I once thought so highly of.
The World in Action.
FARS was co-founded by Res Publica and Move On. Res Publica received $250,000 from George Soros. Move On got 1.6 million from Soros.
Okay, please excuse me for 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I had to stop because I've been here for almost 5 hours.
Soros.
Documents.
Lafarge's founding president and executive director, Richard Lafarge, has consulted for the Rockefeller Foundation, the UN, the Gates Foundation, and the International Crisis Group, with Soros as chairman and Frank Giustra as CEO. Remember our friend with the pedophile logo from part 4? Lafarge's co-founder is Tom Perriello, former Virginia congressman, best buddies with Obama, and executive director of the Open Society Foundations of George Soros, one of the main parties behind the notorious and destabilizing migrant caravan invasion. It will come as no great surprise that Lafarge strongly opposes President Trump. This is what we call controlled opposition. Like I said, it's what we call controlled opposition.
Controlled opposition is a protest movement that is actually led by government agents. Nearly all governments in history have deployed this technique to trick and subdue their adversaries.
Like I said, censorship is dangerous.
The worst thing
The
about
so-called
censorship.
fact checkers are dangerous. Snopes is one of them, set up by a couple from San Fernando Valley, David and Barbara Mickelson. The couple fell out. Barbara accused David of spending 98 grand on prostitutes, which is probably true, as he divorced Barbara and married call girl and porn star Elisa Young, aka Erin Bryn, who is now Snopes' administrator. Snopes' only fact-checker is Kim LaCapria, also known as sex and fetish blogger Vice Vixen. That, my friends, is fact-checker Snopes. There are no researchers, no investigators, no lawyers, no documents to support their findings, and they are strongly politically biased. Yet they are generally accepted as fact-checker. I find that most shocking. Do you get the picture? Operation Mockingbird never ended. John Podesta, one of the key suspects in the Pizzagate scandal, got his own column in the Washington Post, writing about politics and policies. How the hell is he supposed to give an objective view of Trump, his worst enemy? John Brennan, head of the CIA till 2017, now serves as senior analyst for NBC News and MSNBC. Anderson Cooper worked for the CIA before he became a news anchor. According to himself, it was only an internship when he was 19, but I wonder how many young men are approached by the CIA for an internship. Anderson did not even have the proper education to be offered a job, yet in no time he became the face of CNN. The secret services still decide what the people are supposed to think and believe. If they want to invade yet another country, they will use the mainstream media to make you believe that that particular country needs to be freed of a terrible dictator who kills his own people. The real reason for the invasion will quite likely never be known to the public. It'll probably have to do with oil or the installment of yet another Rothschild bank. But hey, who cares? It was in the news that they freed those poor people from their dictator and that democracy was bestowed upon them. And if it's in the news, it's true. End of story. Well, no, it's not. If the media coverage is controlled by secret services, it seems only logical to me to focus on the things they refuse to cover or ridicule. Number one topic that comes to mind, Pizzagate. Debunked by the mainstream media like nothing else. Let's continue with a bit of additional research in part 7.
Okay. Here's the book. The Last Tycoon.
The swimming pool in the artwork bought by the Podestas actually...
I'll close that up for a minute. This here is the book, The Last Tycoon, Many Lives of Donald Trump. This is where it said it. When somebody tries to push me around, when they're after my ass, I push back a hell of a lot harder than I was pushed in the first place. Donald informed Playboy, if someone tries to push me around, he's going to pay a price, as if to prove that his machoism comes from a social conscience. Donald has recently taken out an advertisement in the New York Times, and I know they just said that on there about fake news on the New York Times, but demanding the death penalty for a gang of black youths arrested of raping a female jogger in Central Park. Bring back our police. Bring back. Okay. He's fighting the gangs. Bring back our police. Bring back the death penalty. Make New York safe again. The advertisement employs. Okay, we need to make the whole world safe. When you say like when it's America first, it's the world first. It's not a place first. It's the people first. Go read the sample. Witches and warlocks. Get up
This is Maria Abramovich.
Ooh, you know, they say about it, but we're not all bad. We're not all bad. They don't mind, like the government don't like, but they'll use people. They'll bribe each other. They'll blackmail each other. But they all got dirt on each other, and that's why it's a shit slinging match.
A Serbian performance artist who likes to display the limits of the body and the possibilities of the mind. She pioneered a new notion of identity by focusing on confronting pain, blood, and physical limits of the body. Let's have a look at her work.
No, I don't agree with this. This isn't healing. So they're trying to demonize good people. That's it. Oh my gosh.
In 1996, Abramovich introduced spirit cooking, a cookbook with essential aphrodisiac recipes, some of which call for the mixture of fresh breast milk and sperm milk. When WikiLeaks posted this, it definitely had my attention.
That's the part of, there's the dark side to spirituality, and there's the light side to spirituality. Go like the series Charmed, Alyssa Milano, what have you, and Rose Gowan, those people. Okay. On Charmed, it was showing us stuff. They even, because of who they even experience dark parts of it themselves. Phoebe, she married the what was said to be on there the source, the dark one, or what have you. Then they had the gods and the angels. Because on the series, Piper, she was married to a white lighter. And then at the end, Phoebe married Cupid. So you have both sides to it all. It's finding out where all this darkness really came from. Because it had to have been passed down generation to generation. They say, they'll say genetics. Well, how is like your ancestors' lives not passed down to you, because that trauma is passed down from generation to generation? They said like ki sata turit kare to pre.
Spirit cooking later took on the form of dinner party entertainment for her donors and friends. The link to cannibalism is obvious.
See, this is like, I'm getting like, this is hard to watch. But people will go watch horror movies and movies where women and children and men are getting raped and killed and slaughtered. Says from Mary Abramov, June 28th, 2015 at 2:35. 2:35. Dear Tony, I am so looking forward to the spirit cooking dinner at my place. Do you think... Shit. It's already out there. Other people have it. Do you think you will be able to let me know if your brother is joining? All my love, Marion.
Discovered this photo of Abramovich and John of God. Exactly. The very same Brazilian healer who was recently arrested and charged with multiple accounts of abduction, abuse, rape, child trafficking, and murder. The very same personal healer of Bill Clinton. This picture is particularly interesting for the Dutch viewers. Before Willem-Alexander became King of the Netherlands, his mother Beatrix was on the throne. She frequented Abramovich's performances. On this particular occasion, she wore a brooch that seems to be a pizza slice. Now, this may be far-fetched.
Now, they didn't point it out where that guy had what appeared to be a pizza, and he didn't look like he had any pocket there. So I guess they didn't notice that one.
But let's see. Meet Maxima Zorreguieta, born in Argentina and now married to our king, Willem-Alexander van Oranje-Nassau, and daughter of the late Jorge Zorreguieta, who served as cabinet minister during the so-called Dirty War of dictator Jorge Videla. Maxima had 4 sisters and 2 brothers. One of her sisters is Dolores, an artist who came to the Netherlands in 2005 to exhibit her work. The exhibition was called Love Romance. Have a look for yourself.
This is
Is it just
disturbing.
me, or is this insane? To me, this looks like an outcry for help from a severe...
How many seen the movie Tremors? Does that not remind you of Tremors?
traumatized woman.
You know, people, like I said, people like watching horror movies. They like watching that stuff.
In June 2018, Maxima's younger sister, Inez, was found dead in her apartment, hung with a scarf from a doorknob. Doorknobs have proven to be lethal for quite a few people lately.
Death by hanging from a doorknob has a significant symbolic meaning that intelligent agencies immediately recognize. It means choked for speaking out against the cabal. Right? How many people can actually hang themselves on a fucking doorknob? Seriously. You know, when I'm talking, sometimes I get that sensation like somebody's trying to choke me. And it's like, people think, oh, you're psychotic for doing that. It's that part, you know, I prepared myself for this stuff, for the choking. Doesn't make me psychotic. And no, not because I was choking myself. But how many people are going to misunderstand that, like everything else? Hopefully, none.
In other words, not suicide, but murder. Was Ines Sorreguieta about to spill the beans on the cabal? Is that why she was silenced? Could this be true? Let's have a look at some other doorknob victims. Number 1, Lorraine Scott, fashion designer and former girlfriend of Nathan Rothschild, one of the world's most wealthy families. According to a longtime lover, Mick Jagger, Lorraine was not suicidal. Number 2, Chris Cornell, lead singer of the rock band Soundgarden and Audioslave. According to his family, he suffered from depression due to being sexually abused as a child. He and his wife founded the Chris and Vicky Cornell Foundation to support children suffering the consequences of abuse and neglect. He and his best friend, Chester Bennington, were working on exposing an elite pedophile ring. Cornell was also the main financial backer for the documentary The Silent Children about child sex trafficking. After he died, the project was cancelled. According to his family, Cornell was not suicidal at the time of his death. Interesting detail contradicting the suicide theory was the blood on his head and on the ground. Was Cornell killed by a stroke on the head and strangulation by means of his exercise belt? Number 3, Chester Bennington, best friend of Chris Cornell and lead singer of Linkin Park. He died 2 months after Cornell. Bennington also suffered from depression due to being sexually abused as a child by a friend of the family. According to some sources, that friend was John Podesta, key player in Pizzagate. And when you look at the striking resemblance, Podesta could well be Chester's biological father. When Chester was 9 years old, his father abandoned the family after finding out the boy was not his son. Was Podesta both the pedophile family friend and the biological father of Chester Bennington? Is it a coincidence that the logo of his band looks like a broken version of the young boy lover symbol? Number 4, Tim Bergling, aka Avicii, world famous Swedish DJ, musician, and record producer. According to the first news about his apparent suicide, Bergling was said to have hung himself from a doorknob. Later on, the narrative was changed into a self-inflicted cut with a broken wine bottle that led to heavy and lethal bleeding. It took almost 2 weeks for this official narrative to be published. Bergling's 2015 video clip For a Better Day clearly and shockingly shows child sex trafficking. At the end of the video clip, Bergling turns out to play the part of the abused boy, now grown up and ready to take revenge on his abusers. Did he actually experience these horrors in his childhood? Was he murdered for bringing this out into the open? Bergling's family believes he did commit suicide, yet his girlfriend expressed her disbelief. Number 5. Annabelle Nielsen, ex-wife of Nathan Rothschild, who also lost Lorraine Scott through hanging, remember? According to her family, she died of a stroke, but according to she was found hanging by a scarf from a doorknob. Number 6. Aaron Swartz, computer programmer and activist for internet freedom, for which he founded Demand Progress and Reddit. He died after hacking into MIT and JSTOR. Schwartz was arrested and charged with computer fraud. However, 1 week after his alleged suicide, it became apparent that Schwartz had leaked the hacked documents to WikiLeaks. One can only speculate as to the contents. Number 7. Kate Spade, American fashion designer. Spade led delegations to Haiti for the No Ceilings initiative of the Clinton Foundation, aimed at the global support of women and girls. Haiti is one of the main places on earth for child trafficking, and we've already seen the involvement of the Clintons in part 4. What did Kate Spade know that led to her death? Why did her husband Andy appear in public 2 days after her death wearing a rat mask? Was Kate about to rat to betray the Clintons? Was Andy Spade forced to wear the mask as a warning to others who just might rat? Number 8. Anthony Bourdain, celebrity chef, TV presenter, and author. Bourdain openly criticized Hillary Clinton on multiple occasions. He spoke out strongly against globalization and deeply hurt.
Once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hands. You will never again be able to open a newspaper and read about the treacherous, prevaricating, murderous scumbag setting down for a nice chat with Charlie Rose or attending some black tie affair for a new glossy magazine without choking. Witness what Henry did in Cambodia. The fruits of his genius for statesmanship. And you will never understand why he's not sitting in the dock of the Hegu next to Palamisfik, while Henry continues to nibble nori rolls and Murik at an A-list party, Cambodia, the natural nation he secretly and illegally bombed, invaded, undermined, and then threw to the dogs, is still trying to raise itself up on its one remaining leg. Celebrity chief and TV presenter from his book, A Cook's Tour.
Henry Kissinger would be called out for the war crimes he committed. Bourdain had been to Pedophile Island, Haiti, to shoot an episode for his TV program, No Reservations. A month before his death, He posted a tweet about the wrath of Hillary Clinton he'd experienced.
See, there's that check mark again. And I am in no way an HRC fan. I've been on the receiving end of her upset operatives' wrath, and it ain't fun.
Followed by this one, even more outcalling.
See, why is it all this guy and like in that? And that guy that ran that holy crap. Let's assume for purpose of discussion that HRC is Satan's corset and eats children and puppies wherever possible. In what way is Mikey Coy, the president's fixer, not a problem? Now, a lot of people, they were saying that Donald Trump was saying about that they were eating pets. Okay. That was on May 18th, 2002.
An unexpected death. So, what are we dealing with here? The world has obviously gone mad. We've already seen the normalization of pedophilia. Now the elite takes it a level higher, worshipping the devil and normalizing cannibalism. You don't believe me? Watch this.
Christian Bale wins Golden Globe for his portrayal of former Vice President Dick Cheney in Vice. Thank you to Satan for giving me inspiration on how to play this role, be said in his speech. See, we're looking to idols because they're famous. So if they're famous, they must be doing something right, right? Wrong. Well, for them, they're doing something right. But they're not doing something right. So, I am going to say, Jesus, Yeshua, however you look at it, said, don't idolize. We idolize people. We idolize money. I don't idolize. I don't idolize people. I might know certain actors' names, but I don't know many of their names. I don't even know most of the names of movies. And like I said before, half the time I just want to take money and shove it up people's arses. No, I don't like money. We just need it to live. And I'm not saying it's not bad to have.
Is this really the sign of the devil? Oh, yes. Meet Anton LaVey, founder of the Church of Satan, giving the exact same sign. The same Church of Satan Chelsea Clinton is so fond of.
There's that check mark again.
The upside-down pentagram containing the horned one, plus the upside-down cross, it's all there. So, we have Satan, we have blood, we have body parts, we have cannibalism.
Arguments against cannibalism are typically grounded in ignorance, cultural prejudice, and non-sensical spiritual beliefs. We take considerable care to ensure that and it says we take considerable that all our meat is produced legally and ethically and derived only from young, healthy bodies. And I guess that's a website there. I'm not advertising this shit. This is what people's been looking into, and it's a part of I'm looking at this.
Of Moloch.
I'm looking at this using my own discernment, because that's a part of seeing. Okay. When they say see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, because when you do, it's like they would say it would draw attention to you. But it's that part of, you have to see it, to speak up about it, to put it in the light, because if things are happening and we're ignoring it, it's not about that you're taking it serious per se. It's using the caution and saying and realizing that, just because you're not seeing it doesn't mean that others aren't seeing it, experiencing it, or going through it. Because we're being told what's happening through paintings, as it's showing different paintings on there, and whether it's in a place or not, it's showing this type of behavior. So whether it's those people, maybe it doesn't, it's the part of what's happening. And I hear that laughing, and they figure that, how come all hand gestures are signs of the corruption? Because, they've been hijacked. Symbolism, a lot of symbolism has been hijacked to make it all look bad. If you look in the Tartarian book, they show something like this standing next to Fauci, and this thing is holding up the two fingers. So what's the difference between this and this? I just felt that in my body. Because I did that, somebody got, I felt the change in my body. And I know that a lot of people within the elites and what have you will use that. But it didn't always, it didn't mean that. Because it's people say that the two fingers part means peace. But it's that part of identifying. So you'll, like where I work with spirit, and I say that my channel is a spirit to spirit. And what you're witnessing is the spirits on both sides kind of duking it out, and I'm in the middle. It's like the mother and father duking it out, and the child always ends up in the middle. Or, man and woman, woman and man, woman, man. And that's why I said I will be doing a video. Well, it won't be tonight, but I'll be doing a video with regards to men and women and how we talk about each other.
Expression of the devil are now watching over several American cities. And only recently, a new one was placed in Rome.
Because I'll be honest, if you want to go by that, then I guess Donald Trump is doing it too, because he's done it. I've seen him do it. So it's that part, if you're looking at one side, you might want to look at all sides. The Arch of Belief, created in honor of the god who demanded child sacrifice. The ark was rebuilt in New York and London. Okay. The loving God does not ask for a sacrifice of any kind. Teach us to work to heal, not to take a life. And we're living on both sides.
Let's go back to the Dutch royal family and see how far this insanity goes. You've already met King Willem-Alexander and his beautiful Argentina.
And I did a thing about, with regards to paying taxes, and I found out that the royal family, King Charles and them, they don't pay taxes with regards to that would benefit the people, but they do pay the Duchess taxes.
And wife Maxima.
I did a video on it.
Very interesting fathers. Maxima's father, Jorge Zorrigueta, was Minister of Agriculture in the regime of General Jorge Videla, a military dictator who ruled Argentina from 1976 till 1981, and who was responsible for the kidnapping, torture, and murder of an estimated 30,000 people. As part of the Videla government, Zorrigueta must have known about the atrocities, but he claimed not to have been aware of the so-called Dirty War. In 2006, Zorrigueta was discredited once again during a lawsuit against the top of the Banco Republica for money laundering the profits of drugs and weapons trade. Zorrigueta was on the board of directors between 86 and 96, the time of major deals between the bank and drug cartels. But once again, he came out clean due to bribery and corruption. His daughter Maxima didn't meet Willem Alexander until 1999 in Spain. At least that is the official narrative, which is weird, as the Dutch royal family had known the Zorriguetas for generations.
And how many people knew that real drug dealers and stuff like that, they don't use their own drugs. Biggest majority of the time, they don't even use drugs.
Why did they lie about that? Prince Bernhard,
They got to stay aware.
Willem Alexander's grandfather, frequented Argentina and the Zorriguetas even before World War II. Both families had a holiday mansion in Bariloche, a ski area with mostly German visitors and inhabitants. As a matter of fact, Bariloche was a Nazi den where many SSers and Nazi scientists went during Operation Paperclip.
Operation Paperclip, a Secret Service program in which more than 1,600 German scientists, engineers, and technicians were taken from Germany to the U.S. for government employment, primarily between 1945 and 1959. Many were former leaders of the Nazi Party. Engineers were actually also Masons. But see, that's the thing. They bring them over and use them for corruption. And not necessarily do the people know what's going on.
I was taught in school that the Nazi leaders were all convicted in the Nuremberg trials, that justice was served. But did you know that only 10 Nazis were hanged and only 7 went to jail? That's it. The big Nuremberg trials, only 17 of them? Did you actually think, like I did, they all got what they deserved? Well, think again. They had way too much knowledge. Most of them were welcomed with open arms. NATO, NASA. Did you actually think, like I did, they all got what they deserved? Well, think again. They had way too much knowledge. Most of them were welcomed with open arms.
Oh, that was Adolf, and then chairman of NATO military.
NATO, NASA, they all loved them.
Nazi rocket engineer. Shit. After World War II, director of the Marshall Space Flight Center and chief architect of the Saturn V rocket for NASA.
Many SSers, scientists and engineers did not go to the US but to South America instead, especially after their retirement. Argentina was very popular among them, especially the inhabitable Patagonia, where they were safe from post-war Nazi hunters. Bariloche was such a place. Big Nazi names such as Erich Priebke, responsible for and actively participating in the killing of 335 Italian men and boys in 1940.
See, I'm going to say it, like, Canada is going through shit too, because the finance minister, it was founded out that her grandfather, I believe it was her grandfather, was Nazi. And then with Trudeau honoring a Nazi, but it's a part of, remember, there's two sides to everything. And sometimes you only hear one side.
Reinhard Kopp's SS officer, plus the upside down cross. It's all there. Murder of an. Why did they lie about it instead, especially after their retirement? Argentina was very popular among them.
I'm allowed to ask
especially the
questions. You know, it's
inhabitable
supposed to be ask
Patagonia,
questions.
where they were safe from post-war Nazi hunters. Bariloche was such a place. Big Nazi names such as Erich Priebke, responsible for and actively participating in the killing of 335 Italian men and boys in 1944. Reinhard Kops, SS officer who helped many Nazis escape to Argentina after the war. Josef Mengele, the angel of death.
Because some of the Nazis didn't want to hurt people. And that's true. Because there are some people that they join, but they don't want to hurt people. And it's that part of, you know, why are you killing people that you don't know because somebody else tells you?
From Death Camp Auschwitz, where he performed horrific experiments on children. And Adolf Eichmann, one of the major organizers of the Holocaust, all lived in Bariloche. Later,
I'm not defending Nazi.
Of the Dutch.
Let me make that clear. I'm not defending what happened with regards to what the Nazis done. Because like I said, there's like, to me, any kind of killing is crimes against humanity. People say, like, we defend ourselves. Yes, we defend ourselves. But when we're going and sending people, when they're going and sending people in to kill innocent people, it's a part of, do you know what used to happen when you joined the military? You weren't treated respectfully. You were abused. Violently and big time. If you didn't follow into place and become a murderous killer, then you got beat until you did. That's why sometimes people would, they'd call them AWOL. But why were they AWOL? Is it because they didn't want to fight and maybe they were running for their own lives?
Royal family and the Zorriguetas. Both King Willem-Alexander's father and his grandfather were German. Both were part of the Nazi movement. Klaus von Amsberg, Willem-Alexander's father, was a member of the Hitler Youth. His parents were active participants in Hitler's...
I've seen Donald Trump do that, where he's put his hand up just like that. You know, he uses these hand gestures too, that of the ones that you're saying.
NSDAP. When journalist Wim Klinkenberg wrote an article about Prince Klaus's Nazi past in Panorama magazine of December 1965, Dutch Prime Minister Kals personally interfered. He was tipped about the contents of the article, in which clear evidence was presented
Prime Minister of the
that
Netherlands
completely contradicted the official story about our prince's past. Karls ordered all 420,000 magazines that had only just been printed to be destroyed. Incriminating evidence, documents, letters, etc., against the Dutch
Article
royal
about
family
Quasar
was
Age
stolen from journalist Blinkenberg's home. The people of the Netherlands were not to find out about the dark side of the royal family. King Willem-Alexander's grandfather, Bernhard von Lippe-Biesterfeld, was member of Hitler's NSDAP, the SA, and the SS, where he served Himmler's elite cavalry, the equestrian SS. During Hitler's NSDAP, the SA, and the SS.
Now, I'll tell you, at Christmas time, I got my ex-husband a lightning bolt necklace, chain with a pendant on it, and he automatically thought it was one of the Nazi signs. But it's like, this is like this, but this here is more of a lightning bolt. And people say, well, that's Zeus or what have you. Well, the lightning bolt means light, lightning. It actually means strength. Inner strength. But this here, it's that part of, we read symbols how we're taught to read them, because in some stuff they each mean different things.
Where he served Himmler's elite cavalry, the equestrian SS. During the Nuremberg trials, the equestrian SS was the only division that was not prosecuted, so that Bernhard von Lippe-Biesterfeld, by that time married to the Dutch Queen Juliana van Oranje-Nassau, would remain safe from prosecution and from scrutiny. Do you realize how much power the Dutch royal family must have had to accomplish this? I wonder how many Dutch people know about this. I was taught in school that Bernhard was a war hero, that he served the British Secret Service, that he even wanted all 200 Dutch SS's executed at the end of the war. So many lies. At his wedding with Queen Juliana, the orchestra was asked to play the Nazi song of the NSDAP. The director of the orchestra, Peter van Anrooy, refused, as did some of the musicians. But Bernhard made it a song of the NSDAP.
What did they say his name was?
British Secret Service, that he even wanted all 200 Dutch SS's executed at the end of the war. So many lies. Juliana, the orchestra was asked to play the Nazi song of the NSDAP. The director of the orchestra...
See, oh shit. The reason why I'm going back is this puts me in 3 holy shit man fuck root.
British Secret Service, that he even wanted all 200 Dutch SS's executed at the end of the war.
What's his name?
Lies. At his wedding with Queen Juliana, the orchestra was asked to play the Nazi song of the NSDAP.
Okay, I have to Please bear with me because I have to look this up. Okay. I had to check something. Okay.
DAP. The director of the orchestra, Peter van Anrooy, refused, as did some of the musicians. But Bernhard made it happen. The song was played, many guests offered the Nazi salute, and the musicians who had been willing to play the song were later rewarded with a medal. During the war, Royal Shell gave millions of tons of crude oil to Hitler for free.
Catch that, Shell? You don't buy gas there. There a week ago or something like that. I didn't want to stop at the Shell station, but I was told to stop there because didn't know if we'd make it, because I wanted to just, I could have stopped just a piece up the road and I would have had enough gas. It wouldn't have been them.
A deal set up by Prince Bernhard. The crude oil was used for the Nazi tanks to invade and conquer the Netherlands. The people of the Netherlands were handed over to the Nazis by their royal family. Most Dutch people are completely unaware of this.
By the royal family.
Even though these facts are quite easy to find when you start searching for the truth. We've just never been told.
Okay.
Bernhard.
Now,
most Dutch people are completely unaware of this. Even though these facts are quite easy to...
Now, does anybody know why I stopped at this? Because they have the rainbow. Okay. Now, a lot of stuff is like big time about the rainbow. Okay, I caught that. I caught that. But you know, the real rainbow, it doesn't signify all this other stuff. The real rainbow. And my youngest son even told me, and it makes sense. Because that's what it is. The rainbow actually is God's way of telling you he's not going to destroy the earth this time. They're not going to destroy the earth. So it's like with regards to the flood, what have you. What are we watching? Because at the first of this, when I started showing, it was showing about the California fires, and it was saying about the same thing happening in like when I watched the video in 2020, it was saying it in 2020, because I got this in 2020. And they were showing California fires in the same in 2020 as it happened in 2025, just a bit, like not long ago. To
find when you start searching for the truth. We've just never been told. Bernhard was corrupt to the core. He accepted a major bribe, $1.1 million, from Lockheed in 1976. He was scrutinized for being president of the Worldwide Fund for Nature and the Prince Bernhard Nature Fund.
And they said Hitler had syphilis. The Prince Bernhard Nature Fund, established in 1994 by the late Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands. The PBNF supports small, preferably local intuitives worldwide towards the conservation of endangered species, flora and fauna, or intuitives that in other ways promote the conservation and wise use of nature and our natural resource base. Next to that, the fund stimulates innovation and cooperation within the nature conservation sector by challenging itself and others to think outside the box, to exchange opinions, thoughts, and experiences.
While being a passionate hunter and killer. More about Bernhard's hunting
A little
parties
hypocritical,
ahead.
right?
Bernhard was a notorious womanizer. The maids of the royal palaces were terrified of him and knew very well they had to keep their doors locked at night. He had several illegitimate children, two of whom he officially acknowledged, Alexia and Alicia. Juicy little detail is that Alicia's mother was the daughter of Nazi test pilot Hannah Reich and Werner von Braun. That's right, the Nazi rocket scientist who was welcomed by the US in 1945 during Operation Paperclip to continue his work for NASA. Yeah?
That was the same year Donald Trump was born.
Werner von Braun and Bernhard both had served in Himmler's cavalry, the equestrian.
And the same year that the war ended, because the war ended September 4th, 1945.
SS. They went way back. In 1952, Bernhard visited his old buddy Werner and took advantage of his daughter and left her pregnant. After that, he was no longer on speaking terms with the mother of his illegitimate child, as he put it himself. Bernhard was a much more powerful assessor than most people realize. Before, during, and after World War II, he cherished and maintained his contact and friendships with other SS officers, both in Argentina, where he went on so-called trade missions for the Netherlands, and in Germany, which has always been denied by the royal family and the Dutch Central Intelligence Agency. Bernhard also founded the Bilderberg Group, where political and industrial leaders gather once a year to discuss, well, nobody really knows, as it's hard.
Let's look at these companies. You know, Philips. You know, people get electronics from Philips. Ing, I've seen that before. Shell, I've seen that before. See, I'm not in the States, so these, I guess these are in the States.
Highly secretive. You can only become part of this exclusive group upon invitation. When Prime Minister Luns tried to enter the conference in 1977, he was literally thrown out. There's one thing all researchers agree on. The Bilderberg Group is definitely cabal. There's one more thing Bernhard was known for, and this is where it gets really dirty. It's the main reason why I put so...
I have to ask, is Bilderberg kind of associated with Build-A-Bear? Oh, God. Because Build-A-Bear, it lures children in.
Too much emphasis on our royal family. And this is something everybody needs to know. Come quickly to part 8.
Let's go. Told you my video was going to be long. If who's ever new to my channel, you're probably wondering why I'm just playing a video, but you know.
The more I studied the hidden side of the European royal families, the further I fell down the rabbit hole, until I stumbled upon something extremely dark. I will spare you the gruesome details. They are too horrific, too
It's
sickening.
part of the royal
I
family.
urge you to do your own research.
Not all of
Google the
it's
names you're about
corrupt.
to hear. Read
Let's
and
hope
listen for
not.
yourself
Well,
and make up your own mind. This is where Pizzagate returns to the story. Pizzagate is not just an American problem, it's a global problem. Let's get down to the real definition of Pizzagate. Worldwide, children are stolen and sold to elite pedophile rings. They are tortured, raped, and murdered as part of satanic ritual ceremonies. The murderers then drink the children's blood and they eat their flesh. The blood of children who were severely traumatized before they died contains adrenochrome, a natural drug produced by the pineal gland in the brain. Adrenochrome is the highest valued drug in the world. The God these people serve is Satan. It's not a God of love and mercy. Whether or not you believe in the existence of Satan is not relevant. They do. And according to each and every eyewitness who has the guts to
child
step
trafficking
forward,
victim speaks out of
Pizzagate is real.
Pizzagate is real.
Remember Mel Gibson's statements? He was ousted for not wanting to participate. He witnessed it though, and he is one of the very few who dares to speak about it. Personally, I think it's a miracle that he's still alive. Adrenochrome is real. It is the ultimate drug. This is what you look like when you take it, and this is when you no longer have access to it, thanks to President Trump. There was not as much time between these photos as you may think.
Oh shit. What's that say? Mark Zuckerberg, founded and CEO of Facebook. In his post, he writes about his stay on Little St. James Epstein's Island, also referred to as Orgy Island. Zuckerberg is at Little St. John's Island. June 16th at 2:14 p.m. Although many humans find participating in and observing sexual growths to be both pleasurable and fulfilling, I sometimes find it challenging to observe the subsequent removal of adrenochrome from the smaller participants, as illustrated in the paragraph below. Ingesting the adrenochrome, however, is an enjoyable human activity as any have yet engaged in. That, like, holy shit, man. Gosito purito to e. Kisino do shela ke sala woturuta. Eri pikito purikim. Disute the skium. Yeah. Although many people find participating in observing sexual course both pleasurable and fulfilling, I sometimes find, I already read that.
Not many children survive the satanic ritual ceremonies. The very few ones that do were not meant to be killed. They were there to sexually serve the elite. Royalty, sheikhs, top politicians, bankers, judges, church leaders, worldwide. Most survivors were born into satanic cult families. When you study all of the survivors' accounts, you will see they have a lot in common. The same description of the atrocity inflicted upon them, the same names of perpetrators, and the same elite they belong to. The problem, however, is that these survivors are not believed by most people. It's easier to assume that they're insane or attention seekers than to face the horrible truth. Furthermore, not many survivors dare to step forward. They are simply too traumatized. I spent countless hours listening to their horrifying accounts. I read police reports, and I am convinced these people are not crazy. They are not attention seekers nor liars. Their stories are consistent. Please do your own research and find out about the following victims and/or eyewitnesses. De Dutch Annemarie van Blijenburg, Toos Nijenhuis, Anneke Lucas, and Ronald Bernard. The Irishman Richard Kerr, brother and sister Gabriel and Eliza Dearman from the UK, the American Sarah Ruth Ashcroft, and the Australian Fiona Bonnet. Whenever a child sex offender was arrested in the Netherlands and its neighbouring Belgium, think Mark Dutroux, Robert Mikkelsons, they all swore they were supplying children for a large elite network. They were not believed. They were presented to the public as lone wolves, operating on their own. Most viewers will now once again experience some more cognitive dissonance. But hey, remember when the first reports emerged about the sexual abuse of boys and girls by Catholic priests and nuns? At first, nobody believed it. People were too shocked to handle it. But now, so many years later, it is common knowledge to most people. The church paid millions of dollars to its victims in an effort to silence them. We now have the evidence. We have numbers, statistics. People have grown used to the idea that priests, bishops, and cardinals rape children on an enormous. But hey, remember when the first reports emerged about the sexual abuse of boys and girls by Catholic priests and nuns? At first, nobody believed it.
Think about what the Truth and Reconciliation was. Had to do with residential schools, right? Where the children were receiving sexual physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual languages, how they looked, what they believed. That was the church. Affiliation with the church. And I felt that. It was like when I said about the church, it was just a complete block off. I went to I spoke with 3 different clergies. Okay. One in 99. And they said, you have a psychiatric disorder. You know, you need a hospital. That was the first one in 99. And then the second one in 99 when I got, that was when I first got out of the hospital. And then after my parents took me back to the hospital, and I looked at a woman in the emergency room, and I asked her how her fucking dead baby was. Didn't know where that came from, but my voice changed. It was a nurse. So my parents was having our family pastor watch me while they were gone. And instead of her telling them that, there's something not psychological wrong with your daughter, but something spiritual wrong with your daughter, and, guiding us in the right direction, she said it was mental health. And then here a couple of years ago, she called me up. She messaged me and asked me if it was okay for her to use me as an example for her teachings of spiritual health. When I told her like how mental health and spiritual health go hand in hand, and I told her that I would go in and guest speak for her to like kind of, no. But back in 99, when she did this, my mom and my grandmother were making phone calls. We even contact 100 Huntley Street. And we found a church that actually understood what it was that I was experiencing and then didn't look at it like it was a psychiatric problem. They were true believers in what we actually experienced. They too even spoke in tongues, as people call it. I call it the language of spirit. And then here a couple of years ago, I went and told him I needed like some spiritual guidance, basically. No, you need a psychiatric unit. So it's that part, you got the ones that are doing good for however you see it, as God, spirit, Christ consciousness, what have you. And then there's the ones that they're in it for they don't know the truth. They don't understand what people are experiencing because they don't even listen to what they preach.
People were too shocked to handle it. But now, so many years later, it is common knowledge to most people. The church paid millions of dollars to its victims in an effort to silence them. We now have the evidence. We have numbers, statistics. People have grown used to the idea that
That's what I was looking for.
bishops and cardinals rape children on an enormous scale. We now have the evidence.
Roman Catholic Church forgives HIV-infected priest who raped 30 children, won't face criminal charges. Seriously? I guess they do protect their own people, don't they? Will we protect our own people too? It's the part of, you can see the light. Or keep living in the darkness. And then we suffer our own consequences by remaining in the darkness and not working through the light.
We have numbers, statistics. People have grown used to the idea that priests, bishops, and cardinals rape children.
Victims speak out about that.
And if you think the popes wash their hands of innocence,
I want to see this.
You're in for a big shock to scale. We now have the evidence.
Sorry.
We have numbers, statistics. People have grown used to the idea that priests,
Convicted
bishops,
sex
and
offender.
cardinals rape
Victims speak out about priest abuse.
children on an enormous scale. And if you think the popes wash
scandal.
their hands in innocence, you're in.
How will Pope Francis deal with abuse in the Catholic Church? Didn't they have a thing with Justin Trudeau where the Pope had spoke up about his wrongdoings? That was just the past couple of years. Justin Trudeau, yeah.
For a big shock. Now, I
Catholic
realise
Church,
that satanic
sexual
offerings
child
of babies
abuse.
and children is a step further than sexual abuse. But I can assure you that more and more victims will soon.
See, it's not about like not all people in the church do that. What it is, it's the ones that are hidden in the church, and they call them a wolf in sheep's clothing. And they're usually the ones that you're going to for the advice. The ones that you look to, the ones that say, we're holier than thou, and we know this, and this is why I'm in this stature, and I'm in this place, because, I came and said I came up. And people think that that I'm making fun of something. No, it's not because I'm making fun of someone. It's more of pointing out what it appears to be and comes off as.
Speak up.
What's that say? Children murder in satanic orgies. That was Yorkshire Post, August 2nd, 1990. Several children may have died after being subjected to abuse by members of satanic sex rings, a Harley Street counselor claimed yesterday. A psychotherapist, Miss Von Diamond, said she was treating more and more people who suffered some form of ritual abuse during their childhood. She said satanic rings were an excuse for provisions of all kinds and added, I am absolutely convinced that children have been killed during these rituals. I have heard it too many times for it to not be true. Her claim came in the wake of the police investigation into the disappearance of up to 20 children, aimed fears that some may have been murdered during the making of snuff movies. Shit, didn't I just say that back a bit ago? How do you know the movies that you're watching are not real? Miss Diamond said she had worked with people who have been abused in a variety of ways, and this included the use of drugs to make children more attainable. Her client told her how, as children, they were taken into an evening ceremony of some kind, sometimes dressed up for occasions in
work their way through their
flowing gown. They are placed on an altar in a church or in the center of a chalked out area with satanic markings, sometimes in the open air, sometimes in people's houses. The children are ritually raped by most people in the group. It's an orgy. I want to say again, I had a vision where it was a group of people. It was like they were around in a circle and they were all naked and dancing, and women, they were all covered in red stuff, like it was like blood or something, and they were all dressed like they were all naked, and it was like an orgy. So I know that it's that part of you're seeing the ancestors' stuff, and it's that part of, once you understand it and see what's happening, then we can get to the real truth and reconciliation, not just words. The children of raped by most people in the group. It's an orgy. Parents are usually the people who introduce them to the group. Very often, there is a grandparent in the background. Fuck. Miss Diamond is among experts due to attend the 4th International Conference on Incest and Related Problems at Northwick Park Hospital, Harrow, next week. Also attending will be Sue Hutchinson, founder of the Safe Counseling Hotline, who said victims of ritual and satanic abuse were coming forward for help in ever increasing numbers. She was now dealing with 10 new calls every week, and some of those calling her helpline were only 11 years old.
Dissonance.
Oh, shit. Oh, damn.
Is a step further than sexual abuse.
Oh my gosh. There's even that one there. Babies and young children are being sacrificed to the devil in witchcraft rituals all over Britain. This here down here is dated September 19th, 1988. Babies and young children are being sacrificed to the devil in witchcraft rituals all over Britain, according to Tory MP Mr. Geoffrey Dickens. The children are lured into covens, dragged or brainwashed, and then forced to take part in degrading sexual acts, he alleges. In extreme cases, babies of very young children are killed as offerings to the devil, says the MP for Little Bruin and Saddleworth. He claims to have evidence from around the country that children are being sacrificed in beastly ceremonies. 600 children go missing every year. At least 50 of these children are simply never found again. Murder is horrible enough to contemplate, but in most cases of the nature, the child's pitfall body is eventually discovered. With witchcraft sacrifice, nothing is ever found. He says, the MP, the magazine, the secrecy surrounding such covens makes hard evidence difficult to come by. It is a tricky and difficult area to prove, but from conversations with contacts and ex-Satanists, I can honestly tell you I do believe these things have and are opening, he says. Mr. Dixon says he is building up a dozer which he hopes will provide concrete proof on the evils of Satanism. Then you are rest assured I will go to the police, he says.
I can assure you that more and more victims will soon speak up. And step by step.
So we'll leave off here. Okay. Grandparents. Also attending will be Sue Hutcherson founding rituals forward for help, ever increasing numbers. She was now growing. Okay, I did read that.
People can work their way through their cognitive dissonance so that soon we'll be able to save
survivor of
these children.
satanic ritual abuse.
Where do these children come from? How come they can simply disappear without a trace, without worried parents who report them missing? They come from orphanages, children's homes, youth detention centers. Some are homeless. Many are refugees fleeing wars. These children are stolen, sold. We're talking the fastest growing trade here. According to the survivors,
Children
not
are
only
easy
the Dutch,
prey.
but also the British royal family are heavily involved.
And that's why
in
they
all
go
of
after
this.
them.
Back in the 1980s, a major controversy arose when it became clear that Prince Charles was a very close friend of Jimmy Savile, a notorious pedophile. Not only Charles, the entire royal family loved Savile, as did Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Savile was named by many victims and was said to have been extremely violent and cruel. He was never prosecuted and died a free man. Then there's the interesting close friendship between Prince Andrew and the convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein held several young women as sex slaves, hiring them to his elite friends, such as...
See, it is like, I'm getting irritated because they're not showing anything. It's leaned towards, like, with regards to leaving Donald Trump out, but Donald Trump was a good friend to Epstein too. They had business dealings. So it's that part of, right now I'm seeing it's like what left wing against right wing and right wing against left. Like, that's what I'm getting. Like, where's the other side of the story? And is that why my TikTok got shut down? Because, I wasn't picking sides. I was talking about Donald Trump too, and saying, like, what I've discovered and things like that. Because spirit brings me to it all. Like, I was looking at things with Pierre Polivier and the premier for in the Maritimes. They're all affiliated with the same stuff, but people don't see that. They figure just because, like, the premier of, I guess it was premier of Nova Scotia, contacted a teacher because the teacher told people that they couldn't wear their uniforms. Okay. And he was right off on the tariffs. But when it came to people being raped and molested, killed, abused, like murders, things like that, well, it was just dismissive. But when it came to making money, and he's worth, I think it was close to $25 million himself, because he's affiliated with something to do with the oceans. Premier of Nova Scotia. That's all you have to do, and you'll know. Pierre Poilievre, Justin Trudeau, and well, his name, I will say it, because this is what happened. It wasn't like it was in private. It was Tim Houston. He told veterans they couldn't, like, he went up to the teacher, or up to with regards to the principal, because he had a family member, his father or grandfather or something, had served in the military. But from what I've been seeing and stuff like that, 6 people in 3 months, roughly, have been killed due to domestic violence. People say, well, that's not, that the way the killings took place, but it didn't matter about people. They were all concerned about the tariffs. And I seen Justin Trudeau and Doug Ford. Well, they, like, it's not the oil. It's, they're affecting our automobiles. Seriously. Not because the people are starving, right? Sicchi di tutto re. And I'm going to say, and people vote for them? It's like, how do you like starving? Shit. Seriously. They're worried about their automobiles. Not the people. And that's what makes it so freaking sad. Because my ex-husband, one time, he told me that, because I don't vote, I have no say. But that's the reason why I have say. It's because I don't vote to give my say up to somebody else. Who's rich as dirt and, obviously doesn't care whether the tariffs affect your food, your livelihoods, your housing, your heat, your lights. He don't care about that, right? The goods and services. He don't care about that, right? They just care about their automobiles and oil and stuff like that. All the stuff that keeps their fucking dicks in the air and thinking, which I got to say, they got their egos so shoved up their own asses and each other's asses that it's not funny. That's why they smell like shit all the way.
The mainstream media tried their utmost best to debunk the video.
That-
Buckingham Palace declined to comment on the video.
That's a naked man coming out of the palace window. That's what she's talking about.
And the Metropolitan Police said they had no reports of the incident. Now, I don't know what it is with the royal family, but something's definitely weird. Have a look at Prince William's wife, Kate, right after giving birth in 2018. Why on earth would she pick a dress that is identical to the one in the horror movie Rosemary's Baby, where
Oh, it is
Rosemary
too.
gives birth to Satan's child? What kind of an insane coincidence is that? According to the satanic ritual abuse survivors, the popes too were and are heavily involved. Pope Francis, Pope Benedict, like I said, they do not wash their hands of innocence.
I thought they practiced celibacy.
Heavily involved. Pope Francis,
Like he's smooching on a
Pope
woman.
Benedict, like I said,
And that's the lips.
they do not wash their hands of innocence.
The Pope during the World Youth Day noticed the young boy lover symbol. I went into a church. Well, it was for sale. And I went in. And they had Mary on one side. It was like a statue. And Jesus on the other side, like a statue. And I went in there and I had like heebie-jeebies. They had the confession booth and everything. And I kind of wanted to turn it into a healing place, and it had a little bit of a cemetery next to it. Wasn't heated, nothing. And I was having the heebie-jeebies, and I turned around, and there was a picture of the Pope. Why, like, you know, if you believe in God, why are you worshiping the Pope?
Innocence. On the contrary,
I'm allowed to ask the questions. And you should realize that. Symbols will be their downfall.
both Pope Francis and the Dutch Prince Bernhard loved hunting parties, according to the survivors. Once again, I will do you the great favor of sparing you the
Said they like you
disgusting
running.
details, but it boils down to this.
It makes it so much
Hunting
funner for
parties
them.
took place in secret in forests, most of which belonged to royal estates in several European countries. The participants, all part of the before-mentioned elite satanic pedophile cult, would hunt down children, rape them, murder them, and cut off their genitals as a trophy.
These people.
In February 2013, former Pope Benedict Joseph Ratzinger was prosecuted and sentenced by default for crimes against humanity by the International Tribunal into Crimes of Church and State.
Did we hear that on the news? Did you hear it on your news? Kile petukriye? Sim kile përshëles or kush sa të tia turpri kumukata.
Ratzinger's crimes included child trafficking and protecting priests who had raped children. Is this why he stepped down? even though being a pope is a nomination for life. Interesting little detail is that lightning struck St. Peter's twice, only moments after his resignation. The same verdict followed for Pope Francis.
For crimes
One
against
accusation was
humanity,
added,
child abduction, and
complicity
complicity in
in
murder.
Argentina. Others who were also prosecuted and sentenced for crimes against humanity were the British Queen Elizabeth Windsor and her husband Prince Philip, former Canadian Prime Minister Harper, and
People won't believe this.
27 other dignitaries. Whether or not this will lead to arrests, time will tell. For now, both the Pope and the royal family enjoy immunity. The International Tribunal into Crimes of Church and
50,000
State
Canadian children
extensively
murdered.
investigated the case of the rape, torture, and murder of 50,000 native children in
I said the
Canada.
residential schools.
The United Church of Canada, the Anglican Church, and the British royal family played a major role in this case, as did the Dutch royal family, who fled to Canada to be
It's happened
safe
in
from
our
World
family.
War II. As far back as 1942, an investigative journalist of the Canada Gazette thoroughly studied the case and came to the shocking conclusion that 50,000
The tortured native
native
children in
had
residential schools.
disappeared
Now,
from 80 Canadian
since it's
Indian
on that-
residential schools.
Okay. I went to one of the residential schools. And it was really strange because I was reading the plaques. And I stepped past the plaques. And when I started stepping past the plaques, I could feel something strange. And I started walking up, and then it was just like I was feeling it under my feet. And then I started speaking as if like it was crying, like they were crying out. And I wanted my feet up off the ground. And I kept walking. And I got up over and around a bushel of trees and up more towards where the building would have been. And I was standing there and I could feel it. I just couldn't get my feet off the ground. I was literally like crying and freaking out, trying to get my feet off the ground. And part of it felt like I was being pulled, like for help, trying to get up. And I had to leave. Like, I was just like, holy crap, this is like, whoa, like, okay, you guys, like, just sit it. And I start talking and kind of moving my hands and all the way like back down. And when I walked back past the plaques, it was like I felt everything fly off me. So there was some sort of ritual done to keep those spirits chained there. And some people don't believe that, but that is real. I literally, like, I got somebody, it's like somebody's laughing. You know, you laugh all you want. But what if it was one of your family members? "50,000 children died in Indian residential schools. The Catholic, Anglican, and United Churches responsible."
And that 31 mass
"have been legally, but not morally absolved. No one has been brought to trial for the killings, the torture, and abduction of children by
grave sites have been
clergy."
found inside the school
Continues.
grounds containing the remains of children.
Genocide. in Canada. For those who wish to do more research.
Now, as shocking as this may be,
Hundreds of Scottish orphanage
nothing
children
new.
allegedly buried
On
in
a
mass
regular
graves.
basis, mass baby
Mass
children's
graves
graves are discovered, often near nunneries. In some cases, we don't know exactly what happened. In other cases,
See, the nuns were being sexually assaulted and everything too. And what they were experiencing, they were reflecting it on all the children. And there's no excuse for it. It just shows that people become a victim of circumstance. So I know it's not just the children that are trapped there. And it's a constant war. Because they keep reliving it over and over again. And that's how their families are experiencing it. When they're experiencing things, what they're experiencing are those ancestors, those family members. And they're trying to get out of the endless torment and torture. They were even, people may not know this, but they were put on each other. They were turned on each other too. They were used to cause pain and suffering on each other. Hundreds of orphans buried in mass graves, forgotten for decades. Remember them today. These are your children, your ancestors' children. They're your family members. Whether you think because they're not your close family members, just remember, if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't be here.
as we do know, due to forensic evidence and the eyewitness accounts of survivors. Mel Gibson was right when he said that satanic cults with child sacrifices are nothing new. It goes way back.
See, the thing is, how long, like Mel Gibson, how long was he, like he says he wasn't taking part in it, but he was there witnessing it. So my question is, how long were you witnessing it for and never said anything about it? Because to me, you know, when we don't say anything about it, we just sit back and watch. In many ways, we're no different. Because we're not stopping it from happening. Did anybody ever see the painting where it's like the image is supposed to be God in a cloud and the man laying sort of in something too, and they're touching fingertip to fingertip? Because it was happening to both sexes, men and women. And we'll say two-spirited because transgender people may get offended if I don't, but transgender is two-spirited.
Into history. For thousands of years, children have been murdered to please Satan, Lucifer, Baal, Moloch, or whatever you want to call him. I have found many paintings of child sacrifice in Catholic churches during my own research. It's part of human history, but that doesn't mean it's okay.
That painting, that represents Cronus and one of his children, because Cronus ate his children, but Rhea gave Cronus a rock when it came to Zeus. And then but this, maybe that's why I say you old bastard. It's like, well, the mother's said to be like Gaia, and then the father is Uranus, and then they had Cronus and Rhea. So is the spirit of Rhea coming out and calling him an old bastard? Or who is saying he's an old bastard? Because I know what spirit to spirit is, and I know when people change, when something steps in. Because I see the change right before me. Even sometimes their whole physical features, their height and everything will change some. But you know, some will tell you, well, that's not real. That's like you're having mental health issues. Excuse me?
We all know about the Aztecs and the human sacrifices, and we can deal with that, for it's old. But until recently, I was not aware of any of this. I'd never heard about Pizzagate and satanic Luciferian cults with child sacrifice. I thought it belonged to the past, to the Dark Ages. Well, I guess we're still living in the Dark Ages. All of the satanic cults are connected, worldwide. People at the highest level are only at the highest level because they participate. And once you're in for life through blackmail with pictures and video footage taken in secret. And some don't even need blackmail. They simply...
Do you know, maybe that's the part of when they say
thrive on the pain and suffering of others.
When they say about repent. Is it that part of, speaking up about what you did? Fessing up? Because,
some names have been named. Others will follow soon. The people will be shocked to the core when this comes out. Let me give you one piece of advice. When the video of Hillary Clinton and her right hand, Huma Abedin, raping, torturing, mutilating, and killing a little girl comes out in the open, do not watch it. You will not.
those who know cannot sleep. Those who know cannot find peace. Those who know will not rest until those responsible will be held accountable. Nobody can possibly imagine the pure evil and corruption out there. Those you trust are the most guilty of sin. They're the ones who tell you you're a sinner. And it's the systems, the ones running the systems. Who are we taught to trust? If you are religious, pray. I'm here to tell you, you don't have to be. It's not about being religious to pray. I pray. I pray all the time. I pray for other people, and I pray with like gratitude for the things that I have. I'm constantly talking with God, Spirit, the Creator, as people say. It's part of, I'm here to take on your demons. But I'm here to show you how to be able to take them on yourself.
There are certain things I will not share with you here, simply because they are too horrific. Like this shower torture of a child by John Podesta. Search and find it for yourself if you like. I wish to wake people up, not traumatize them. The same goes for the red shoes. You want to know what they're made of? Do your own research. I'll give you a small hint. The tradition of red shoes for the elite goes all the way back to the Byzantine tradition, when kings would wear them as symbols of bloody martyrdom. The video, by the way, was found.
My ex-husband, when I met him, he had a pair of Oxford blood they were some sort of sneaker. And I made him get rid of them. I got him to get rid of them.
On the confiscated laptop of Anthony Weiner, the ex-husband of Huma Abedin. It was stored together with thousands of other files in a folder called Life Insurance. Talk about blackmail. Weiner, by the way, was sentenced to serve 21 months in prison for sending sexual texts to a minor back in 2017. Oh, and the good news is, Weiner's laptop has officially been accepted in court as evidence. I can assure you we'll be hearing a lot more about its contents very soon. Now, what happens when you try to make any of this public? Either your TV career ends right there and then,
Canceled after exposure.
or you get a heart attack. Or your plane crashes.
This one says Beverly Urquhart, 9/11 widow, refused $1.8 million from the government, demanded the truth from Obama. 6 days later, her plane crashed, Buffalo crash.
Or you end up dead in a hotel room.
Whistleblower. Model who exposed ring found
Or
dead.
you are found with a bullet in your back. Or you commit suicide.
Okay. Choir actor dies by suicide in Arizona. Okay, so These names are there: Seth Green, Claire Grant, Tom Hanks, Stephen Colbert, Mark Thomas, Steven Spielberg, John Podesta, Jimmy Savile, Lloyd Kaufman, David Urokiski, Dan Schneider, Schneider, Oprah Winfrey, Jimmy Kimmel, Barack Obama, Elsa Gates, Frank Gristra, Ted. Hey, I read that in the book The Last Tycoon. His name was mentioned in there. Frank Gristra was mentioned somewhere in something I read, and I put it on one of my lives. Ted Gunderson.
And guess what? I haven't even shown you them.
And if you ever watched Polar Express, it's very creepy. It's said to be magical, but it was more creepy to me than anything, because there was a spirit. It was a drifter. It was a drifter on top of the train. And he'd be there, and then he'd disappear. But there was nowhere for him to go.
Real top of the pyramid of power yet. Just the visible top. Did you think the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, George Soros, the government leaders, even the royal families, did you think they were the top of the 1%? They are not. There is a very dark order above them all, making puppets of everybody else, even of kings and queens. Ever heard of the Jesuit order? Did you know that there are 3 popes instead of 1?
Black right away.
Have you heard of the General 21? Of its sequel, the depopulation program? This is so big, it does not figure this.
The depopulation, okay? If you're not familiar with the Sexual Sterilization Act, go read it.
This documentary. It will form a film of its own, which I promise to present in the very near future.
And do you see the way they got the table? Okay, I said the other day, like with regards to like what's happening and with Trump and all these big elites, like big people in power and what have you. Okay, and Justin Trudeau, Pierre Poilievre, it doesn't matter. Okay, when they're in the big elites, they're playing Monopoly. Okay. So if you think of, you go and you buy, like you get a mortgage, you buy your house and what have you, and what happens? You could put hotels on it, but the bank takes it all. Monopoly, you're paying for your water, your utilities, you go to jail. If you can go directly to jail, or you take a chance and you go to jail, but the rich places are over here and the poor places are over there. Like you can get like $60 for a poor place, but then it's $250 to get Boardwalk or a Park Place. And this is where you collect an allowance, or you do not pass, like when you go past go, you get what, like to get, it's $200. And then the Monopoly game is on the people's backs.
What I wish to give you now is hope. After all of this
Kuresa
misery,
moto
it's
te.
time for some
Are
light.
kuresa kai
And
mo
the good news is, there is plenty of that. Come with me, finally, to the good news in part 9 and 10.
Now. The dawn of New World.
When Q arose on October 28, 2017, little did we know that a new era had started. Something big, something massive started unfolding before our very eyes, but most people remained completely in the dark. Through the Q drops, hints, clues, and questions were planted like seeds, waiting for humanity to be picked up, researched, and unraveled. Bit by bit, we, the people, woke up.
Sheep no more.
Using other means than the mainstream media, the QAnons started communicating with each other through Facebook, Twitter, and other social media. The same social media that was set up by the cabal to monitor the people 24/7 were now used. We, the people, woke up. Using other means.
Okay. Social media. Okay, that is that WhatsApp? Phone, I don't know. So Facebook, possibly WhatsApp, YouTube. I know these ones, and Snapchat, Twitter, which is X now, but still called Twitter. Instagram, and I think that one may be Patreon, maybe. And I don't know what these two are. Maybe that's why the universe wouldn't let me get on Patreon. Que le piquito por aquí.
And the mainstream media, the QAnons started communicating with each other through Facebook.
So Skype, LiveJournal, Blogger, Flickr. They always want you to like because it gets their algorithms.
Twitter, and other social media. The same social media that was set up by the cabal to monitor the people 24/7 were now used to find each other and to spread news and findings. There was no stopping us anymore. People in France went out into the streets in yellow vests, showing President Macron that they no longer complied. What started off with small groups evolved into mass protests. For over a year now, tens of thousands of people have been gathering.
See, they're not really showing this on your mainstream, right? Okay, they're not showing that. And when they showed the trucker thing in Ottawa, they tried to make it look like people were beating on each other, but they were paying others to come in and cause destruction. And that's why that got showed. Trying to put the people in their place.
Every Saturday, not just in France, but in Spain, Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, Bulgaria, Turkey, Poland, Hungary, Taiwan, Australia, Iraq, Israel. The mainstream media tried to make people believe it was just a fading phenomenon, but the people saw through their lies.
See, the people are seeing and wanting the same thing. And it's happening. It's a part of putting your differences aside and going after the real problem. And that's the ones that you give power to. And they're abusing the power through greed, ignorance, corruption. And they're putting themselves in the systems. But there's also the ones in there that are truly there to help the people because they see the people as their family. They look out for self, and people don't really, they would backstab their own family members.
Soros then intervened in his own special way. He paid his people to mingle with the yellow vests and start riots. The ever successful
Same as what they did with the
spread
trucker
a group of
convoy.
protesters with peaceful intentions, made them look like vandals and aggressors. Soros's rats attacked the police, but this strategy didn't work either. His rats were not very smart. They forgot to put on yellow vests, and in the heat of the fight, they shouted, "Paris, Paris, Antifa!" Then they forgot who they were supposed to attack, so they went for the yellow vests as well. Macron got scared. He told the French police to strike down the protests with all means necessary. But the police
That's what they did
officers
here.
took off their helmets
That's what they did here in Canada.
solidarity with the yellow vests. What else could the cabal do? Use extreme violence. Army forces were deployed. Snipers were put on rooftops to shoot at the yellow vests if necessary. Thousands of people got injured. People died. France is in the middle of a civil war, but the mainstream media remains silent. 23 yellow vests have died for believing in a better world. South America too shows massive protests where people demand their corrupt governments to step down. The world is experiencing the biggest revolution ever. The worst nightmare of the cabal has come true. The people have woken up.
Dark to light.
And contrary to other revolutions that humanity went through in the past, this revolution is one of knowledge, understanding of how things are run by the elite, and the
Wisdom. The quality of having experienced knowledge and good judgment, the quality of being wise. The ability to understand something, comprehension.
willingness to work together to create a better world. A revolution of the people can only work when there is help at the top. That help was never there in the past, but now there is. That is what makes this revolution different. We have an ally at the top, an ally that we refer to as Q. Q is a group of people, not an individual. The intel Q provides is top level. I believe Q comprises of Donald J. Trump and some of his most loyal army generals. Without the help of the army top, the plan that is unfolding would never stand a chance. But there's more to Q than meets the eye. I am convinced there are some secret components that will be revealed soon. President Trump and the entire Q team are working out a plan that has been in the making for the past 20 years.
See, I'm gonna say it again. They should be showing also the sides of Trump. The pictures that that Trump was with these people, and then leave it to the people to decide what's right. Because if you're putting the dirt out on one, then you got to put it out on them all. You know, how are the people supposed to make a proper informed decision? If the people that are supposed to be in charge or have power or what have you aren't being honest with them.
A plan so all-encompassing, it took this long to calculate every step, every move to perfection. Every possible outcome of each and every step was thoroughly mapped out, leading to the next optimal move. We're talking
TikTok.
probability calculation at the highest level. How do we every possible outcome of each and every step was thoroughly mapped out?
So trust the plan. Oh, here it is here. I told people go watch Once Upon a Time, Snow White. $111, no deals, TikTok, Godspeed, expand your thinking. Test, cause good, truth, map. It's hard to see it. It should have been out a bit.
Leading to the next optimal move. We're talking probability calculation at the highest level. How do we know? Because Q made predictions of events that we, the people, could never have foreseen. President Trump gave clues in his speeches that pointed to events that were about to unfold, but most people didn't even notice them. How do we know? Because Q made predictions of events that we, the people, could never have foreseen. President Trump gave clues in his speeches that pointed to events that were about to unfold, but most people didn't even notice them. The mainstream media made fun of them, but the QAnons recognized them and realized just how brilliant Q really was. Let me give you a few examples. In the middle of a press conference in November 2017, Trump stopped a few times to take a sip of water from a small plastic bottle. It seemed weird, completely overdone. He repeated this a month later in the middle of a talk about national security. He held the glass with two hands like a child. The mainstream media went hysterical, claiming the president was either retarded or suffering from some degenerative disease. The Anons, however, knew immediately that he was pointing out something. The water bottle contained Fiji water. Fiji water is bottled on the Isle of Wakanda. In 1973, Wakanda was bought by a Canadian businessman, David Gilmour. In 1996, he founded Fiji Waters. In 2016, Claire Bronfman, heiress to the multi-billion-dollar Seagram liquor fortune, bought 80% of Wakanda from Gilmour and financed
Taking
the
your water
setup
for it.
of Nexium on the island. Exactly, the sex cult run by Keith Raniere, who branded his initial into the women that he kept on the island as sex slaves, who were lured in by sweet-faced Alison Mack, the Smallville actress. The ball started rolling, arrests were made, and in April 2019, Raniere was found guilty of all charges, including racketeering and sex trafficking. Some of his victims were minors. Claire Bronfman and her sister Sarah pleaded guilty on all charges, as did Alison Mack. More incriminating things will come to the surface soon. Nexium donated a large amount of money to the Clinton Foundation. Claire Bronfman was CEO of a company called Bronfman Rothschild, as was Evelyn Rothschild and his wife Lynn. Remember them from the previous episodes? Isn't it fascinating how the same key players keep popping up? There's one more disturbing thing about this case, which involves the Dalai Lama. In May 2009, the Bronfman sisters organized an event with the Dalai Lama in Albany. There was a lot of criticism towards the Dalai Lama. How could he connect his good name with a sex cult? But he decided to go anyway. 10 days after the event, the Dalai Lama Trust was founded. According to its tax filings, the trust received $2.2 million in donations in its first year. Was the Dalai Lama bought to connect himself to Nexium? According to an inside Nexium member, this was indeed the case. The Dalai Lama's office and the Bronfman sisters denied the allegation. Now that this has come out into the open, it would be nice if the Dalai Lama would at least explain why he went along with the sex cult or apologize. But instead, he blames Trump on unethical behavior. Now, why was the Fiji case so important? Nexium will soon turn out to be just a small fish compared to what's coming. Think crimes against children, sex trafficking, and satanic child sacrifice. Think big names like the Clintons, the Obamas, and the Podestas. What Trump did was he started off with a case important enough to be presented to the people, but small enough not to completely shock them. He chose Nexium to let the public get used to the major offenses that are about to be revealed. This is what we call red-pilling the people, a term coined in the movie The Matrix. Do you want the blue pill or the red pill? If you choose the red pill, you will be shown the truth, and there's no way back. Here's another example of Trump's brilliant strategy. In June 2017, Melania boarded the presidential plane on her way to visit a youth detention center with Mexican migrant children who had been separated from their parents. She wore a coat with the text, "I really don't care, do you?" It was a strange choice, for the coat wasn't fashionable at all, and the text was quite provocative, to say the least. Once again, the mainstream media went into a frenzy, but the QAnons knew that Trump's were giving a clue. The coat turned out to be a Zara product. An investigation made clear that Zara made use of slave labor. As a result, Amancio Ortega, founder and CEO of Zara, resigned 6 months after Melania's action. Yet another clue that was being given by Melania was the fact that these children were not separated from their parents, but saved from child traffickers. More than 8,500 CEOs resigned over the last 2 years, many for unclear reasons, just like Hugh had predicted. Was Trump indeed draining the swamp like he had promised? One of Q's crumbs that was repeated several times was, "We have the server." It quite clearly referred to Hillary Clinton's server, the one she tried so hard to destroy before it would be used against her in a court of law. But how did the Q team lay their hands on it? The clue was given in Helsinki, Finland, when Trump met Vladimir Putin on July 16, 2018. Trump openly asked the audience, "Where is the server? Where are the servers? They're missing. Where are they? What happened to Hillary's emails? 33,000 emails. They're gone, just gone. I think it's a disgrace." Remember the scene with the soccer ball? Putin handed Trump the ball and said, "The ball is now in your court." Trump took the ball and said, "This will go to my son, Barron." He then threw the ball to Melania. What was so special about the ball? Why the big smiles and the twinkling in their eyes? What was going on here? And why did Melania post a tweet with this picture later that year? Many QAnons agree on the theory that the content of the servers was inside that soccer ball, containing enough incriminating evidence to put a lot of people in Washington, D.C. behind bars for life. Try evidence for the Uranium One scandal, where Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, and with knowledge and approval
Yeah,
of
I'm
President
just
Obama,
watching
gave
this
Russia
with everyone
control
else.
20% of America's uranium.
Kolipit kriya
through
salata da
Rosatom
tutuin.
deal. The Russian company Rosatom had bought the Canadian company Uranium One in 2010, 3 years after the latter had purchased Eurasia, owned by Frank Justra, our friend with the pedophile logo from Part 4. Remember? Justra had officially stepped down after the purchase, so why did he donate $145 million to the Clinton Foundation right after the...
See, the rainbow that they show with this stuff, it doesn't have the full rainbow. Do you really know that? It doesn't have the full rainbow. Because the true rainbow, it represents everybody. And each rainbow that they've been showing here, I've been seeing 6.
The Rosatom deal was signed.
And you're
Why on
awakening
earth
to
was
the
he
truth.
too embraced by the Dalai Lama? Why the hell did he get the Dalai Lama Humanitarian Award when he is involved up to his ears in child trafficking? Why did Bill Clinton receive $500,000 for a talk in Moscow right after the Rosatom deal was announced? Do you know what we're looking at here? Bribery, corruption, pay to play,
Told ya.
money laundering, and high treason.
That's it, blackmail.
This was
High
the
treason.
real Russian collusion.
I'm not saying I told you so
Oh,
or
by the
anything.
way, why did Trump say the soccer ball was going to his son Barron? According to insiders, Barron is extremely intelligent with an IQ of 146. He is said to be incredible with computers, especially when it comes to hacking, cracking codes, passwords, etc. Bearing this in mind, I so understand the facial expressions that one fine day in Helsinki. Soon, very soon, there will be arrests, mass arrests. Everything has been laid out, 20 years of preparations. The CIA, FBI, DOJ, NSA, every 3-letter agency has been cleared of
I
deep
gotta go
state
back here
actors.
because I gotta
Very soon,
share
there will
something.
be arrests, mass arrests. Everything has been laid out.
Okay. See the date? 1999. 1999 was the year I used the Ouija board. Okay. "2019 was the year I died at home. And in 2020, a couple months after that, I drew. like I said, in 1999, I used a Ouija board, and that's when I ended up having to go for an exorcism. Okay. And then in 2019, I went down at Costco. I went unconscious at Costco. And when I did, my ex-husband took my arm to try to catch me, but he couldn't hold me because he's disabled. He ended up letting me go. And when he let me go, my hip hit the ground, and then my shoulder slammed in. But when it slammed in, it folded me in half. And then my face flopped sideways, my chin smashed, and my head smashed. And it was violent. I could still hear and feel everybody. I couldn't respond to nothing. And as the months went by, that was in June, and as the months went by of me having different experiences on this side of my body, I know that now it must have smashed my collarbone, because I still have pain up in here. And I couldn't hold my head up. But I wouldn't go in the ambulance because where I had been fainting before, going unconscious before that, and going to doctors, they wouldn't listen to me. And the ambulance drivers, they would just hurt me. And even a nurse told others in the hospital that I was playing cat and mouse. So as months went by, in June of 2019, I was going to the hospital. I think within two and a half months, somewhere around there, I had been between the emergency room, a walk-in clinic, and my own family physician. And I even left the province once to try and go to an emergency room. And I got blown off, told it was anxiety, depression, and what have you. And then I started, it was like I was seeing through portals, what have you. And I was seeing a lot of different things happening. And then in December, close to Christmas of 2019, I couldn't fight no more. I had no energy left. I felt like my body was being drained from the inside. It was like everything was sucking in. All that time, I kept trying to clean and eat, and I was just feeling worse and worse and worse and worse. And my nephew tried. He wanted to get me out of province to get help, because he knew something was wrong, and not a lot of people were listening to me or hearing me. And the night before I died, I was in my room, and it was like I was in a hospital room. The way things were happening, I feel like I was falling off of everything, and I was laying there, and I could feel myself, and I just kind of catch myself. And then I seen my mom sitting at the end of my bed, and this little girl kept running in and out. And I told them all to get the fuck out of my room. Next day I went out, and I just sat on the couch, and I could feel myself slipping away, because I was trying to catch myself. I could feel myself slipping away. And I just so tired and exhausted. I couldn't fight no more. And I laid down on my couch and felt myself slipping away, going into shock. I could, at some point, I don't know how long it was happening for, but I could hear my nephew say to my youngest son, like your mother's still sleeping. It's like I couldn't say, like, no, I need help. And I went into shock. And it started off as a little light in distance, and got bigger and bigger and bigger. It was like it was duplicating. And then it was like going up into the sun. And I've had different visions since then. And on February 8th, 2020, I drew this. I was sitting on the bed I made it to Alberta, and I was sitting on the bed, and I took my notepad and I started drawing. I started with the eyes, and then I made the face and the ears and the mouth, and then it went from there. Because I just heard, why do you have Tara? It's because the earth in some religions or mythology or what have you, in the parts of mythology, they call the earth Terra, which Terra means Earth Mother, means the hill, on the hill. And I have the I have the picture broken down right here. Shoot. If I could put it side by side, well, I can. Just take it. Shit. Come on, bugger. That's it broken down. Around the head, it's the hearts, the eyes for seeing. In the middle, it's the all-seeing eye. This is the God. This is zoology. You know, it's that part of, we were left different things. The part of the awakening to who we are. Not just of the flesh, but who we are as divine beings, children of God, whether, like, you know, what have you. It's all in how you perceive it. But this is all about the war of God. Whether you're atheist, Protestant, Catholic, Christian, Baptist, United, Lutheran, Hindu, Buddhism, it doesn't matter. We've all been ignorant to it. Whether we're part of the corruption directly or indirectly, or of circumstance. Because like I said, sometimes people working with them, they don't know what's going on. But if you know what's going on and you're not bringing it to light, it makes us just as guilty. We may not be the big part of it.
At 20 years of preparation.
We are the truth and the way. We are the answer. We are the change. And we are the revolution. We are making a difference, and not just for now, but for many years to come. And it's not that it's going to keep going. Because the corruption will be taken down, no matter how long people think it does take.
The CIA, FBI, DOJ, NSA, every three-letter agency has been cleared of deep state actors. How can you make arrests when the agencies are corrupted? You cannot. That's why Comey, McCabe, Brennan, and other key players had to go. That's why some of them suddenly stepped down while others were fired. The stage has been set. The world will be in for a major shock. How on earth are people going to respond when it becomes clear that Obama, Pelosi, Schumer, Feinstein, Strzok, Page, the Clintons, that they all tried everything they could possibly think of to impeach the president of the US? We will soon see that it went much further than just spying. It went as far as organized murder attempts. The cabal, the deep state, tried to assassinate the President of the United States on multiple occasions. They tried to force Trump to go to war with North Korea, but after annihilating the cabal strongholds there, he brought peace. They now try to force him to go to war with Iran, but I can assure you, he will do the exact same thing. Annihilate the cabal strongholds first, and then bring peace. Q said it would happen this way. First Korea, then Iran.
And it can't be about, like, when they say making a deal. Because they make deals, but they break them. And that can't happen this time. People have the power, we stand.
Israel last.
What's that say? February 10th, 2018, 5:46. Mess with the best, die like the rest. Highly classified clown ops exposed remaining. Wizards and warlocks. Save the best for last.
Then there is Obama's high treason. Everything you were told about him by the mainstream media will soon turn out to be false, falsified on purpose. Soon we will be presented with hard evidence concerning his birth certificate,
Certificate of birth. Child's name Baraka. Middle Hessian. Obama the second. Male. Single. August 4th, 61. Honolulu.
His ties to the Muslim Brotherhood, the extremist party behind ISIS. Pictures such as these will start his service. Obama and the Clintons integrated the Muslim Brotherhood in the American government at the highest level. Remember Huma Abedin, Hillary's right hand? Her parents were directly connected to the Muslim Brotherhood, as is her brother. Where do you think that leaves her? Remember John McCain? What was he doing in Iraq with the ISIS top 4? Why did Trump say they caught the 5 most wanted ISIS leaders? Not 4, 5. Did you notice something weird about the flag on his coffin? It was wrinkled. Only traitors get wrinkled flags. It was a code. High treason, death penalty. Did you really believe he died of cancer? Do you still believe Osama bin Laden was the enemy? That he was responsible for 9/11? That he set up Al-Qaeda? He was a CIA agent before he became the enemy. His American name was Tim Osman. Osama Osman. Did you hear about Team 6, the Navy SEALs who killed him? They all died 3 months later when the helicopter crashed. No eyewitnesses who might once tell the tale of what really happened. We've been lied to on a scale we cannot fathom just yet. History books will have to be rewritten. America was sold to the highest bid.
People have gone to war believing that, like, they're going to war to save their people. But they're doing it through lies and corruption and greed. Not that they're greedy, but they're indoctrinated into a system that leaves them traumatized, some homeless, some even lost their families.
By Obama, the Clintons, and the Bushes. Do you realize the state of shock people are going to be in when the truth finally hits the surface? Do you understand why Guantanamo Bay has been fully upgraded and expanded? Do you have any idea how many sealed indictments there are waiting for the perfect moment to be unsealed so that arrests can be made? More than 100,000. Many will be prosecuted for treason, some for high treason. High treason means capital punishment, death penalty. There will be chaos and shock, but there will be guidance from totally unexpected mystery guests. This moment in time is one that will make history, one that is unprecedented in the history of mankind. Do you think I'm exaggerating? Find out in our final part, number 10.
The return of the king.
When everything we've seen in the previous episodes is presented to the public with undeniable evidence, people will be in shock. The normal way to deal with shocking information is to first deny it and ridicule the messenger, then get scared, angry, or depressed, and finally accept it as the new paradigm. This will take some time. I believe we're going to need a spokesperson to convey to the world what happened. Somebody who will be believed by everybody, Democrats and Republicans alike. That person cannot be by the Democrats, no matter how much it brings upon them. If I were to choose, for the US at least, it would have to be JFK Jr. John, as his father used to call him, loved and trusted by the entire nation, mourned by every American citizen. Too bad he's no longer amongst us. Or is he? When I first heard about the possibility of him still being alive, I thought, oh God, not yet another conspiracy.
That's the
theory.
signs.
When I did some more research,
You don't need a tinfoil hat.
This is an aerial photograph.
Yeah, I just said to her, put your hat on.
That's right. It's a cue. Remember this code? It was engraved in the ship bell on JFK's boat. Where we go one, we go all. JFK was murdered because he wanted to expose and get rid of the cabal. He intended to start with the CIA, just like Donald Trump. He too knew that the CIA had turned into an uncontrollable monster that no president or government could restrain, but he had no idea what he was up against. JFK was assassinated. Nobody will ever forget these pictures. John saluting at his father's funeral. The entire nation mourned. Junior grew up to be a lawyer. He swore he would avenge his father and take his killers to court, even if he had to bring down the government, as he put it. He ran for the New York Senate seat in 1999, as did Hillary Clinton. John would have won by miles. He was born to be the next president of the US. But it wasn't meant to be. On July 16, 1999, his plane crashed into the ocean. There were no survivors. All three on board, John, his wife Carolyn, and her sister Lauren, died upon impact. Their bodies were retrieved and cremated. The remains were kept in Tiffany blue boxes before they were scattered at sea. The entire nation was in shock. Donald J. Trump was in shock. He and John were close friends. When John died, Trump swore he would finish his mission. He promised he would take the murderers of JFK, Sr. and Jr. to court. He swore to drain the swamp. Could John Jr. still be alive? Is it possible that he staged his own death, knowing there was no way he would survive the wrath of the cabal? The only way to possibly fulfill the mission was to stay low. A master plan was developed, and in the course of 20 years, every single step was analyzed and executed. An entire team was put together with insiders at the top who were willing to give their lives for the cause, the annihilation of the cabal and the liberation of the people. They left hints and clues as to inform those who had already woken up to the truth. Trump communicated directly with the people by means of his Twitter account, thus avoiding the corrupted mainstream media. In every speech and every tweet, he used codes for the QAnons to pick up on. He used spelling errors such as kafefe instead of coffee, referring to a new act about the saving of all social media posts by the president. The act was introduced 12 days after Trump's tweet. He wrote hamburgers instead of hamburgers, referring to people who are below the devil and who commit acts that even the devil would consider evil. He wrote smoking gun instead of smoking gun, referring to the secret, perverted orgies of John Podesta and friends.
Yeah, no. See, now I'm going to say it. I did ask.
Evil. He wrote smoking gun instead of smoking gun, referring to the secret, perverted
See, remember I said business dealings? So it's a part of like we're finding out truth. Because I'm still right now, I'm still on the fence of what's really happening. Okay, I know he's had dealings with this person and he's putting in his own family into government and everything like that. So this would leave us all to wonder what's really happening. Should he have that power to put his own family in there? No, he should not. But they'd say, well, it's the ones he trusts. But it's a part of, if the people don't trust him, how are they going to feel like they're going to trust the rest of his government people?
Orgies of John Podesta and friends.
Obama senior advisor. Her.
Trump's clumsy behavior showed his victory over cabal key players. Every move, every so-called error, every little detail was important. Everything was a communication with the people. Remember when Donald and Melania Trump were welcomed by the Obamas at the White House?
Maybe that
on
meant
day one of
whistleblower.
Trump's presidency? Remember the gift Melania gave to Michelle? The Tiffany blue box? What does that remind you of? Remember the Tiffany blue coat Melania was wearing? So many references to JFK Sr. and Jr. There's one more clue that John might indeed have staged his own death. In September 1995, he founded and edited a glossy politics lifestyle magazine called George. In this particular edition, the cover seems to be giving a lot of clues.
Let's read this. Okay, so good news. Live forever. Love your job. I get that. Because I said, like, you're supposed to love your job, not dread going into work every day. And, not just politics as usual. Bill Gates talks to John Kennedy about Murdoch, money and world domination. Can politically incorrect Bill Maher make it in the big time? Exclusive, the insider story of Jimmy Carter's final days in office. I don't like where she... Okay, just give me one sec. The end of Social Security, what's broken, and now to fix it. Survival Guide to the Future. Indictment Day. Will Hillary get busted? Carl Sagas. Now, it's wondering if this was made up or if this was actually real. It's that part of hopeful, because we know good is coming. It's already happening. We're just seeing it unfold.
Particular edition, the cover seems to be giving a lot of clues. Survival Guide to the Future? Interesting. Bill Gates on world domination? Okay. Hillary Clinton, Indictment Day. Will Hillary get busted? Wow. The lady reappears in the editing room. In the background, there she is. Platform 2020. That's the year of the next presidential election. And then it reads, buckle your chin strap and hold on as George enters the time warp and re-emerges in the year 2020. Time warp? Is this John communicating that he will reappear in 2020? If John is alive, would he show himself to the public from time to time? Disguised, of course, yet clear enough for the anons to see? Meet Vincent Fusca, presented to the public as a Trump enthusiast and volunteer at the Trump rallies. Now I know, he's not the spitting image of John Jr. Different nose, different mouth, not quite as handsome. But hey, if they can make Eddie Murphy look like this, everything is possible, right? Bear that in mind. Vincent Fusca does not seem to have a past. No old pictures, no family tree, nothing. He suddenly appeared. His name means Conqueror of the Dark. He often wears a fedora hat, very similar to JFK Sr. And this I find interesting.
Hey, I got a fedora hat.
Sometimes it's bigger than John's, sometimes it's not. Now I can understand why John would change his appearance slightly from time to time as to give hints to the QAnons. But why would a Trump fan do such a thing? Then there's the mystery lady in the audience, always close to Fusca. My, doesn't that big smile look familiar? What about Lauren, Carolyn's sister? The two were very close. Maybe Carolyn didn't want to disappear without her? Maybe she was informed on the plan? And maybe she decided to join them and stay low as well? Could this be Carolyn, presented as Fusca's colleague at the rallies? When Q was asked, is JFK Jr. alive? The answer was no. But when Senior dies, Junior no longer is Junior. The question should have been, is JFK alive? Where does all of this leave us? With the perfect spokesman when he is needed. And that may be sooner than you think. As soon as the FISA documents are released, the sealed indictments are unsealed, and the arrests are made, that's when I expect him to step forward. The world is in the middle of the greatest transition ever. An entire era of suppression for masses is about to end. I doubt if we can fathom the vastness of what is about to be revealed, nor the impact it will have on the world.
France. Oh,
think about it.
Oh, my son of a
to start
bitch.
off with. That's literally what Trump said to a reporter who asked if he could nominate world peace. Can you imagine a world without war? I don't think we can. We've been led to believe that war is normal, that it's part of being human. Well, it's not. Suppression isn't normal. Poverty isn't normal. There's enough food to feed the entire world. The problem is uneven distribution of means, money, and food. Taxes aren't normal. They're not even legal. Trump has already stated he will get rid of the Fed and several taxes, including income tax. As we've seen in part 2, they are illegal, unconstitutional. Can you imagine how much money can be saved that way? Can you even begin to imagine what even distribution will look like? Then there's the impact all of this is going to have on our use of energy resources. I'm sure you've heard of Nikola Tesla. Beautiful things in the area of electricity, and physics in general. An absolute brilliant mind who wanted to share his invention of free energy with the world. This was a thorn in the side of the cabal, who made billions of profit with oil, coal, and other fossil fuels. Tesla was arrested. His work was stolen. All his inventions were seized by the American government. John Trump, Donald's uncle, was a brilliant physicist,
Donald's uncle.
electrical engineer, and inventor.
I said his
During World War
grandfather.
II, he joined the National Defense Research Committee. In 1943, he reviewed and analyzed the Tesla papers right after Tesla died. That's right. Tesla's inventions on clean and free energy, on anti-gravity, and much more that has been kept hidden from the public because there was no money in it, fell into the hands of Donald Trump's uncle, whom he loved and greatly admired. Guess how that fits in Q's plan to save the world. Oh, and there's one more thing. Take a look at this picture. Doesn't John Trump remind you of someone? Somebody very important in the truth movement? Julian Assange. Could he be John Trump's son? Donald Trump's cousin? Let's put it this way. Nothing surprises me anymore, and it sure makes sense. And bearing in mind all the magnificent inventions of both Nikola Tesla and John Trump, I wouldn't be surprised either if they had invented a time machine.
Yep.
After all,
Che
if
le
you can
piccole
invent
mosse
space, which was
alla
definitely
tucco
within the reach of Tesla, then you can change time. If quantum physics is correct, if you can really jump from one timeline to another parallel one, you can time travel, change certain things and go back without people noticing a thing. Unless you leave clues behind, like a magazine that seems totally out of place. Like Q predictions of specific outcomes that could impossibly have been foretold, not even with the use of quantum probability theory. Is that how Q works? With direct knowledge of the future through various timelines?
See, some people say that Donald Trump had the Ark of the Covenant, okay? And it said that the Ark of Covenant was like, they said that the Knights Templar put it somewhere. It was a part of back in time. So that's why I have sometimes suspicions of Donald Trump, because I can connect Donald Trump's family to that place. And I can connect my own to it too. And it was at the opposite end, but they knew each other because they married into each other's family. Because part of that family, my family, and that part of his family that I had spoke about, they were neighbors. Their properties were adjacent to one another.
These probability waves? Is that why Trump is still alive and even missile attacks have been countered? Is this how Q manages to predict exact poll numbers and events to the minute and second precise, as encoded in the Q drops and the Q clock? Is this how the mysterious author Ingersoll Lockwood was able to...
See, that's a book, Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. Underground Journey. Tunnels. I said, my 8th great granddaddy came here and he was building tunnels. There's lots of them.
write a book in 1889 and another one 4 years later about young Baron Trump and his adventures through a space-time portal guided by a man called Don, the master of all masters? All current topics are in the books. Dirty politics, an unexpected candidate.
Remember I said the movie friggin' Back to the Future was based on Donald Trump. Parts of it, the character was based on Donald Trump, going back, taking the DeLorean back in time as Biff. Maybe that's what they mean by Last Tycoon, the many lives of Donald Trump. Was he just Donald Trump? Or was he another Donald too? And I have to see what year that book was supposed to have been out. Shit.
A book in 1889 and another one 4 years later about young Baron Trump and his adventures through a space-time portal guided by a man called Don, the master of all masters. All current topics are in the books. Dirty politics, an unexpected candidate, a man called Pence, Russia, even the exact location of the Trump Tower. 1889? The mysterious author also wrote a book about the last president. Furthermore, his name appears on a watch, the Ingersoll Trump Pocket Watch. The same sort of watch used by the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland, a tale often referred to by Q. Time travel?
Future proofs past. Yet another reference to time travel can be found in Star Trek, where Q appears as an extra-dimensional being of unknown origin, who possesses immeasurable power over time, space, the laws of physics, and reality itself, being capable of altering it to his whim. Q is a teacher to the entire human race. His manners are often crude and disruptive. His motives are evasive. Q is also an entire extra-dimensional race in Star Trek. Finally, Q refers to the Q Continuum, an alternate dimension accessible to only the Q race and their invited guests. The true nature of the realm is said to be beyond the comprehension of lesser beings, such as humans. Therefore, it shows to humans only in ways they can understand, like a rundown gas station in the middle of nowhere, or George Magazine and Inner Soil Locks workbooks. Excuse me one sec, I gotta get the name of that book. Yep. There we go. We're not done yet. Q is also a... Oh, I read that.
The world as we know it is about to end. What is awaiting us is a new era of peace, liberty, equality, and harmony. The dawn of the golden age, as described in each and every source text. I have grown to fully trust
I can
Dawn,
feel that in my
master
body.
of all
Like
masters.
it's like kind of...
He may seem rude, clumsy, and silly from time to time, but he has earned my trust in the past 2.5 years when I suspiciously followed his every move. He is a genius, a 5D chess player, a man with a huge heart. There will be a relatively short bridge period between the two in which people can adjust to the new paradigm and its energies. I don't think there will be much chaos. Everything is ready to be implemented. A new banking system without interest, new ways to educate our children, a new medical system without poisonous, addictive chemicals, and so on and so forth. All we have to do is be patient, watch everything unfold, trust the plan, do whatever we can to help others wake up, and remain focused and ready to assist,
I've been through that.
ready to help create a beautiful new world. Some people will wake up faster than others, remain calm and consider.
They got their heads in the sand, but you know, I did say, do we have our heads up each other? Have the heads up each other, each heads up the ego's asses?
Service to all, or as Q once put it so beautifully, as long as you sleep, we will fight for you. When we go one, we go all.
This documentary is dedicated to Q and all the QAnons across the world who are currently giving their lives for a free world. I have chosen to share this documentary for free in order to reach and wake up as many people as possible. If you would like to support my work, there is a donation button on the website Valkval. That seems weird. Sigo voto e korea makara no kurse. Si anusho korite korbietari tigre to korea to kori marakaria sakovuse. Se toto perché to koi kam que sutta sutto ki la shukusukum. For the Dutch viewers, you can support. Okay. Now, there's another part to this.
Let me tell you a story about how America was almost destroyed by criminals. It's one that should shock anyone who reads it, but like any good thriller, it has a happy ending. The story is fully researched and has no affiliation with any political party, religion, or ideology, nor does it need it. May 4th, 2016. TV billionaire Donald J. Trump, against all the odds, wins the unofficial nomination as Republican candidate for the presidential election. Even happier at the news that Trump himself was none other than the Democratic National Committee and their candidate, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Their so-called Pied Piper strategy had worked. Clinton announced her candidacy on April 12, 2015, and became the presumptive Democratic nominee on June 7, 2016. From the moment she announced, Clinton and her team set themselves two objectives. 1, destroy Bernie Sanders. 2, weaken Trump.
See, it'll come back. See, I believe it was Hillary and Donald Trump who said they all said about breaking the glass ceiling. Okay, I remember seeing something where they had said about breaking the glass ceiling. Okay, and they said that it was going to be a woman, and then it's not going to be Hillary Clinton. Okay. Think of Homer Simpson. They had the glass dome breaking the ceiling. Okay. And with regards to the Hopi prophecy, okay, the Hopi prophecy, it was prophesied that a man in a red hat was going to come and was going to create chaos and do different things. And then there was going to be the woman in the red dress come and bring peace. Kia po tatai sila mindu ko po shole kiseno yagra kurto puri tatai.
From the moment she announced, Clinton and her team set themselves two objectives. 1, destroy Bernie Sanders. 2, weaken strong Republican rivals and strengthen weak ones.
It's not about putting people with money and power.
And our media proxies worked together to achieve both. And it worked. The Sanders campaign was destroyed, and the Republicans
because there should be no person
Trump.
wealthier than anybody else.
On May 4th,
for that matter.
2016, Hillary Clinton would have been very pleased, and the Clinton versus Trump campaign had begun. At this point, Hillary Clinton would have been entirely certain that she was going to be POTUS 45, and that she could not lose. Donald Trump was ridiculed and dismissed as a foolish clown with no hope. But just 2 weeks later, May 22nd, 2016, something changed. It was the first time in the campaign that Donald Trump won a national poll against Hillary Clinton.
We need to make the world great.
To 43.2. A tiny margin, but it sparked concern in the Clinton campaign and DNC. It sparked concern because it showed that their Pied Piper strategy may be falling apart. The outsider they had deliberately promoted, Donald J. Trump, the joke candidate, was taking the lead. Though even with this change in the air, Clinton and her team would never have doubted that victory over Trump was theirs. When it came to dealing with opponents, the MO of Clinton and her allies was already clear. Cheat, lie, and collude. Do whatever you have to do to destroy rivals. After all, they thought they were untouchable. Now there became a new objective: destroy Trump at all costs. A plan was coming together to paint Trump and his family as traitors. That plan was to...
I want people to remember what I did with my other video where I said about the 10 signs of the Antichrist. Okay? So it's, like I said, it's keeping that open mind. Because, you know, I mean, you hear a lot of stuff saying he's in the mafia. He's part of the mafia. And then his father was part of the mafia. And it said in the book that his father would tell Donald Trump to remember and say, I'm a killer. I'm a king. Well, killing someone goes against God, loving God, that promotes and brings about peace and mercy. It's not about, people say, the death penalty, but it's about putting them away. Oh, yeah. And them not being able to do it again. But it just doesn't include them. It includes them all being responsible for their parts in different things.
Be collusion with a foreign adversary to steal the election, and a narrative that would dominate mainstream media headlines for over a
You
year.
could have him there as a
To date,
puppet.
no evidence has been made public to validate this claim. At least
Wait a
nothing-
minute. Okay, this guy was just in, with regards to Trump putting him in, and he was just in the court system or what have you. I think I believe it was him who they were talking about with regards to upping minimum wage from $7.25 and upping it in the U.S.
stands up to any reasonable scrutiny. But let's move to May 25th, 2016, a day that sent shockwaves through the Clinton campaign.
And he said that, no, they were fine with minimum wage there.
The DNC discovered that all emails between January 15, 2015 and May 25th, 2016 had been copied and removed from their servers. These damning emails were published by WikiLeaks on July 22nd, 2016, and they proved how the Clinton gang cheated Sanders. A tweet. These damning emails were published by WikiLeaks on July 20th.
John Podesta. John Podesta and Donald Trump. John Podesta, Donald's road to the White House. John Podesta serves as chairman for Hillary Clinton's campaign. Business dealings. Yep, switching up the narrative. Who helped Donald Trump with his casino? Yeah, the narrative's changing now. Yeah. Donald Trump's career was built on help from his father, Fred, whether it was the years Trump spent managing his dad's apartment building or the political connections and multi-million dollar loan guarantee that made cash strapped Donald's first deals possible. So it's no surprise that Fred tried to bail his son out of trouble when Donald's casino in Atlantic City, New Jersey, was about to miss an interest payment in December 1990. By then, Trump had already defaulted on the debt from the Thai Maral casino. If Fred simply wrote Donald a check, the money would be used to pay off the debt. So the Washington Post, this because they'll say about the Washington Post, and Mark Fisher described in their new book, Trump Revealed, the elder Trump sent a lawyer to Trump Castle to sneak money straight into the Alliant Casino's coffers. Cos'hanno tatea? Didn't they say about the words? Back here, they said about changing the words. I remember that. Is anybody else? The lawyer Howard Snyder, Snyder, approached the casino cage and handed over a certified check for $3.35 million drawn on Fred's account. Snyder then walked away to the blackjack table, where a dealer paid out entire amount in 670 gray $5,000 chips. 670 gray, yeah. The next day, the bank wired another $150,000 into Fred's account at the castle. Once again, Snyder arrived at the casino and collected the full amount in 30 more chips. That little Trump used the de facto loan in whatever way he needed. Sure enough, the casino made its bond payment for the day. Fred's lawyer brought the first batch of chips. Carnish and Fisher wrote, the tactic also had a nice financial benefit. Not only did he avoid default on bonds and the risk of losing control of Trump Castle as a result, but pardons who held gaming chips, patrons that held gaming chips, normally are not paid interest, wrote the Philadelphian Insider at the time. New Jersey Casino Controlled Commissions investigated the chips purchase the following year and said it was an illegal loan that broke the state's rule about casinos receiving cash from approved financial sources. The Inquirer wrote that the casino lawyer told the paper that Fred Trump is ineligible for leasing the Trump Castle, should be required ineligible for leasing, and Trump Castle should be required to return the money and move that would almost certainly force it into bankruptcy court. In the end, the casino kept the money, and the commissions fined the casino the relatively small amount of $65,000. but it didn't save Trump. A year later, the Trump castle went into bankruptcy, and Donald gave up on the casino, gave up half the casino to his creditors. So who was his creditors? It says fight disinformation, sign up for the free Mother Jones daily newsletter and follow the news that matters. The post was originally published as part of the Trump Files, a collection of telling episodes, strange but true stories, and courageous scenes from the life of our current president on September 26, 2016. Donald Trump's career was built on help from his father, Fred, whether it was the years Trump spent. Okay, now I'll say it because Trump always said that it was him who did it. People are going to say, like, oh, well, you know, well, I said, time will tell what's really happening. One email from May shows Chief Financial Officer Brad Marshall suggesting that they use religion against a certain possible atheist with a Jewish heritage. From
22nd, 2016.
From Marshall, dated the 5th month, 5th year, 2016, from a Darcy. With the Darcy, and then subject, no shit. It may no difference by the KY and WVA. Can we get someone to ask his belief? Does he believe in God? He had skated on saying he has a Jewish heritage. I think I read he is an atheist. This could make several points difference with my peeps. My Southern Baptist peeps would draw a big difference between a Jew and an atheist. Okay, well, you know, my ancestors, I have a whole line of ancestors right from my, let me see. Okay. On what am I on my with my well, okay, now my great Grammy, her father was a rabbi, his before him and his before him and his before him and before him and before him, right up to the 11th. So if she was my second great Grammy, then I guess that would have made her father my third great Grampy. Yeah, something like that. And from the third great Grampy, no, my first, okay, because I went from her, I went back to the 11th back generation. And from what I got from researching it, they were a long line of rabbis. Now, on the other side, that was on his grandmother's side. On his grandfather's side, they were Catholic, Lutheran, United Baptist, Christian. They were all of an assortment. But my sixth great granddaddy had a religious seal. But I read that the family was like rebellion. They weren't conforming to the systems.
And they proved how the Clinton gang cheated Sanders. A tweet by Donald Trump Jr. disclosing his communication with WikiLeaks contained a link that seemed to suggest that Seth Rich, a Bernie bro, downloaded these.
My name was Seth Rich. You finally found me. I'm the source of the John Podesta and DNC email hacks. I've been waiting so long for you to join me. Thanks to WikiLeaks and Trump Jr., y'all are soon know why Hillary Clinton and John Podesta had me killed. As you can see, I'm no Russian agent. I was just a proud DNC staffer who believed in the system until I found out Hillary Clinton and the DNC rigged the primaries against my candidate, Bernie Sanders. That's when I decided to take action and release these emails to WikiLeaks. John Podesta was determined to make an example out of me and had me taken care of. You know, that sounds so familiar when, like, you know, they said that, you know, with my family, like most of us left, like most of them left, but the ones that stayed, they got rid of them. That's the same as taking care of them, right? So I can relate to this.
Onto a USB thumb drive and kept them as some
It's not doesn't taking sides either.
Similar to that of Edward
Saying,
Snowden,
holy
who
shit,
did
man,
the
you were
same
doing
thing
it to each
in
other.
2013. After the damaging emails were released on WikiLeaks, the DNC made public a claim that they had been hacked rather than leaked. FBI Director James Comey only offered to help and simply stood back when the DNC mysteriously refused. A new narrative had begun. Russian intelligence under Putin hacked the DNC. Soon after, Clinton-allied mainstream media networks began pushing Trump's connections with Russia, and the Trump and Russia collusion story was born. It should be clear to anyone who is intellectually honest
FBI
with
warned
themselves
Hope Hicks
that the more
about
likely
Russian
scenario is that this story was
outreach.
invented to discredit the Trump campaign and distract the public from the damaging contents of the leaked DNC emails. The fix was in, but still.
She looks very familiar to me. She looks like that Christian woman that does YouTube podcasts and stuff. Yeah,
Distract the public from the damaging contents of the leaked DNC emails. The fix was in, but still it did not work.
oh,
Trump's
there's our
campaign rallies were
kitchen.
full and passionate, and it appeared that this unlikely candidate was winning. Clinton, the DNC, Obama, and their proxies started to panic as they realized for the first.
Did anyone see? What's those symbols? Because I'll be honest, like if you're looking here,
And then
mostly what you're seeing is men.
proxies started to panic as they realized for the first time they had made a mistake in propping up their Pied Piper
That's
candidate.
men. Mainly men.
They went into overdrive. The Russia smear went viral. Unlawful and unethical actions began to take place. Clinton rigged the debates. Comey rigged the FBI investigation by exonerating Clinton with the non-legal term extremely careless, even though the original wording of his closing statement was grossly negligent, a criminal offense. While under this investigation, Hillary Clinton's husband Bill held a controversial meeting with the head of the Justice Department, Attorney General Loretta Lynch, on an airport tarmac in Phoenix that the FBI tried to conceal.
Obama FBI tried silencing
The
the
attack
whistleblower.
started on Trump and his family. Nasty and personal. Mostly all lies. Nothing worked. Trump was a phenomenon. They had never seen anyone like him. As the panic grew more severe, the DNC colluded with and paid a foreign intelligence contractor with ties to Russia to formulate a damaging dossier about Trump's sexual antics that was soon discredited. The Obama Justice Department used this questionable intelligence to authorize a FISA warrant to place Trump and members of his campaign under surveillance. Illegal spying starts on Trump, his campaign team, and his family. The illegality of these actions would have had no consequence, since Clinton and Obama had little doubt of a victory. November 8, 2016, Donald J. Trump was elected 45th President of the United States.
See, is it possible that, like, they figure that there's shadow, okay? And then there's said to be the good guys, and the shadow and the good guys, supposed good guys, are fighting one another. But is it possible that there's possibly another group of people in the background doing their own and looking at both sides? I'm allowed to ask that question. According, they tell us to ask questions.
Now,
But see, I started asking questions about things on TikTok, and I got put in TikTok jail. But I got suspended for a week. Probably a week. Who knows?
in full panic and realizing they had been compromised, the objective then was to prevent the inauguration. But President Donald Trump was inaugurated on January 20, 2017. Yet the Russia collusion story continued throughout 2017 in the hope that some truly damaging information would yet surface. They tried to destroy Trump and his family without success. The Russian collusion narrative is now understood on both sides as a lie, with mainstream media networks who run the story admitting off-camera that there was no substance to the claims at all, even as it continues to dominate their coverage. These people deliberately undermined international relations and committed crimes. They ripped up the rule of law. These are clearly crimes that will most certainly be revealed over the coming months, with the biggest shock in American history coming as famous and important political figures of the past 3 decades are indicted for a multitude of felonies. The human destruction.
It almost sounds like the two brothers are at war with one another. And both throwing shit and slinging at each other.
Destruction and damage Clinton and her enablers have caused with her ambition and dishonesty has destroyed lives and careers. Innocent people have been smeared. Americans have been divided. Clinton, Obama, and co. almost destroyed America. They were organized criminals
They all
like the Chicago Mafia
have a
of Al
hand in it.
Capone, but who made it right into the heart of power, allowing the country to fall into a state of lawlessness and division. Hillary Clinton knows full well what's coming down the line. Her guilt is spilling over the political divide, and even ardent supporters are starting to grow accustomed to the idea that maybe she was not the liberal feminist icon she presented herself to be. Left-leaning media outlets are beginning to introduce into the public eye the reality that Hillary and her enablers are going to be in trouble eventually. The coming months will be very difficult for Clinton's hardest supporters. They have been lied to the most. They have, in many cases, been sent totally insane. They are good people who care about others. They were manipulated and lied to and made to grow suspicious of their fellow Americans, directing their blame and confusion at Trump supporters, confused that the America they once knew was now filled with racists and homophobic bigots. It's time for justice so that the good people of America can once again come together and celebrate their differences as one people, united under a banner of freedom that was fought so hard for so many times in the past. Americans deserve no less for what these criminals have done. May God bless America.
They attacked other places too. Like I said, they're all doing it. Money is doing the talking. Ignorance and greed and corruption is doing the talking for people because everybody's looking for that savior. Now is the time to heal. If you have fallen out with someone over the past few years over political differences, or if you have pushed away somebody close to you because of their opinions, now is the time to realize that it wasn't their fault and they were tricked. Don't school them anymore. Just love so we can start to heal. See, if you look at the thing with Barack Obama, okay, he was a child and he was taken, if this is true, he was a child and he was indoctrinated into this to become a killer, to be used or what have you. So it became a program. And it's the parents and the adults' fault for it. Because it's on us as parents to protect our children, to stand up for our children, to teach our children how to stand up for themselves and teach them not about, like, it's not teach them about violence, because that's all we've been teaching them. Violence. Oh, you know, like I was at a ball field one day and, you know, if somebody's hitting on you, you need to protect yourself. I understand that. But it's to what extent? See, different countries are being blamed for taking guns into the States. And then other countries are blaming the States for bringing guns into theirs. So when are we going to see that? When are we going to stop the pointing fingers? Because one wants to rule over the other. And didn't it? Like every story you hear, it's about two brothers, whether they're full brothers or half brothers. So I have to ask, what was going on now? It was Inky and Lil back then. And then it was there was Osiris and Seth or something like that. Or Set, I don't know how they put it. And then they went up, and then it was Set and Horus. And then Isis and Thoth. What happened there? Gaia and Uranus, but then it was Cronus and Uranus. Cronus and Uranus were half brothers because they were both children of Gaia. They say about Lucifer and Michael. But I just felt that, I said something within the biblical sense. And I felt that within my body, It's like to the two brothers, grow the fuck up. And this is spirit to spirit. And those spirits know exactly who I'm talking to and every version of them. You also had Odin and Loki. They were both tricksters. I said this live was going to be long. Maybe they tried shutting me down, They already did with TikTok.
Have you ever wondered why we go to war? Or why you never seem to be able to get out of debt? Why there is poverty, division, and crime? What if I told you there was a reason for it all? What if I told you it was done on purpose? What if I told you that those who were corrupting the world, poisoning our food, and igniting conflict were themselves about to be permanently eradicated from the earth? You might think that an idealistic fantasy. Well, let me tell you a story. We acknowledge there are criminals, of course. They rob your house, they steal your phone. They can murder you too if they think they can get away with it. We have all experienced criminals in one way or another.
I don't know what happened with my life.
As we know, are those who choose personal gain over the rights of others.
But if you missed anything, go to my YouTube channel. It's all there.
Here's where you need to expand your thinking. Criminals can also succeed in business and politics, and can be elected as our leaders. If a criminal became the president, imagine what they could achieve. They could use the full weight of their executive power to commit much larger crimes and ensure they and their friends were enriched to the fullest extent possible. A criminal president could create alliances with other criminal presidents and then collaborate on more global criminal activities. Anything goes. Drug running, human trafficking, whatever makes the big bucks. The 20th century was turned with war, economic disaster, famines, and displacement. Things is just human nature, and simply the way the world works, and due to the weaknesses of human nature that drive us to these actions. This is where we were all tragically wrong. You are not a criminal. I'm not a criminal. So how can we just assume that it is human nature that is driving all this pain and misery? What if it wasn't human nature at all, and as a result of something more deliberate? We were taught that capitalism was the cause of a massive rich-poor divide and the reason for poverty, which in turn is the reason for war, crime, and starvation. Others were taught that communism, the system of equal wealth across all people, was really to blame for the mess. But you see, folks, it is none of these things. It is not our nature to fight and be racist. It is not in our nature to rob from others. What you must learn is that it was the criminals all along. Yes, they got power. More power than a criminal should ever have. They rose to the top of media companies that control our news and entertainment. They ascended to the top of the banking system, also to the Oval Office, to Brussels, to the Vatican, to the Crown. They crept in quietly. They became leaders of agricultural companies who have control over our food supply. Also big pharmaceutical companies, the ones we trust to help us when we're sick. Nobody stopped them, and they just recruited more criminals to help them. First, they accumulated the world's wealth. They invented a system of money called central banking, which lends money to government.
See, back in 2021, and I was in the hospital, it was like there was this, one of the nurses that were in the hospital, they were like, it reminded me in ways of Queen Elizabeth, but I don't know if it was the mother, because it had to have been, because Queen Elizabeth that just passed, she didn't pass until a couple years ago, but this was before that. So I was channeling from this woman, and she was saying that we need to make things right. And I was getting that it was the embodiment of the mother of Queen Elizabeth. So it would have been the first Queen Elizabeth or what have you. And she said, we have to make this right. But you know, some people won't believe that. And why won't they believe that? Is it because it's coming from me?
With interest placing countries into eternal debt. People's wealth got less. Their wealth got more. Much more. When a criminal is already as rich as they can get, then protecting their ill-gotten gains becomes the priority. Angry citizens tired of being poor are a major obstacle and can revolt if they suffer enough. The criminals needed to prevent this. So they diverted attention to the last remaining competitor, the people of the world. You and me. We were not happy being ruled by criminals and having to work 3 jobs just to survive. They know we won't accept it. So they use their control of the media to set black against white, woman against man, young against old, Muslim against Christian. They convinced us we were the problem so that we would fight and destroy ourselves. To get it done faster, they attacked all aspects of humanity.
Civil War. I've said it in Shattered Vision, from Once Upon a Time, Shattered Vision, seeing the worst in each other. And then I said about the, like, perceived as the evil queen told her other half that She didn't have to do anything because the people were going to destroy themselves, because they were going to be divided of their differences. These are our children. And the systems that are in place to help our children. I don't see where they're helping them. I see where they hurt them. And they turn the children on each other for their differences. They may not come out and say it, but they do it through a system of circumstance.
That make us strong, like family. Using their influence,
and I'm not saying it's all teachers
they
to do it.
popularized lifestyle choices that led to a surge in broken homes, lost youth, and substance abuse. I could talk all day about how else they deliberately weakened us, and it would turn your stomach. We were just trying to get on with living. So where are all the good guys? Good people just want to get married, have kids, make a living, and enjoy their liberty. Well, there were good guys, many. One became the President of the United States in January 1961. He knew about these criminals and wanted them gone. He knew their intentions for us all, and he wanted to fight them. Sadly, he had no idea how powerful they had become. Reagan also had good intentions for the American people. He knew this criminal mafia controlled almost everything by the stage, including the powerful rogue intelligence agencies. His economic policies were promising, but the criminals needed a weak America to hold on to their power. Reagan was shown with a bullet that a growing U.S. economy and prosperous citizens were not what the criminals wanted. It was looking pretty grim for good people. Every time someone wanted to stand up and do the right thing, they got stopped. Were we ever to be freed? These criminals are also known as the Deep State, or Cabal, because of how they control things behind the scenes. Every president after Reagan was one of these Deep State criminals, and their empire got even stronger. With each bad president came new depths America and the world would sink. The world collapsed into darkness. Do you need me to tell you how? Destroyed factories, declining job numbers, sicker people, opioids, destruction of Iraq, Syria, and Yemen with pointless war, displacement of people in...
Seriously, watch the movie In Time. It has to do with your banking system. They call them the Watchers. They have the Watchers and the banking system. They have poor families segregated, and you have to have so much in order to move to the next. Sikit porcaria muito tai. Kito porcaria tata Islam. Kela Turusi. Sikit komutake. And I know what's happening. Because my body tells me.
Europe, ISIS, terrorism, collapsed governments, poverty, and genocide. Total misery. Do you think that was inevitable? Hell no. Well, here's where things start to take a new turn. When the full picture comes to be known, it will forever be regarded as the greatest story ever told. Well, here is the top line. Some good people still held positions of power. They valued humanity and the rule of law. While the criminals discussed their game plan at the annual Bilderberg meetings, the good guys were making plans of their own. The information age was coming to change history forever. As the internet flooded into every home and appliances became smarter, and when people started carrying tracking devices, an opportunity to put an end to criminal control over the world was emerging. We became connected, trackable, and surveilled. But so did they. They became dependent, just like we did, on email, SMS, instant communication. It made crime much easier, but it also put them on a grid that, if accessed by the right people, would expose their crimes to the public.
See, they tell you that tabloids, like the Sun, things like that put different things out about what's happening. Maybe they're putting out what's happening behind the scenes.
And end their iron grip on us once and for all. In this new age of information, it was thought that the military should also have its own intelligence agency to focus on cybercrime and espionage. They called this the NSA, the National Security Agency. Here we had every phone call, email, and text from every device stored and archived, whether it be someone making a doctor's appointment or the deep state setting up a massive heroin purchase from the Taliban. In the right hands, it would be enough information to expose the entire sinister criminal plot to rob us blind and wipe us out. Hold that thought. Now I need to explain the plan. The good guys were devising a plan to reclaim the world from the cabal and return it to the people. It would involve alliances with multiple countries, since the criminals had global rat lines, trade, and other infrastructure in place that would need their cooperation. It came down to two choices for America: launch a military coup to seize the government from whichever cabal puppet was in the White House at the time, or win legitimately, take control of the NSA, expose the criminals for what they are, and arrest them all. Obviously, the first option would be very troubling for the public, with people still preoccupied with cabal.
Some people have asked if, they've questioned if Jesus was the Antichrist. Some people don't like me saying that, but so I say, twin brothers. What's going on? Some will say, are you talking about Bible? No. I'm talking about what others talk about. So, I'm not reciting something from the Bible. I'm questioning things. You have the two brothers, right?
Engineered social issues, they would likely revolt and hurt themselves and others. No, it would have to be the latter. So they needed a candidate who could win, and who could win big. Many states like California had been so heavily inundated by criminals that even the voting machines were electronically set up to swing votes any which way. It would need to be a very decisive victory. Good patriots in the U.S. military and their global partners asked Trump to run for president so they could take back control of America legitimately without alarming the public. Trump was a good choice, obviously, because he overcame the voter fraud and won. But he was a patriot, and he was loved and admired by the public. He was not interested in joining the cabal because they hated America, and he did not agree with them on that point.
So if he overcome fraud,
power, they activated their media assets to viciously turn on him. That's when we saw the sudden hatred emerge. Even when he won, the cabal still had no idea what he was a part of, and the sophisticated plan that was about to unfold against them. Shocked at their loss, they mobilized their full arsenal of intelligence, media, money, and technology to try and take back power. There are people at the top of the DOJ and FBI then put together a plan to frame Trump and have him impeached. This is where we come back to the NSA again. All messages were stored and could be used to expose this plot and prevent Trump's overthrow. An entire book will be written about the first 2 years of Trump's presidency: false flag terror attacks, downed planes, missile alerts, assassination attempts. Here's the point. The world is currently experiencing a dramatic covert war of biblical proportions. Literally the fight for Earth, between the forces of good and evil. I can't put it in simpler terms, but I can say it appears the good guys are winning. The cabal had complete control over North Korea. They hijacked the Kim dynasty, took them hostage, and worked to build up a nuclear arsenal to threaten the world. Kim Jong-un suddenly embracing peace was simply because the deep state were beaten and driven out. ISIS was also destroyed in the year following Trump's win. We are all starting to see the pattern now that enough time has passed. that our biggest global concerns are starting to recede and peace is returning. It is all evidence that the good guys are winning the war. But we're still in the middle. While a lot is improving, it still puzzles many that most of these known criminals are still free, especially the higher-ups like Hillary Clinton, the Bushes, and Obama. That is coming in the next chapter of the story. That's why we have Q. The good guys with control over the NSA began the Q intelligence dissemination program to invoke an online grassroots movement that came to be called the Great Awakening. It started on underground internet channels and then moved to the mainstream. Q has been a fun distraction for those who follow world events and desire truth, but it is about to begin a much more important and necessary phase, keeping the public informed when the deep state war breaks out onto the surface. By this, I mean high-profile arrests. Yes, folks, the criminals I'm referring to are famous politicians, actors, singers, CEOs, and celebrities. People who have earned our trust, respect, and admiration. They have done very bad things that are all fully known and documented, and they will be severely punished. Those of us who have followed Q since the beginning will be here to help you make sense of the coming events. We are among the first to realize that our petty partisan divisions are just trivial distractions, and we were all enslaved by a hidden enemy. We realized that the problem was never capitalism or socialism, Democrat or Republican, black or white, Muslim or Christian. We know it was just very powerful criminals who had too much power. Fellow slaves, it's time to buckle your seatbelt, recognize your true enemy, and embrace a new future that we all owe to the brave patriots who risked their lives to achieve this victory against the greatest force of evil the world has ever known. May God bless America. By now, you may already be aware that America was on the verge of being completely
Killing the
destroyed by a
Mockingbird.
gang of very powerful criminals who had made their way right into the heart of power. We didn't notice because they had become our most trusted leaders, entertainers, and politicians. But then things changed. In 2016, patriots in the US military took back power legitimately with the election of Donald Trump. Plunged directly into the damage and sickening destruction caused to America and the world. They got to work dismantling the branches of this powerful secret shadow government that was in the process of siphoning off America's vast wealth to their global masters. After 2 years of a dramatic covert operation that was to include the gutting of the corrupt CIA, FBI, and Justice Department, they now face the last remaining pillar of the deep state, the vast media empire.
General Electric. Okay.
Remaining pillar of the deep state.
Okay. General Electric. We're all familiar with that. Our fridges, stoves, different things. Universal. It says Noble Properties, Comcast, NB, Universal Pictures, Focus Features, News Corp, Fox, Wall Street Journal, New York Post, Disney, ABC, as you can see, and then Warner Brothers. We did this earlier, but they didn't have General Electric in there last time.
Their vast media empire. They were using this unparalleled.
But see, General Electric, it goes right back to Thomas Edison, which Thomas Edison was the one that went after Nikola Tesla because Nikola Tesla was bringing free energy and Thomas Edison wouldn't get none. And then there was many others with Thomas Edison. And General Electric being one of them.
Power to confuse the people of the world and distract from their criminality and subversion. They recognized that division and hate among people was the most effective way to keep us occupied and ignorant while they robbed us blind, engineered senseless trade deals, and destroyed distant lands for their own personal gain. The mainstream media, both in America and beyond, now remains the gravest threat to the people of the world. The battle for the American soul began in October 2017 with an NSA intelligence operation that we call Q. For the first time, the people were shown the reality of the world they live in, the extent of the corruption and crime.
2017 was when I had like something go through me. And a medium told me that the grumpy old man had attached himself to me. And then they told me that somebody was coming, like they were getting somebody, like somebody was trying to push through. And they said that their name started with an S and what have you. And come to find out, it was my mom. Getting them to tell me not to worry, that everything was going to be okay.
That had been destroying their society for decades. Most of all, it showed them the path to their own liberation. Finally, on July 31st, 2018, in Tampa, Florida, President Donald Trump, avoiding the corrupt media channels by speaking directly to the people, allowed Q followers to display their support publicly. This deliberate action forced the deep state media to cover the story, as not doing so would raise a level of curiosity that could lead to a devastating mass awakening. To defend against this, they joined together in an unprecedented combined global mass media assault against Q, hoping they could deter the public from discovering the truth about our world. They call it a conspiracy, a word associated with unlawful or nefarious actions, depicting Q followers as a danger to society instead of peace-loving patriots just trying to break free from the prison of the mind that was created for them. Their attack on Q was to be just one of countless knowingly false narratives started and pushed by the criminals that control our media. They said Trump colluded with Russia to win the 2016 presidential election. They said he was a puppet to Putin. They claimed he would hurt relationships with our allies. They said he would collapse the economy and the stock market. We heard he was about to go to war with North Korea. They are saying he will do the same with Iran. They even said he would destroy the whole world. These fake narratives kept on coming, and they spread them with full knowledge that they were lies, meant to stop the one force that could end them for good. It's time the American people and those all over the world ask themselves what is really going on. What are the people who control our media afraid of? What are they hiding? If you look, you will discover that the fake news media is not free or independent. You will see it is just a propaganda arm of the deep state. You will discover the names and faces of the cabal agents who have colluded to destroy our republic. And
we have our prime in Canada, the Prime Minister is giving money to news corporations.
Bend us to their will. They want you divided. Divided by race. Divided by religion. Divided by political affiliation. They want this because divided you are weak. Together you are strong. It's time to research for yourself. You will find many things, among them an unprecedented number of sealed indictments filed in preparation for a mass arrest event. You will also discover an unprecedented list of corrupt CEOs who have recently been removed from their posts. You will see the same in the Senate and in Congress. And you will see the same at the top of the FBI and the Justice Department. This movement is not about one person or a group. You will see the same in the Senate and in Congress. You will also discover an unprecedented list of corrupt CEOs who have recently been removed from their posts. You will see the same in the Senate and in Congress. And you will see this.
Oh, they have Republican too. So it is Democrat and Republican. Okay.
And you will see the same at the top of the FBI and the Justice Department. This movement is not about one person or a group of people. It is about we, the people. The world is currently witnessing the largest mass treason event in living history. But instead of being fearful, we should be filled with hope. Instead of fighting among ourselves, we should face our only true enemy, the criminal deep state and their once invincible mainstream media apparatus.
Some say the deep state's not real. Some say it is.
Follow Q.
It's a shadow.
And turn them off. Something is going on. Some of us see it, some of us feel it. It's time to expand your thinking. You will need to reset everything you thought you knew about the world, about the people you trust, about history, about
I
yourself.
trust nobody but myself and
Let me tell
spirit.
you a story.
Que le creato
For a
risita
very long
time.
time, our world has been under the
And
growing
I know that
influence of a
I'm
mass
being taken
transgenerational
down
global
by
mafia that
different
was aimed
things,
to
and I
rise
know
up to
that
the
it's
highest
the good and the
levels of
bad.
power. We didn't know it because they talked and acted just like you and me.
That's
We thought
standing
we
up
could
to.
recognize true criminals by their words and actions, but we're deceived by their sophisticated speech, wealth, education, beauty, and power. Through a system of threats, blackmail, and bribery, they would come to occupy the highest levels of power in government, corporations, and education. You may know them as the deep state or cabal. Most dangerously of all, they achieved almost total influence over the media, their primary means of controlling the good people of the world who were just trying to get on with living. They used this power to slowly convince us that we were the problem, that we were a threat to each other. They used race, gender, and religion to set us apart, and rewrote history to validate these false claims. They funded both sides of wars just to crush our potential to prosper and succeed as a peace-loving and creative force of good for the world. Now, with their firm grasp on the media, we drank in their entertainment and lies as they began their final phase, the total takedown of America. We were the brightest remaining beacon of freedom and humanity's last hope. They knew that if they could take America, the rest of the world would follow. They cut deals that led us to hand over total control of the money system to a private central bank, the Federal Reserve. This made it possible to influence Washington, D.C. and most of our presidents.
I'm sorry, I have to go see what that said.
One way or another.
Because I see 1945 or 1944.
Bank, the Federal Reserve.
Okay. 1913 Federal Reserve is created. That was just over 110, 11, 112 years ago. 1933, FDR's executive orders makes it illegal to hold gold coin, bullion or certificates. 1944, Bretton Woods established the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. 1971, Nixon closes gold window. End of Bretton Woods, beginning of the modern day fiat currency system. You know, at the beginning of the month, when I put $100 on something in US dollars, used $100, and it cost me 141, I think it was 141 or $143 to switch it over into US dollars. So that's $43 more. That's damn near half. And if it's true that Trump is threatening tariffs on Canadians, shame on you.
This made it possible to influence Washington, D.C., and most of our presidents since then were beholden to the criminals in one way or another. Things took a really bad turn when they concentrated vast power into the hands of the many civilian intelligence agencies throughout the world. They said they were there to protect us. Instead, these agencies were catastrophically weaponized to boost drug and human trafficking cartels, assassinate political opponents, undermine the military, and change regimes of foreign governments who did not want to adopt this centralized system of money control. You might think they would choose simply to remain in the shadows, running their criminal activities while we carried on with our lives. But as long as there was freedom for the people to prosper, the cabal were always at risk of being discovered and shut down. There was no way to continue without a plan to eliminate all threats to their survival, even if it meant imposing a single world government under their jurisdiction, where no national identity, police force, or military could stop them. They called it globalism. Exploiting our emotions and our instincts of compassion, they found a way to justify dismantling cultures, borders, and national identity under the guise of social justice, creating false narratives of racism, colonialism, and capitalism to destabilize and ultimately collapse societies so they were no longer secure enough to reject this dark plan for the world. Where there was no history to distort, they would use wars to force a catastrophic mass migration of peoples across borders to destabilize and weaken cultural identity. When we didn't accept this, they called us intolerant and shamed us into silence. By 2008, America was in advanced stages of economic decline, with disastrous trade deals leading to widespread loss of jobs and a devastating financial crisis. The cabal had now absorbed another extensive criminal empire that was aligned with a twisted and radical form of Islam. Realizing the competition could threaten their goals, they decided to cooperate and agree to mutual terms. Now a hostile foreign enemy was able to insert a subordinate into the U.S. political system who would become the president. Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal funded Obama's Harvard education and took powerful terms. Now
Now, I'm going to be honest. If you look at him, Excite On, and you look at Tucker Carlson, they look very much alike. Bitte på riktigt, jag. Har du sett? Så kommer jag på riktigt på riktigt att du sitter jag. Så vi går med såna så.
hostile foreign enemy was able to insert a
They're all pretty
subordinate
fucking
into the
wealthy.
U.S. political system who would become the president. Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal funded Obama's Harvard education and took power by proxy, picking his entire cabinet while buying vast quantities of control.
But that's like Barack Obama thrown in jail.
The Western nation and took power by proxy.
Saudi Arabia's richest man with ties to Barack Obama. Oh, okay, thrown in jail.
Picking his entire cabinet while buying vast quantities of control in our largest media company.
Technology, customer and retail, Apple. This is what he owns. Ownership percentage not known. Okay. Technology, customer and retail, Apple Inc., Apple, 5%. Kermi, Lifeit, Motorola Solutions Inc., Twitter Inc., $TWTR 4.1% or 4.9%. And then in retail, eBay Inc., ZEB, Fashion Village Trending Company, Jingdong, 2.2%, JD.com, Saks, SAKS Incorporated, Sovola Group Company, Publishing, Time Warner Inc., 21st Century Fox, News Corp. Oh, they're still going.
The Western faction of the cabal was different. It was another kind of sick altogether. A dark and deeply sinister death cult with a strong reliance on symbolism and numerology, with levels of cruelty unimaginable to all right-thinking people. The reach and scale the secret society had achieved would have sent destabilizing shockwaves across the world were it ever to be publicly exposed.
See, all people that are using numerology and astrology and doing tarot cards and everything like that, they're not bad. It's not that they're all bad people. Because there are some that use this for good to help people, guide people through. Donald Trump says about a witch hunt. You make sure you're going after the right witches, as you call it. because they're demonizing. They just got done saying about in numerology. Well, they're demonizing it. So then people like myself that talk about this stuff, that still sounds like, it's still back in Roman times when they were throwing shit at, like, with regards to what Yeshua or Jesus or what have you was bringing forth. So it was okay for them to use it, but demonize it for the people who's using it for good, right? Wrong.
They were highly skilled at living just below the surface as they worked their way into the United States presidency. With both factions of the global mafia now in control, are you ready to hear what they had planned? Make sure you're sitting down. They installed rogue operators in government. They opened backdoors to leak highly classified global terrorism, resulting in groups like ICE that leak highly classified military. Make sure you're sitting down. They installed rogue operators in government.
The big hack, how China used a tiny chip to infiltrate U.S. companies. The attack by Chinese species reached almost 30 U.S. companies, including Amazon and Apple, by compromising America's technology supply chain, according to extensive interviews with government and corporation sources. Okay, now they say that, like, in China, like the technology that they have, the what have you, and it's saying about our technology has been affected. Who's stealing what? And it's that part of, give it all back to the people. Because you stole it from the people.
Opened backdoors to leak highly classified military intel and top secret special access programs. They cut military funding and weakened the command of generals with irrational new rules of engagement. They worked to dismantle NASA and end our supremacy in space. They infiltrated and exposed defensive military intelligence programs that reduced our ability to detect foreign and domestic threats. They used our trusted agencies to target and weaken political opponents. They relaxed our borders and enabled passage of millions of illegals and violent criminal gangs. They moved money to fund global terrorism, resulting in groups like ISIS moving to capture vast territories throughout the world. In 2016, the Cabal Alliance had hoped to retain power. If you are not yet chilled to the bone by the picture that is forming about their intentions for us all, let me tell you what was to come next. Through international climate change scams, they would have siphoned trillions of remaining wealth, eliminate the last good guys in government, and withdraw total funding from the US military, handing over the responsibility of our defense to the United Nations. They would revise the Constitution to weaken our ability to fight back, ban the sale of firearms to eliminate our self-defense, insert their people into the Supreme Court, remove the electoral college system to neuter our vote.
Okay, they said about refuse the sale of firearms, about our natural defense. Okay, well, in Canada, they were taking away the firearms. They were taking away the guns from the people. And if it's true that Trump is threatening tariffs on the people, and the people are thinking that there's going to be a war between Canada and the US, and then there's other countries that are coming up to bat with Canada, it's that part of cleaning out the swamp everywhere. Not just one country, but cleaning out the swamp. Like, because no, I've watched things where it said that Canada is corrupt too. Different things with regards to Canada. Like, I'll tell you right now, like Justin Trudeau and Doug Ford are just like all worried about the fucking tariffs because of the auto industry. That sickens me. Because they're not worried about the people. They're worried about their pocketbooks. So Doug Ford, you can take and you can put a hat on to counteract with the hat that Donald Trump wears. But it still doesn't mean anything. It's that part of, start doing what's right start doing for the people and not your fucking pocketbooks.
Voting power and totally eliminate alternative media to shield them from exposure. They instigated a covert deal to move large quantities of our uranium to their captured states in North Korea and Iran to build up a nuclear exposure. They instigated a covert deal.
FBI's 37 secret pages of memos about Russia, Clinton's, and Uranium One. But it had Putin passing a ball to Trump. And they both have ties to the mafia, to the banking system. Kitapure. It's that part of, we the people are the ones that's going to win the fight. And there are things happening behind the scenes that you're not seeing.
To move large quantities of our uranium to their captured states in North Korea and Iran to build up a nuclear arsenal that would threaten the world. For this, they blamed Russia, a growing force of opposition.
And these countries try to force this model onto other countries globally. I am deeply convinced that this is a direct way to the degradation and primivation of culture. This leads to deeper demographic and moral crisis in the West.
To their ambitions of global control. By casting Putin as an enemy and blaming him for this illegal uranium deal, they had planned a devastating nuclear world war between America and Russia that would have exhausted the last
what
two
we see
remaining
is
pillars
not
of freedom
what it
for the
is.
world, accelerating the horrific endgame that had become inevitable. This cabal miraculously lost power in 2016 when a brave operation, led by a U.S. military alliance and their global partners, were able to return power legitimately over to the light. They had a plan of their very own, one that was many decades in the making. With Donald Trump selected for the role of president, the people of America were slowly awakened to the reality of the world they live in. With so much hidden and lied about in the media channels we had come to trust for our news and entertainment, this alliance of good set into motion a sophisticated strategy of dismantling the vast network of corruption that had almost completely overcome every level of government, industry, and the legal system. They knew that.
Okay. So, Access Projects, Majestic 12, President Harry Truman in 47, Wade Patterson, AFB Daytona, Jack Parsons, Antonio Church of Satan, 1966, Fioa, Nixon Shock, Depopulation, Sexual Sterilization Act, look it up, Project Paperclip, 1952 Washington, D.C. UFO incident, NASA 58, Never a Straight Answer, Vietnam, Illuminati card game, AIDS, Hep B vaccines, Special Virus Cancer Program, Prospect Bush, Trading with the Enemy Act, 1942, Business Plot, 1933, Big Pharma, Fluoridation, Climate Change, GMOs, Endgame, Carbon Tax. Hey, was it just last year that they put the carbon tax? And this is something from 2020. I got this in 2020, and it says carbon tax, and they put the carbon tax on in 2023 or 2024, thereabouts. How'd they know about this then? Oh, excuse me, I'm going to burp. The Round Table, think tanks, the Cabal, Gulf War, Desert Storm, Gulf War, Syndrome, One Superpower World, Bill Cooper, Behold a Pale Horse, Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. Well, silent weapon, what was a silent weapon? They say themselves, the others say themselves that the silent weapon is what they shove in your arm. And what they tell you is in the air and making you sick. But I have to ask over and over again, is it Ricken? If you don't know what Ricken is, look it up. Bill Clinton, Lockheed Martin, Hillary Clinton, New World Order, Council of 13, something bloodline, Merovingia bloodline, something like that. Triggers trauma base.
They had to follow the laws of the land as they were originally intended.
Mysterious
Otherwise, they
surrounds
themselves would be
social support
delegitimized, even though they were
investigation.
just trying to free us from the silent stranglehold of tyranny that we had come to accept as normal. The panicking deep state used any remaining power they had left to try and save themselves. Each day for 2
Everyone
years,
has
was
access to the
meticulously
LCNI. They're
planned
just
balancing
blocking you
act
from
between
it.
public perception and the job that needed to be done. Moving
So
too
they're
fast
blocking
would
you
shock
from
and
your own
scare sleepy
divinity.
public still living in the prison of the mind that was created for them. But after all this, it appears now that not only are we winning, still living in the prison of the mind that was created for public perception and the job that needed to be done. Moving too fast would shock and scare a sleeping public still living in the prison of the mind that was created for them. But after all this, it appears now that not only are we winning, but we have won. The trajectory of this great storm is now radiantly clear. Now we look forward to a new future, thanks to the brave patriots who risked everything to save our world. This time for good. There is not a person alive who has experienced what a world without this darkness could be like. A world of free energy, full dependency on their fossil fuel monopolies. Abolishment of income tax that was illegally imposed to pay back interest on loans taken from the cabal banking system. Released cures for our most deadly diseases. Not only are we winning, but we have won. The trajectory of this great storm is now radiantly clear. Now we look forward to a new future, thanks to the brave patriots who risked everything. This time for good. There is not a person alive who has experienced what a world without this darkness could be like.
If you ever looked into him, did an interview, okay? And he would be pissed off. He cared about people, but the systems he couldn't stand. And when they did the interview, he said that he would resonate with, like, he said if you could affiliate him with anybody, it would be Lucifer. And to others, that's taboo. And I felt that drop in me, because when you say that name, people associate it with something bad all the time. The shit that man went through, the shame, the ridicule. It's that part of, he was like people like myself. They tried to have him committed. He suffered through depression. He suffered through his own shit, his own upbringing, because he didn't have a great relationship with his father. And didn't they say that Lucifer didn't? Because he didn't, his father was like a priest or a pastor or something. And he didn't want to follow in those footsteps. Sound familiar? Kupute keresere. Esselaminotu shalekesere. It's like my ex-husband, he keeps like telling me, wanting me to go to university. I got accepted into university. He went to university, but he dropped out. He dug ditches. He was called a mad scientist, but Einstein was a scientist, but he was a mad scientist. Seriously, everyone. It's like, get your fucking ass out there, be the electrician that I know you are.
Free energy that was kept from us to force fuel monopolies. Abolishment of income tax that was illegally imposed to pay back interest on loans taken from the cabal banking system. Released cures for our most deadly diseases. Unleashed space technologies to open frontiers we never dreamed possible. New technologies creating millions of jobs and yielding a global human renaissance, the likes of which we have never seen. Fellow Americans and citizens of the world, now it is our turn to shine. Wherever we are, we will become the planet we choose to reject what they call globalism. We recognize the words they use to bend us to their will, and we say no more. It's time to turn off the media, follow your instincts, trust yourself, and be the plan. May God bless America and the world.
That's right. Well, right now, all eyes are on us, America. States, but it's on all of us.
There was a time when our children stood at attention,
Trying
and
to
in one
divide us
united
again.
voice recited the Pledge of Allegiance. When strength and honor meant something. When standing for our flag meant something. There was a time when our history was taught with pride and respect. When respect was given to those who served, bled, and died to protect and defend our freedom. Respect was given to those who served.
That guy, oh shit ass.
When standing for our flag.
It's not the first time I've seen this man. With regards to Trump, I've seen him next to Trump. There's something about him. I don't know what. There was a thing that said he was Nikola Tesla, but it's like if Nikola Tesla created a time machine, then I guess he could go through time. But when you look at the pictures of Tesla, I don't know. I'm still staying reserved on everything because I'm watching it all play out.
It meant something. There was a time when our history was taught with pride and respect, when respect was given to those who served, bled, and died to protect and defend our freedoms. It was when we, the people, decided our future and had a voice that was heard. We are all bound by a feeling deep inside that people in power are exploiting a voice that was heard.
Does anybody... Oh, shit.
It was when we, the people, decided our future and had a voice that was...
Statue of Liberty. That's an image of a woman.
heard. We are all bound by a feeling deep inside that people in power are exploiting and abusing us while using the powerful media apparatus to pretend they're not. All we ever wanted to do was the right thing, but they kept telling us we were wrong. We started to believe them and let ourselves forget everything that once made us strong. We became weak. We elected traitors to govern us. We allowed evil to prey on us. Those who claimed to represent us gave us false hope, made false promises. The evil and corruption only grew. They invented the word globalism to advance on their agenda of tyranny undetected, using fake narratives of social justice to neuter our resolve to fight back and silence us with shame. If you've had the misfortune of living through a globalist revolution, you will remember many false promises of prosperity and justice for all, but observing only poverty, violence, and death. One after another, these nations were robbed of every resource the land and waters produced. Citizens who would not surrender their freedoms were threatened, marginalized, or even killed. Those who did were weaponized against the rest. They blamed us for destroying the environment, for poverty, for slavery, for not going to college, or for just giving up. What you must learn is that it has always been them, a colossal global criminal class who had risen up and occupied every level of corporate, legal, and political power imaginable. In 2016, they were preparing for an endgame that was to start with the election of Hillary Clinton, and within 8 years would have culminated in nothing less than a mass global nuclear holocaust. Yet somehow, while humanity was taking its last step over the precipice of extinction, there was a miracle. You may know it as the plan. Brave patriots set into motion a sophisticated military-grade sting operation against the overwhelming network of corruption that had led all the way to the top. By the time the good people of the world learned of the frightening reality they were living in, and how close we came to the end of it all, we had already been saved. Raging around us is the final phase of a vast global shadow war, not between nations, but between the forces of good and the most unimaginable of evils. They know what's coming. It is now more clear than ever. Never in our history have they been this exposed. Never in our history have they come out from the shadows to fight. The truth is clearly visible. They defend the violent criminal gangs of MS. It's clearly visible. They defend the violent criminals. Never in our history have they come out from the shadows to fight.
Superstar Cher 70 shares her thoughts on Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton at One Young World Summit.
The truth is clearly visible. They defend the violent criminal gangs of MS-13. They openly promote the dismantling of our borders. They said there would be nuclear war if Trump remained in office. They encouraged violence against those who spoke out. They pushed hate, war, and economic decline. They wanted to stop peace talks with North Korea. They called for Trump to be impeached, not even providing a reason. They tried to get us to hate America, and so many obeyed. But now, each day, more and more, we see they are terrified. They knew this day would come. The entire world is watching. Patriots from around the world know that if America should fall, so falls the world. That's why we have Q. We the people, patriots everywhere, stand at the ready. We volunteer our talents willingly. We fight. We think for ourselves. Dark to light.
We are going to show you a new world. Those who are blind will soon see the light. A beautiful, brave new world lies ahead. History is being made. You are the saviors of mankind. Nothing will stop what is coming. Said you are the saviors. Nothing. Last one. It's not very long.
America is a land of heroes, a place where greatness is born, where destinies are forged, and where legends come to life. This is the home of Thomas Edison and Teddy Roosevelt, of many great generals, including Washington, Hershey, Patton, and MacArthur. This is the home of Abraham Lincoln, Frederick Douglass, Amelia Earhart, Harriet Tubman, the Wright brothers, Neil Armstrong, and so many more. This is the country where children learn names like Wyatt Earp, Davy Crockett, and Annie Oakley. This is the place where the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth and where Texas patriots made their last stand at the Alamo. The American nation was carved out of the vast frontier by the toughest, strongest, fiercest, and most determined men and women ever to walk on the face of the earth. Our ancestors braved the unknown, tamed the wilderness, settled the Wild West, lifted millions from poverty, disease, and hunger, vanquished tyranny and fascism, ushered the world to new heights of science and medicine, laid down the railroads, dug out the canals, raised up the skyscrapers. Our ancestors built the most exceptional republic ever to exist in all of human history, and we are making it greater than ever before. This is our glorious and magnificent
We
inheritance.
protect our country.
We are Americans.
But we heal
We
the
are
world.
pioneers. We are the pathfinders. We settled the new world. We built the modern world. And we changed history forever by embracing the eternal truth that everyone is made equal by the hand of Almighty God. America is the place where anything can happen. America is the place where anyone can rise. And here, on this land, on this soil, on this continent, the most incredible dreams come true. This nation is our canvas, and this country is our masterpiece. We look at tomorrow and see unlimited frontiers just waiting to be explored. Our brightest discoveries are not yet known. Our most thrilling stories are not yet told. Our grandest journeys are not yet made. The American age, the American epic, the American adventure has only just begun. Our spirit is still young, the sun is still rising, God's grace is still shining, and my fellow Americans, the best is yet to come.
See, this was in 2020. And there's War of 1812, where it was United States and Great Britain. Great Britain, Canada was swept into the war. You know, I'm not here to tell everybody how to think. I'm here to bring different things for you to, use your own discernment. They said that he come through the corruption, fraud. But it's that part of, tell the people what you've been through and what you've overcome. With truth and honesty. So with that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting, willing to receive and accept. I want you all to be big, bold, and brave. Most importantly, be yourself. Be your authentic self. Be true to yourself and others. Be kind to yourself and others. Be who you are, not who somebody says you are or have to be. And know that you have more strength than you can comprehend at times. So I'm sending you all love. Get out to te querer. I feel that within my body. Of the stillness, of the confusion. But one day it will all make sense.